Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out chicagolegalnetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
That's why we shine wherever we go. 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 Lord, Lord. Welcome to the mind of a pothead. On my head, see a young nigga got dressed. We don't give a fuck what the cop said. I'm living a legacy. So even when I die, I am not dead. Nigga, I am not dead. Fuck with me.
Great afternoon to you wonderful people. Welcome to this Wednesday edition of I Said What I Said. We are live from the What's In It for the Black People Media Studios. My name is Herb Howard alongside my esteemed co-host. His name is Toussaint Werner. Each and every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 to 3 p.m., we get together right here with you, and we discuss issues that are impacting the black community, how those issues impact us as individuals, and how they impact us as a collective. And along with your help, we talk through many of those issues in hopes of finding the best solutions for overcoming many of those issues. Again, overcome them as individuals, but more importantly, overcome them as a collective. Thank y'all so very, very much for choosing to be a part of the conversation. As always, your input is valued. It is certainly appreciated. Anything you want to add to the conversation, feel free to leave your comments. We will read through as many of them as possible as we go along. Also, we would kindly ask you, please take a quick second to share the conversation, share the broadcast on your personal page, share it even within your personal network. Anyone that you think would either add value to or find value in this particular conversation, we welcome them to be a part of it. It is our sincere belief that the more like-minded individuals we get to be a part of this conversation, the better opportunity we have of finding the optimum solutions going forward. So please take a quick moment to share the conversation by clicking on that little arrow in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Also, if you feel so inclined to contribute to the show, you can do that as well by clicking on the little gold star in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. We greatly appreciate each and every one of those. Again, this is I Said What I Said. It is intellectual thuggery at its absolute finest. My name is Herb. His name is Two. What's happening, good brother?
What's good, family? I'm blessed and highly favored. How about yourself?
Man, I'm good, man. I was I laughed a couple times getting through that intro because, to be honest with you, I've never like in any show I've ever done, radio, live, stage, whatever, I've never written an intro down, right? I say something, it sounds nice, and then I say it again the next time, and then it just becomes this repetitive thing without me really ever even thinking about it. And so I was talking to my friend an hour or so before the show, and she goes into, well, I know I Said What I Said is about to come on, so I'm gonna let you go so you can go to the studio and say, great afternoon to you wonderful people. Welcome to this such and such edition of I Said What I Said. Bro, she went through the entire intro word for word, even to the point where I'd be like, my name is Herb, his name is Two, what's happening, good brother? And then she said, I'm blessed and highly favored, fam. How you? Gee, I was crying laughing, man. I was crying laughing because again, like I know that I say this, but I don't recognize it like that as a particular intro. But she had it down pat verbatim. So first of all, shout out to you, Sarah. We appreciate you tuning in all the time. Enough to learn the intro verbatim. That is what it is, man. That shit was so funny to me. Had me cracking up, man.
Also, you the GOAT though, cuz.
Huh?
That's because you the GOAT. G. It's just a natural thing.
It's very, very natural, man. I recognize my ability as a speaker, as a host, as an MC. I appreciate it. I take almost zero credit for it. It's something I've always been able to do. I've always been able to walk into a room and command it in a way like in terms of speaking and hosting things like that. Mm-hmm. It's always been a natural thing. I can remember hosting, like talent shows in grammar school or assemblies, and
you was that guy.
Doing it in high school. I put together a lot of different events when I was in college. Shout out to BIB, Blacks Interested in Business, down on the campus of SIU in Carbondale. I was the marketing director when I was there for BIB, and we put together a lot of dope events. Some of them are still going on. So shout out to everybody that's ever been a part of BIB or people that's still in it. But anyway, man, it's always been a natural gift. It came straight from the creator. I take zero credit for it. I've honed it over the years, but the ability, it was just a natural thing that I've always had. It didn't matter if I was playing football or coaching. I step into the huddle, I speak a certain way. Like my teammates follow me. I don't know. It's just it's a natural charisma thing. I don't know.
That's funny, G. All my life, I've run from the microphone. Mm-hmm. I ain't never wanted the microphone, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. It's what's the word? Like some people are called, and some people just show up.
Sure.
And it just got to a point where, and a lot of stuff we was doing in the community, man,
the calling became too loud.
Yeah, it really people started to seek me out. They sought me out rather than me seeking them out.
Exactly.
It just was an interesting turn of events. Shout out to Remy Brown and shout out to TJ Crawford.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In a real way, like, because TJ has a very big voice, and he would always push me to don't say what you got to say. Say what's on your mind. I'm good.
Yeah, man. You got good people in your life. They will not allow you to waste your gifts. They're going to push you to them things all the time. Even if they just mention it to you all the time. I got a cousin who he's one of my favorite rappers, but he won't rap. Like, he put out a couple albums before, and then he started like making real money. And now he raps all the time, but he won't like put out no music or something like that. And so I'm always there, like, bro. Like,
but that's in a lot of ways, that's a sign of a true artist, right? They always very sensitive about their own particular opinions and their own particular perspectives. Think about me, for example. Like, you've been in my house.
Yeah.
My own artwork hangs in my house.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't do no shows. I've done one in my entire life. You know,
you got some of the dopest shit I've ever seen.
Now on some graphic design, and somebody call me and say, "Hey, I do that here. That's yours."
Sure.
Because that's your idea.
That's yours.
But my idea,
my
is
creative
personal.
content,
You
right?
know what I'm saying? I'm an artist, and I'm
like
sensitive
Erykah
about my
Badu,
shit.
right?
You know what I mean? It is what it is. You
Right.
know what I mean? And it's same thing even in regards to your voice or my voice.
Sure.
Like, in a lot of ways, that shit is an art form.
Yeah, man.
You know
I appreciate it, and I received that compliment. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm blessed because I enjoy it though. So it's one thing to be. There's some things I'm good at that I don't enjoy, and so I don't really do them. They come easy or naturally to me, but I don't enjoy it.
But there's another portion of that too, though. Like, I don't necessarily enjoy having the mic in my face, but there's a necessity.
Right.
When no one shows up, you got to show up.
And I respect you for answering that call, right? Because I know that your MO would be more so to, let me just get the work done behind the scenes. Let me make this connection, make these moves. Let me show up in these spaces. Let me get these things done, and not so much be in front of this camera and things like that. I know you've ducked, many a press conference and cameras and interviews and all these requests that come your way. But man, you got a lot to say, bro, and you got a perspective that is valuable in a way, especially now because it's a perspective that is not offered, and even more so, it's a perspective that is intentionally silenced now. And for you to be so unapologetic about it, and to be able to say it the way you do, it's invaluable. It's a necessary part of the equation, and so I commend you for putting your personal preferences aside to say, okay, what's the greater good for the people, and let me get this shit out.
Man, I appreciate that, famo. Hey, in that vein, to kind of segue into some of the conversations we want to have today, man, I want to read this article real quick because I think it's necessary for the day.
Before we hop in the conversation for today, let me just real quick shout out the entire family here at What's in It for the Black People Media for the election night coverage yesterday. It was a complete team effort. Everybody showed up. Everybody showed out. Everybody had a hand in it. The broadcast went off really, really well. We had a lot of dope guests. We were here till past midnight, and everybody was here. You were here, obviously, on the show. You, Todd, Ruthie, Maze hosted the whole thing for 5 hours straight. That's hard to do. Sonya was here yesterday from 5 a.m. when they get here to do the morning show till 1 a.m. when we wrapped up the election night coverage, on her feet all day, never lost a bit of energy.
I think she was earlier than that.
Yeah, like she
3 to 3 or something like
Sonya
that. 12 hours.
is a machine. She's a fucking robot, and she is an absolute rock star. Shout out to Don Millhouse. All of the designs and the concepts in the studio, outside the studio, she had her hands all over that, man. Everybody showed up and showed out, and so I just wanted to say thank you to the whole team, to the whole fam. I count it an honor and a blessing to be a part of the What's in It for the Black People Media family, and I look forward to all the things that are coming in the future.
And I concur, man. Even salute to Petty Mays.
Even Patty Mays. Madam President was in the building last night. She came through. She rocked with us the entire time for election night. She hopped on the cam as well, added her valuable input and perspective, and she keeps Mays in line. I was joking with Dawn about how she acts when Mr. Millhouse is here. Mays straightened up a little bit. Mays straightened up a little bit with Madam President in the building too. So shout out to Madam President for coming through. Greatly appreciate that. And she gave me another face mask, another peace, love, and clean water face mask from the water reclamation. So shout out to the president for that, because I had lost mine that I got at her fundraiser a couple months back. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure we said thanks to the family and shout out everybody for the phenomenal work. To Neil Jackson, man, she's the boss around this camp for real. She was doing everything behind the scenes, running all the social media aspects, making all these calls, getting everything done. The entire Mama Jackson was here. Tanil and May's mama was here.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, she was here. And she was in here and she getting everything set up, trying to keep her from doing too much. She trying to mop and this and that and everything.
Salute to the energy of the entire team, right? I think
Yeah.
in order to be successful, you got to enjoy being around the people you starting with. Like when you building something from the ground up, right?
It's necessary.
When it's not being funded by anyone else.
Necessary.
You got to all have to be invested in the idea. And I
Yep.
think everybody is. And I think that's the dopest part about this whole experience.
I could not agree more. Listen, let's do this. Let's take our first break. Let's come back, read the article, hop into the conversation for today. Is that cool?
Let's do it.
Listen, man, thank y'all so much for being here. This is I Said What I Said. Tucson Warner, Herb Howard here with you to 1 o'clock. We'll be right back after this.
Ever we
11 a.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
WIFTVPN.
Live from
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out chicagolegalnetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
Maze Jackson.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them.
Be like May said. Remy said a Jukathon Day.
Man, we about 60 years old. Be done had a heart
You gotta
attack.
get your heart rate up.
Okay, not that far.
All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't.
You don't like that, yeah?
I don't like that.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool. You, I'm out.
How about National Join a Positive Black Organization Day? Because I don't want to be recruiting. I don't want to be recruiting and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
WIFTVPN.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that.
I know you just said that.
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Toussaint Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you've ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And we are back. We are live from the beautiful What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. This is I Said What I Said. Herb Howard, Toussaint Warner here with you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Shout out to Ron Rilla doing all the hard work behind the glass. Ron, what's up, my brother?
Yes, sir. What's the word, y'all?
Ain't nothing to it, man. How you?
I'm fine.
What? I don't believe you now. I think you're having a horrible day.
No, actually, today I heard is No Stress Day. It's National No Stress Day, so we're not supposed to stress today at all.
You know what, man?
Man, y'all just believe anything white people tell y'all.
Every day is
Every
something.
day of our life is a stress day.
Yesterday,
we black.
Yesterday, Don was saying it was
to.
some day. It was like, I don't know what she said. It was like popcorn day, cheesecake. I don't even remember what it was. But every day it sounds like it's fucking ridiculous. But I do agree with not stressing, man. Every time people ask me how I'm doing, I always be like, I'm excellent, man. I ain't had a bad day yet. And sometimes people take it as like an arrogant response. I don't mean it with any arrogance at all. Like, I ain't had a bad day. It's about a perspective, right? Somewhere, somebody is having a terrible fucking day. But that
no
person
stress
ain't me.
shit only applies to y'all because y'all ain't got no children. That's the only reason that shit works.
Nah, man.
Period.
It's perspective. Somebody somewhere is really having a bad day. And fortunately, that person ain't me.
Period. Because y'all don't got no
I got some challenges. I got some things that are wrong. But a bad day, somebody somewhere is having somebody's like locked in a dungeon basement somewhere getting a
That's
head
what it's like
bashed
to
in.
have children.
That person. On that note, let's hop into the conversation for today.
So look, man, shout out to Brian Gorman, man. He sent me this article a couple days ago, and I think it's so very telling. It's called "Party Loyalty for What?" And it starts out with a quote from W.B. Du Bois. It says, "May God write us down as asses if ever again we are found putting our trust in either the Republican or the Democratic parties." That's a quote from W.E.B. Du Bois.
Mm-hmm.
The article starts off, it says, "If you look at U.S. history as it pertains to the black vote, you will find it tied to the power struggle of the Republican and Democratic parties. The black vote has always been used as a tool to shift the balance of power between the two parties, both parties historically making promises to the black community for favor, but never fully delivering. The Democratic Party was founded in the late 1820s by supporters of Andrew Jackson and became the political party of many mega-rich plantation owners with large slave populations. They supported limited government and state sovereignty. On the other hand, the Republican Party, often referred to as the Grand Old Party, was founded in the mid-1850s
GOP.
by opponents of the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Many were Northeasterners against the expansion of slavery, wanted economic reform, and supported liberalism. The Three-Fifth Compromise passed in 1787 had a major impact on shaping the political landscape of the United States until Reconstruction. In 1867, it allowed for increased taxation and House representation in pro-slavery states, giving a disproportionate influence on the presidency, the Supreme Court, and other positions of power.
Sure.
So to gain power, the Republican Party attacked the institution of slavery to give themselves more power. Eliminating the economic engine of slavery tips the balance of power in their favor, which was the primary motivation in the Emancipation Proclamation. There was no real plan for black people after emancipation. Lincoln hoped to create a relocation program that died when he was assassinated. Many black people sought inclusion with their newly found freedom and sought political offices. The most black congressional elected officials was realized during Reconstruction era that followed emancipation, to only be literally terrorized out of office by white Democrats with no repercussions. Republican officials grew tired of the fighting for black people and began to see it as a burden, but made promises to the black community because they needed the votes. The black community was rewarded with political appointments that diminished in number by the early 1900s. Then in 1906, Teddy Roosevelt caused a rift between the black community and the Republican Party with his handling of the 25th Infantry Regiment of the Buffalo Soldiers at Fort Brown near Brownsville, Texas, when he dishonorably discharged 167 black troops without pension or trial for a racially charged incident. As a result of the broken promises of the Republican Party to the black community in 1913, many black leaders supported Democrat Woodrow Wilson for president. This started a shift in party loyalty and party ideologies. This shift was furthered with the social liberal policies of Franklin Roosevelt and the New Deal, causing the conservatives within the party to move towards the Republican Party. After the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 passed under Democratic President Lyndon B. Johnson, the core basis of the two parties shifted, with the southern states becoming more reliably Republican in the presidential politics and the northeastern states becoming more reliably Democratic. It has been that way ever since.
The blue wall.
This election feels historically familiar as Democratic officials grow tired of fighting for black people and begin to act as if it's a burden. Failed promises to the black community are evident, and they are standing on the black vote because it's needed for victory. We need to realize our position in this power struggle and leverage our vote to whichever party can deliver on the needs of our collective black community. Party loyalty is not an option. Black liberation is. And as long as we are loyal, they can postpone liberation. As long as our vote isn't taken for granted and it is the deliverable that shifts their power, then we shall see noticeable changes quickly.
Facts.
Period. Now, this is eloquently
We can go
written.
home, actually.
This is eloquently written.
Yeah, we can bounce.
But this is an argument I've been making for the past 6 goddamn months.
I know.
And we can, let me tell you a true story. This true story of my yesterday, right? I go vote with my old lady, right? My old lady been asking me, when we going to vote, when we going to vote, when we going to vote, since they opened early voting. I don't give a shit about early voting, right? And really, to be quite honest, if not Kim Fox being on the ballot, I don't even know how I felt about going to vote at all.
Sure.
Only to implement my said strategy of voting down ballot. You know what I mean? So my old lady don't pay no attention to politics until the day of the election. That's not her thing, as is most of America.
Sure.
Right? So she's asking me the whole time, who we voting for, what we voting for. I'm giving her all the, this is what we going to do, this is what we going to do.
Right.
So I'm knowing she's not comfortable with me saying we're not going to vote for president. But I said, you ain't going to do that, are you? She said, no, I'm going to do what you say. You do. I always listen to you around this.
Around this?
Yeah.
Qualify that.
She had to qualify that shit. Right? But we leave out. I said, who you vote for? And she had this old goofy look on her damn face. I said, you voted for Biden, didn't you, with your little punk ass? And she's like, yeah, I'm scared. But it's that fear that drives our oppression. And until we address that fear and that ignorance, because it's just like, and not to knock my old lady or anybody else, her engagement in politics comes the week before and she could take a picture of my voter sticker. That's not good enough. And it's not good enough because you are only making decisions based off marketing and name recognition. You have no understanding of the politics or the strategies to liberation.
Yeah. Fear, right? What they say, fear everything and run, or face everything and rise, right? You gotta go through that thing. There is no other real way. There's no way around it. You gotta go through it. That's just what it is. And for whatever reason, what perplexes me most isn't this idea of, being afraid of the unknown. It concerns me why you aren't afraid of what you do know. Like, why aren't we afraid of what we see every single day? Why aren't we afraid of what we've seen for 400 years? That's what scares the hell out of me. Another 400 years of that scares the hell out of me. Another, the next 10 years or next 4 years of, I don't know, some more pissed off white people, that don't really scare me like that.
The question I ask, though, is, are we conscious of even our own realities? Right? So I just read that whole document. And that whole document, since our inception on this soil, plays out like a tape on rewind. It's the same story over and over and over again. And if you want to achieve a goal, right? You would have to be learning a lesson from those experiences. One of the things Salim and them was talking about in here was the disconnect between the generations, right?
Yeah.
And they was in here having a conversation about hip hop, and I always admire Salim's understanding of hip hop. I admire Salim's understanding about damn near everything.
All honor and respect to King Salim, man.
Right? But here's the thing. I sit at Salim's feet and learn. I have the ability to do that because the door's open for me. Right?
Yep.
My old man was a Salim-esque kind of dude. All the older guys in my life is Salim-esque kind of dudes.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And everybody that I grew up with didn't have that access. You know what I mean? Even if they did have daddies, they wasn't necessarily Salim-esque kind of dudes.
Sure.
Right? But I think that the Salim-esque kind of dude is rooted in intellect. Right?
Yeah.
And I think in a lot of ways, intellect is shunned over success in America. Right? Hence why King could die broke and we could value him in 1969 or 68 whenever he passed.
But not so much in
But
2020.
he wouldn't be honored in the same way today. So no one puts an investment in intellect. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But it's that intellect that's going to merge and bend and build the bridges to the next generations. Because even in Salim's intellect, he's open enough to start to understand and experience what we deem as our culture. That's why he knows so much about hip hop.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. My old man used to sit down and listen to hip hop with me too. I don't think it was necessarily about hip hop. I think it was about understanding his child. And we don't have that connection, right? So what happens is those stories get lost. You know what I mean? So every generation, we're creating a new culture from scratch.
Yep.
Which goes back to our lack of identity.
Constantly falling into the same trap too.
Constantly falling in the same trap.
Yeah.
Rewinding the tape over and over again.
I've mentioned this before, but I've had the absolute pleasure to be able to at least once a week for at least 5 minutes, I've had the opportunity to speak with Salim for the last 4 years. And it's always this enlightening thing. And it started when I was I had just started co-hosting the Black Star Project radio show with the late great Philip Jackson. And so these conversations really didn't have nothing to do with me. I would just be there as Salim and Philip talked. And to be there while them two brothers have a conversation is to be like in the middle of an encyclopedia or a history book. You know what I mean? Like, and to just, I would just sit there and lean on that wall in the studio and just soak that up. And it would be the greatest 5 minutes of my week to just soak that up and then be like, all right, Brother Salim, I'll see you later, right? And so, you know, as those interactions kept going and Salim and I began to develop our own personal relationship, we would have other conversations. And then what I value most about that was, as smart as he is, as experienced as he is, as well read and well thought, like, he never took anything I said like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Like, I don't value that at all. Even if he disagreed, like, he's openly disagreed, like, nah, that's Herb, you should think about this like this. But it was never like, nah, fuck that. That's stupid. I don't value it. I don't even want to hear it. Take your young ass on, right? In fact, it was the complete opposite. When we got to the things that we disagreed the most about, he was like, yo, come on my show so we can talk about this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on my show. Let's sit down and talk about this. And I think that there's value there, right? It's necessary. We have to be able to bridge those gaps in that way. Like it's there's no other way around. You know, I give that same quote all the time, like, youth is wasted on the young. That is the truth. We have to find a way to bridge those gaps. If we don't, we're gonna continue to restart from scratch every time.
I damn near think it's a rite of passage, though.
Yep.
I mean, in a sense, like,
yep,
I can pinpoint the day in my mind when I felt like a man.
What do Nipsey say? Nipsey got on one of his songs. He say, "Where you come from? Who raised you? Where you come from? Where you get your name from?" Right? And and I don't like. I feel the same way about this conversation that we're having right now. Like, who blessed you? Who said you was official now? Right? Who brought you into this thing? Where your Salim's at? Like Nipsey, like, where your grandmama stay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Where your Salim's at? Where your Philip Jackson's at?
What you rooted in?
You know what I'm saying? Like who? And without that, your rites of passage don't really mean shit.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I mean when I said I could damn near pinpoint the day I became a man.
Mm-hmm.
I'd already had my own career. Shit, I probably had kids already.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But my old man said some shit and I disagreed. And that's some different shit.
It's different. It's different. It's different.
Like, nah, you wrong, old man.
different.
And here's why you wrong. It wasn't even a big moment like that.
Because until then, it was
probably
always
mean-
like, okay, whatever you say, I'm not even finna
It
push
probably
back on
mean
that.
shit to him, but it meant so much to me.
Like, I just told him I disagree.
And then
Like,
he was like, you know, you got a point. It was an interesting change of. It was like a. It was like a. It's the torch is getting passed. You know what I mean?
I told you that happened. That moment, at least for me, in terms of, I don't know specifically manhood, but just in terms of feeling as though I had become the y'all in here trying to make the studio sexy as hell. What y'all doing in here? I like the point where I realized that I had become like the patriarch of my family, and it was this year. It was a couple of months ago when my little cousin got killed, and it was like, okay, like where we doing all this stuff at? Like your house, you doing all this stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like it be those small little moments where you realize, okay, like rites of passage have gone. You're right. All my uncles are passed or no longer able to do the things that they did before. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so I don't know. I don't know, but I think that without those, but even in that sense, right? I was always the person when I was a kid. I was always I'm outside playing football and climbing the trees too. But at some point, I'm finna go in the crib. I'm going down to the basement. I'm about to sit around the card table, watch them play space, and talk cash money shit. They
Absolutely.
talking big shit. My uncles Ron, my uncle Claude, like my uncle Mike, like they would sit around the table and just talk shit. And they would let my young guy, I'm the only motherfucker down there, like 5, 6 years old. They just let me sit there, and my mama come down there. What are you doing down there? He good, leave him alone.
So here's another thing to think about, and this is how poverty affects us, right? Like how poverty prevents us from having families, right? So all of my immediate family have passed on already, right? Now, growing up, and still today, I still have a great connectivity to my larger family. You know what I mean? We connected heavily. But I used to notice how my friends, their family that lived outside of their household didn't really interact.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And now, because most of my family has passed on, that availability to interact is a little different. But I look at my old lady's family, and it's still that disconnectivity that's not normal to me. And it ain't even based in poverty. It's just based in, it's geographically based, right? So when I grew up, my grandmama's house was 2-3 blocks away from mine. But my children's grandmother now live in a whole nother city. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a different level of connectivity. So they don't necessarily have that experiences with their cousins, with their uncles, their aunts. It's not available to them.
Right.
And I think about what they're missing out on because it's not available to them, right? And what is that value? And this all plays into this election that we're dealing with right now. It plays into that election because in that loss, in that transientness of poverty, of poor blackness, right? You lose that rooting in identity, right? So the first identity that you rooted in is whatever your last name is. And because you value what that last name is, you have a value in that grouping of what all the people with that last name. And then that grouping expands out to the larger community, my neighborhood per se. And then it expands from my neighborhood to the ethnic group nationally, right? But that one little cut, that slit, that breaking family structure, the transientness of blackness destroys all that other shit.
It does.
It destroys all that other shit to the point of that article we just read. There is no loyalty except the loyalty amongst your group.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
And every other group in the American spectrum has loyalty to their group.
That's it.
Everyone.
That's
right? So, and I was thinking a lot about this the other night in regards to like patriarchy and matriarchy. And why this shit plays out the way it plays out in our community. And it's also a response to poverty.
Q,
right?
what up? Ready Rock, what up?
And I say it in this sense. The white man makes $1 on $1. The white woman makes 70 whatever cents on $1. But them households is combined.
Yeah.
So that's $1.76 out of every $2.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the black woman makes 67 cents on $1. The black man, when you really get to the numbers and the understanding how many of us is in prison, we make 3 cents less than them. Right? But that's not $1.28 or whatever the numbers break down to on $2. That's 67 cents on $1. And because we ain't a community, because we ain't living in the same house, it's 50 whatever cent on this other dollar. Right? So because we don't have any stability Because we legitimately living on the edge with the $half and the 67 cents on the dollar. Yeah. And because money is such the conduit to value in this society, we can't anchor in to find out who the fuck we are. Then that becomes this disconnect and argument of patriarchy, matriarchy, feminism, and masculinity, right? When in reality, I think that our sisters are craving patriarchy in a lot of ways. Because that's what the system affords. That's how you live that way. But because they are empowered and we are deprived of power, we can't even offer them that patriarchy. So what they deem as patriarchal behavior is you think you run some shit and you ain't got no shit. Fuck you. Get out of here. So it still goes back to the same conversation of letting go of the white value system, because unless we're going to take this shit over and confiscate all their goddamn money, the only real answer is to let go of the system in my mind.
You know, you mentioned something to me. This might have been 2 years ago, bro. It might have been longer than that. Around the same conversation, there was this idea of, you know, how we used to have these family gatherings. And one is like, where did we used to have them, right? There were family houses to have them at. And over years, for one reason or another, we lose those. But two, it was this idea that somebody could afford to finance that family gathering. And as you growing up, you don't think about that shit. You just know that it's 40 trays of food in this motherfucker. You don't know who bought 50 pounds of fucking ribs and whatever else, right? You just know it's eating. You're just eating. It's all there. It's 1,000 cans of pop in this motherfucker. Like somebody bought that. You know what I'm saying? And no one person has the ability to do that on large scale in many of our families anymore. And so those things just kind of fall by the wayside. And so now you don't know who your cousins is. Yeah, so now you at the club trying to holler at your cousin. Or you at the club fighting your cousin. You know what I'm saying? Like it's those types of shit. Yeah, that we don't know because we don't have that family connection no more. And without it, you lose a lot. A lot of things gets lost in that slit you were talking about.
Man, my grandmother had 16 brothers and sisters, but 2 of them died at birth. Okay, right. And my grandmother was the second oldest of the 14 that survived. Right. My father being her oldest child. Right. When he had us, when my father was born, he was older than a few of his uncles and aunts because he was the first child of the oldest child of a clan of children. You know what I mean? So my father has us. All of my second cousins really grew up like first cousins because we all in the same age bracket, right? But just getting back to understanding, my grandmother's a baby of the Depression. 14 brothers and sisters. There's stories of all of them living in the same house, right? As adults, because ain't no fucking money out here. You know what I mean? And how all of them had to operate together to keep one household going. Like the stories is just remarkable. And I think about how our goals is really to just separate from the family than rather using the family unit to grow something.
And Nicole just said some people, some can afford it, but we are so disconnected. Like, you know what I'm saying? So even if somebody could, like, you know, when the last time you talked to like a second cousin? You know what I'm saying? Like we have gatherings still, but it's me, my first cousins. That's it. You know what I'm saying? It's 8, 10 people. I'm talking about going back to where it was 30, 40, 50 people. You don't even you can't even call everybody house in this name. Everybody naming this house. You know what I'm saying?
I'm thinking with my second cousins, but I also know that's an anomaly. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's an anomaly. It is. Yeah. But I leverage all in relationships. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's necessary.
Again, back to the community I grew up in, most of them people I never met, they first cousins.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And you know 3 generations past with me because of that connectivity. And it's what binds me to our community in a lot of ways. Because I find value in it. Because I've always found value in it. Because it's the village that raised me.
It's the dopest shit, man.
It is.
I've never felt like, I mean, I've had a few experiences in my life, but I've never felt like better in a store, you know, thumbing through a check as I feel in the dining room shooting the shit with my cousins. Like it's a different kind of feeling. There's a different kind of wholeness that comes with that versus, yo, I just blew a bag today. I'm finna be fresh as hell tomorrow. Like that's cool. I'm not saying that don't feel good, but in comparison to what I deem to be truly valuable, that don't mean shit. Not the car, not a new car. None of that shit ever makes me feel like just the feelings that I have. You know, in those quiet moments, you're sitting around, you're looking around the table like, damn, I love these motherfuckers. I love spending time with them.
Just the energy of being around them.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Raymond Hubbard says his uncle has over 100 children.
Jesus Christ.
Your uncle don't even know all their names.
He is shooting the club
He
up.
has been shooting the club.
He is getting shots up in the club.
He is getting shots up.
Pull out for what?
Pull out for what?
Where they
Mr.
do that
Leave
at?
it in.
Mr. Leave it in. They just landing that thing.
Jesus, that's a lot.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, that's a lot. Yeah, but I just was thinking about that a lot last night because even though like Trump has won this election, I know people that talking about they still counting.
That's not
Fuck that
about
shit. He won this election.
His uncle has populated like half the South Side. Like I don't know where he's from.
He got a one good community for sure. That's Chatham. Chatham.
You talk about 100, and then what comes from? If he got 100 kids, you got 1,000 grandkids around this motherfucker somewhere, man.
Hey, no bullshit, man. One of my aunts said to me one day, she's like, "Too, you know, I got 347 grandchildren." And when I thought about it, I was like,
"That's
you
him.
Probably do, G."
If he got 100, all it takes is somebody to have 3 or 4. Somebody got none. Somebody got 5. You had 350. It's cracking. Wow, that is off the meat rack right there, man. Listen, let's take a quick break. When we come back to, I don't know who's gonna win this election. I've been saying
it's won already.
Yeah, I've been saying for a long time that I thought Trump was gonna win. I still think he's gonna win. My personal perspective is that for Biden to win this election, he would have needed to win it clearly, like going away. He would need to win this joint by like over 10%. Because if it's close, Trump is still in that shit. Like he's that kind of dude. You're not finna beat me by a little bit. Plus, I don't really believe you dethrone the champ by a little bit.
They say there's 100,000 lawyers on deck. They'll litigate that shit to 2047.
Yeah, and he made sure he pushed through another Supreme Court justice right before the election because if it goes to that high court, which it very well may, I need my people in there. You know what I'm saying? And so Biden needed to win this thing going away. So this whole, it's going to take another couple days, take another week, all that shit means Trump is still in that motherfucker. And if he don't, who going to get him out?
Kang says Biden is going to win. I don't know if I agree with that, man.
I disagree with it. I wholeheartedly disagree. I don't think that man's going to win. But that ain't really the conversation I really want to have. I want to have the conversation about what does it mean for black people? Whichever one of them motherfuckers win. How do we need to respond to that? Whichever one of them. Because I heard during Muwak Hill's world, what was his guy's name? I forgot. I'm sorry. She said that there is a 60-year gap.
Delmarie Cobb?
Yeah, Delmarie Cobb. I'm sorry. She said there's a 60-year gap between life expectancy for someone who lives in Inglewood versus someone who lives in Streeterville. That's unbelievable. That's a full lifetime. That basically means this person existed. This person never really existed, even though they were both alive at the same damn time. Absolutely crazy. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have that conversation and more. This is I Said What I Said. Sue and Herb here with you, the 3. We'll be right back.
WIFTBPM.
Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN? What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I can text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information. Or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
WIFTBPM.
Live From What's in It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that.
I know you just said that.
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Toussaint Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you've ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
We are back live from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. This is I Said What I Said. Herb Howard, Toussaint Warner here with you every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. It is intellectual thuggery at its absolute finest. Thank y'all so very much for choosing to be a part of the conversation. We are fully aware that you could be doing literally anything else, but y'all chose to be a part of this conversation, and we do not take it for granted. Thank y'all so very, very much for choosing to be here. If you haven't already done so, please take a quick moment to share the conversation. And if you feel so inclined to do so, you can contribute to the show by clicking on the little gold stars in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Cherie Chapman, why do you act this way? Why are you like this? She said,
we appreciate you either way, though.
Oh, we love her to death. I don't know why she's this way, though. She said, these stars are what's left over after that dang blasted fair tax bullshit.
Hey, shout out to Catrice, shout out to Beulah, shout out to Kang. Shout out to everybody that's giving us the updates to the election as we speak.
Yeah.
And I hear all you all talking about Biden leading the popular vote, and he's also leading in Michigan, and he just won. I think you said Wisconsin. I'm not sure. It's not in front of me at this moment. But here's the thing, though, and this is what I mean. I think that we got to understand, one, who Trump is, and I think we got to understand that without the kind of a knockout blow election that we was that the polls was presenting,
right?
I just don't see that man leaving.
I don't see him going. He's gonna drag this thing out as long as he can. Now, if ultimately he doesn't win, fine. I don't give a shit. I didn't vote for neither one of them motherfuckers.
Me neither.
So that's not the case I'm making right here. I'm saying, like, for us, what comes next? And I think he'll barricade himself in the Oval Office, and I think all his MAGA people will show up to the White House lawn with their guns ready to protect him. And then they can shoot out with the military. And then it's win-win for black people. He gonna get his ass out, and they gonna kill the MAGA people.
I think what's more telling, though, is that, again, to that generational disconnect and that generational gap. I'm not a white person, so I don't know how white life happens.
Sure.
Right? But I think when Trump first won against Hillary, there was kind of this national gasp. Like, oh my God, I can't believe this actually fucking happened. Right. So I don't know who it was. Maybe Todd. I don't know. We was talking to somebody last night, and they was like, man, my kids went to school the next day, and 2 of their teachers couldn't work because they was crying, and these was white women.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? So it was just like overwhelming. Like, even the jokes that Dave Chappelle was making on Saturday Night Live when they won, it's like, white people couldn't believe this shit happened, and Dave was like, this is exactly what I expected to happen. And I think that even if it's not true, there was this kind of a unifying, oh my God, I can't believe he won statement, right? With this current election cycle, there's no denying the soul of America. There's no denying what the American populace think about black people. And it goes back to the article I read earlier. At the core of this shit, it's about maintaining power, maintaining my white identity.
It is what it
right?
is.
So even if it's standing behind, a Barney Fife-esque clown kind of character,
they with that.
I'm with it.
They with that.
Right? I'm with it. And there's a lesson to be learned for our community from that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's this over everything. What's GD to the world blow up?
GD to the world blow up.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
This, at my core, this is what I'm standing on.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And we have to find a way to, when we ask what's next,
harken back to our core.
It don't matter Biden or Trump. It don't matter.
Don't matter.
What is our next step? And how do we get to an understanding of blackness being that anchoring in GD to the world blow up? How do we blackness to the world blow up? How do we get there?
If they announce Biden as the winner right now, is Black America gonna take a deep collective sigh? Like, whew, okay, we good now. Because good how? Good where? That's not real. That's bullshit. The only way we're going to be good is if we tap into our core, right? Figure out what it is that we're standing on until the world blow up, and then get moving in that thing. That is it. Because as you said, it ain't really about personal opinion or morality for them. It's about power, resources, influence. And when you and Mays were talking last night during election night, And with Ruthie, it was a conversation about, black women and how, black women are leveraging their position, right, for not necessarily the benefit of their tribe, right? And so, and I was telling you, like, that reminds me of what you say about Darren Wilson, the cop from Ferguson, right? And they didn't really care. Like, they wasn't like, yeah, he right. But what they were not going to do was allow whiteness to be attacked. And that's all it is. And so if you are connected to that shit, then fine. I'm Trump, whoever, right? You're not going to attack our whiteness. You're not going to take away our power and privilege, because everybody benefits from it, right? Like Del Marie Cobb, again, she said today, she was like, yeah, you talk to white people, they say, oh, I shouldn't be punished for slavery. And you talk about affirmative action, all those things. I didn't do anything to your people. Yeah, but you benefit every day from what was done to our people, right? She said Chase Bank, they invested $1 million into the Chatham community over a 6-year period. Over that very same period, they invested $800 million into Lincoln Park. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all benefiting every day from this shit. So don't tell me that you're not. You are.
But the question becomes, okay, here's the oppositional forces. Here's what we're up against, right? Here's the challenge. Mm-hmm. How do we respond, or how do we prepare ourselves for the challenge? If we believe, and this is two sides believe, I'm not saying the entirety of the group believes, but if we believe in order for us to move forward as a unit, we must one, kind of remove ourselves from their value system, right? If that's one. And two, anchor ourselves back in our own identity. How do we get there? How do we create this anew? How do we create this identity? How does that happen? How does that happen, right? I got two ideas.
Okay, I was like, shit.
I got two ideas.
Okay.
Right? One, black men stand up in their proper polarity and go to war with all this shit. Mm-hmm. And I mean physically go to war and just take this shit. Mm-hmm. That's one way. Mm-hmm. Right? Now, the chances of that being successful,
nil.
Who the fuck knows?
Minimal.
Right? Minimal. Right? And secondly, the only other idea is a collective energy, a collective frequency similar to that of the 60s, similar to that of the civil rights movement, where, and not just around the King civil rights movement, but the energy of the time, right? Because the energy of the time kind of spawned the Kings, it kind of spawned the Stokeys, it kind of spawned the Malcolms, it kind of spawned, all of those guys that came up out of that movement.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when it spawned, and I don't even want to say guys, it spawned all those women too.
Sure.
But it was an energy that undergirded that community that made them have an investment in something
other than
greater than capital.
Yep.
Right? Now, one of my favorite Muhammad Ali quotes was that I think it was Howard Cosell, I'm not sure he was interviewing with, but he was, whoever it was, if it was Howard Cosell, he was like, man, you talk all this community shit, but you drive a Rolls Royce. And Muhammad Ali's response was,
motherfucker, I got two.
I drive two Rolls Royces. And the reason he said I drive two Rolls Royces is because otherwise they wouldn't listen to me. Mm-hmm. And I think about that often because I ain't gonna lie, I leverage that shit in my own life. Mm-hmm. Right? Some level of materialism opens the door for motherfuckers to pay you attention.
Yeah.
Right? But that's also in alignment to the white ideal system.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Because it's about getting to more of that, right?
Getting to more of that. Now, I might be leveraging that shit for the greater good of my own cause.
Sure.
Right? But it's still, at its core, it's a flawed ideology. Mm-hmm. But how do you break past the barrier of the shallowness of our mindset to get to some in-depth understanding of community?
I think you got to be grounded, man. I think you got to be grounded in a way that says, okay, yeah, I got access to some rooms. Yeah, I have access to some opportunities. I've had some experiences. I have some things on my resume or whatever it may be. But I'm grounded in a way that allows me to be fully aware of what the real issues are and what's really, really important. When it was time for me to decide like where I wanted to live, I'm like, I want to live in the same place I've always lived. I want to live in the same community I grew up in. Like, no, I'm not going out yonder to go buy a house. Nope, right here, right? And I think there's value in that. We left here last night. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We had all the food. Shout out to Divine Treats too for coming through with the food last night. It was absolutely delicious. But it was a lot of it left at 1 o'clock. And Carrie said, yo, what we gonna do with all this food? She said, y'all taking all this food home? And at that point, everybody tired. Ain't nobody trying to really pack up food and go home and eat. And it's like nah, nobody really wants to. She's like, we're not gonna just throw it away. It's like, y'all ain't gonna pass nobody. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take it down to what has become a homeless community on 51st and what was that, like Wentworth, just west of State.
Federal. 51st
Yeah.
and Federal.
And so I drove over there. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. And most of the day, their tents are up. Most of them are not out there in their tent, sleep or whatever. But it's a couple people. I don't know if they like take shifts or whatever. Like somebody's up or whatever. But there's a couple people up. And I just put up on the brother and say, yo, yada, 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 what's going on? How you feeling? All that. And then he like, I'm like, yo, we just left this event. I got a bunch of food left. Is there anybody out here that wants it? And he was like, you would take me to the store? I was like, nah, brother. Like, no.
It's gotta
bro.
be some berries.
Like, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired as shit. I've been in the studio since 12 o'clock, like 11. Like, I don't know what time I got here yesterday. And so I'm like, nah, brother. I just want to get somebody this food, right? And so he was like, well, I'll take it. And then he was like, oh man, it's a whole bunch of food. I'm like, yeah, but like, you gotta understand like what's really happening in your community. You gotta understand like this real shit. And what struck me about that is what this dude, what he wasn't like some 40, 50-year-old dude who's had opportunities to make mistake after mistake that could have potentially landed him in such a situation. This brother, if I was to guess, he was like 22. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like he's like 22 years old, and he sleeps under the viaduct.
Mm-hmm. That we don't have any wealth.
That fucks that has to fuck you up, right? Unless you just ignore it, right? Unless you just like go way the fuck over there and you don't see that shit.
But we drive past it every day and pretend we don't see it.
That's what I'm saying. But
we
you got to try to do
all
that.
every day, and that's just one example of it. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? It's other representations of poverty or homelessness that we walk past every day and we don't see it as such, right? When you got a cousin that's sleeping on somebody else's couch for 2 years, that guy's homeless.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For
That's
sure.
a homeless guy.
For sure.
But because of that anchoring in whoever home you can sleep on's couch, it supplements for the lack of wealth we have,
Mm-hmm.
right? But as this world shifts, and this is why this party affiliation, we can't find refuge in the ideas of whiteness anymore. There's no need for a service class.
Yeah.
All of our wealth is wrapped into service stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
As the American government shifts, as the economy shifts, that shit ain't available to us. Because we've never been allowed to operate in any capacity other than a service class. So again, going back to what do we do going forward? Because there's no one unified idea of even what it means to be black.
I want to pause you right there. I want to get into how we move forward, what that actually looks like for us. But we got to take this break. When we come back, we'll have that conversation. This is I Said What I Said. Herb Howard alongside Tucson Warner. We'll be right back.
WIFTBPM.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
You can hang out with Chicago famous Mike Love and Diz 3 to 6 p.m. right here on What's In It for the Black People Media live on the Mace Jackson page. So shout out to Chicago famous. They did their thing. They did a phenomenal job. Those brothers, listen, radio legends, right? And you come in, and you used to doing things one way and trying to flip it and do another way. They handled it seamlessly, man. So shout out to Mike Love and Diz for holding it down as they always have done. Welcome to the What's In It for the Black People Media family. Good luck at achieving number 2 status for the second best show on What's In It for the Black People Media, because number 1 is and always will be I Said What I Said.
Always remember, if you ain't first, you're last.
Whenever I play, I want to play to win. I don't see no purpose in playing.
You play to win the game.
What's the word?
In the famous
Can
words
you
of
beat
Herman.
my ass though?
Can you whoop my ass though?
It's really that simple. I don't plan on getting my ass whooped.
Hey, yo, wait a minute. Hey.
Chicago famous ain't gonna whoop my ass.
And Chicago
we
famous
not here for no ass whooping.
Hey, what's your problem, man? Y'all are brothers. You're supposed to be fighting each other.
here for no ass whoop. That's not what we're here for.
We're not here for no ass whoop.
It's not what we're here for.
Not at all.
What's up, good people? You're listening to I Said What I Said with Tucson Warner and Herb Howard live on What's In It for the Black People Media, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
WIFTVPN. Live from What's In It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that.
I know you just said that.
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Tucson Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
What's happening, good people? Thank y'all so very much for choosing to be here. This is the Wednesday edition of I Said What I Said, live from the What's In It for the Black People Media Studios. Tucson Warner, Herb Howard here with you till 3 o'clock. Ron Rilla behind the glass in the production studio doing all of the hard work. Appreciate you, brother, as always. Indeed, man. Coming up next is Chicago Famous, 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Mike Love and Diz doing what they do so very, very well. Them dudes is crazy, man, especially Diz. I didn't know that Diz was a wild dude, but he's a wild dude. Look, shout out to Beulah, too. Beulah being here always just dropping gems. Adrian Anderson, you know what? That's another thing that Sarah said when she was mocking the intro. She was like, shout out to Adrian Anderson. She's the Is Wiz OG. Anyhow, man, we appreciate all of y'all for tuning in. We greatly, greatly appreciate y'all. We absolutely would not do this without y'all. Me and Two could talk any day, every day, all the time. We come here so we can do this with y'all. We feel like there's extreme value in us being able to get on the same page. All of you all are aware there's some issues in our community. All of you all, in one way, shape, or form, are engaged in finding the solution to that. And the sooner that we can all get on the same page, the sooner we can take it out to the rest of the congregation. So I do recognize that sometimes we preach to the choir here a bit, but I think that's a necessary part of the process.
Yeah, man. I think this conversation is interesting because, you know, again, regardless of how the election pans out, you know, the impetus on blackness has to be paramount in our lives. You know, it has to be paramount in our conversations at the dinner table. It has to be paramount in the barbershops because we're kind of at this tipping point, and there's so many other things that are important other than who's holding political office right now. You know, my philosophy specifically is about dominating political office, because if we dominate political office, we can demand reparations. I think government is one of our pathways to overcoming oppression. Without any undergirding of government, we'll never achieve in my opinion, again, we'll never achieve the level of economic sustainability we need to just be whole humans.
Just to be.
You know what I'm saying? Just to be whole, right? But I think that there's so many other, you know, tentacles popping up right now that we're going to have to put our attention toward. You know what I mean? Even this conversation we're not having now with the results of the election still coming in, right? Q sent me an article earlier today about 4 of the Proud Boys guys that got stabbed somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, these are real fractions that are popping up, right? So if Trump is announced as the loser of this election, we got to be honest and prepared for the fact that there is going to be some spillage into the community of what that looks like.
And I wouldn't put it past that group or groups like them to stab their own fucking self just to kick it off.
Hey, what's the boy's name in Milwaukee? Kyle Ripperton?
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Rittenhouse. Right now, he ain't shooting no brothers. His aim was either good or bad. I don't know what you call it, but he ain't shooting no brothers. But he came down there to shoot shit up. You know what I mean?
Have you seen that motherfucker in court?
I haven't. I haven't paid that no attention.
Unbelievable.
I'm sure it's ridiculous.
It's unbelievable. He looks like a straight A 5.0 student.
Yeah, Opie.
Okay? Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, but I think that, you know, because these other tentacles are popping up, we're going to have to deal with this shit as it comes, right? There is going to be a level of force that we're going to have to engage in. Physical force. That's just part of this shit.
T. Renee, what's happening?
There is going to be some level of government that we're going to have to engage in. There is some level of business that we're going to have to engage in, and we got to start growing our communities in this very moment if we haven't already started. And I think we have started in some level.
I think we absolutely have. We say all the time that the revolution has to start in the mind first. And that is where I see it starting to happen. I also see it starting to happen physically and manifest itself in other ways, and whether you're talking about, you know, more people choosing to garden, more people choosing to homeschool, those types of things. But as much as that, I see people, you know, having these conversations more, people thinking about these things more, people starting to view everything around them through this lens of white supremacy now. Until you fully understand white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you know will only confuse you. And I'm starting to see people now kind of understand that, and they see that the circumstances that surround them aren't just by happenstance. They were intentionally created to produce these outcomes. And I think that that's a good place to start, to at least know that, okay, you know what? It's not us. It's not something that's innately wrong with us. People created a very unjust system that was designed to bring about these outcomes. Whether you talk about the violence, the poverty, the ignorance, whatever it is, right? And I'm not trying to excuse our behavior. I say all the time, I think that we have been complicit in our own demise in many ways. Not the source of, not the cause of, but in many ways complicit therein. But when you understand, okay, this ain't really my fault. This ain't really our fault. This was done to us. That's a hell of a place to start to get it undone.
Have you ever seen any examples of any black factions that kind of built some level of this dream or this idea? Can you point to any in history, you think?
Certainly none that were sustained.
So the only one I can really point to is the nation. And it's been the most sustainable. You know what I mean? And when I think about the breakdown of the nation, like, you know, Elijah Muhammad, in my opinion, again, does not get his just due. He does not get his just credit. Like, Elijah, for having a whatever level education, was brilliant in regards to creating economic sustainability for the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, he's also one of the very best voices to mock in history, too.
Yeah, it's a different voice.
Yeah, it's different.
Right?
Like,
but even with all of Elijah's expertise in building sustainability, economically specifically, he was not really able to sell the idea of the Nation of Islam. It wasn't until Malcolm X came along with Malcolm X's vigor and gumption and character and charisma that sold the Nation of Islam. You know what I mean? And I look at it like any corporation or any product, right? There's a culture attached to almost every corporation that you ever enter in. There's a culture attached to it. And that culture is in alignment with said product, right? And every movement there is about popularizing said product to profit off said product.
Yeah.
Right? And people are expendable and people are rewarded. All it's the same system. Very similar to the nation, right? You disobey our rules, get the fuck on.
Period.
You know what I mean? You got to go by the wayside. Now, if you exemplify rules, we're going to elevate you into this structure in a different kind of way. You know what I mean? But every man plays a position. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying every man, but I mean everybody plays a position.
Yeah.
You know, and even back to the Muhammad Ali situation, right? Muhammad Ali's wealth, Muhammad Ali's ability to knock people the hell out, all of that played into this kind of black God kind of narrative.
Yeah, it was the way he talked. It was the way he walked. It was the way he looked. It was how skilled he was at what he did. But it was also his inability to be moved off of what he stood on.
Absolutely. Right? So Huey P. Newton putting a pistol to the police. Fuck you, punk. Fuck you, pig.
Right.
All that gumption mattered. Right? So going back to how do we create this kind of pathway? Like this morning was interesting in my house in the sense that, you know, after these results kind of passed through, I got a bunch of calls this morning, and I got the blessing of being ingratiated into a lot of different kind of communities, right? And the calls that I was getting this morning was from dudes who don't pay no fucking attention to no elections, but they was talking about elections.
Yeah,
and I thought that was interesting.
It's powerful.
And I was kind of making this kind of spiel to him, like, you motherfuckers got bread. Well, however you got it is however you got it.
Don't matter.
You know what I mean?
They ain't got it no worse than Pfizer got theirs.
You got bread.
Yeah.
You got to undergird a motherfucker that got a voice.
Sure.
And y'all got to create a system of sustainability. Because you might be the only people in our communities that got bread at this point.
Yeah. And that could reach that particular segment of our population. Like in a real way. You know what I'm saying? We have to be able to do that. We got to think about these things strategically. Like it can't just be this emotional bullshit. Like oh, I'm a Democrat. That's fine. Like, but are you really, and why? Like what you are is black in America, and that puts you in a box that no political party could put you in or take you out of. Right? That's the box you need to be focused on. But I can't remember which show it was this morning. I don't know if it was the Book of Dawn or the Morning Show or Muwak Kills World. But Marjorie Tatum used the term political punks to describe black people in terms of how we move through this thing. And I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was accurate as hell. Like it's we operate in this thing like punk, like we scared to like we owe the fucking Democrats something.
I think we political punk, not political punks, political puppets. I think that's a more apt use of the word, in my opinion, because we're ignorant. It's not that there's a level of fear that exists of white people, right? But of the political process, we're just ignorant. You know what I mean? We're like, we think going to cast a ballot is the end all be all.
Sure.
Right? We don't have any other engagement than that 10-minute interaction, that 15-minute interaction.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And our lives can't be about that 10-15-minute interaction. In my opinion, again.
It shouldn't be.
Right? Being political has to be like a lifestyle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in my polling place the other day, Tony Prewinkle was in my polling place while I was in my polling place. And there was a shorty in there that was voting for the first time. So, and this is just an example. We all in line. I see the shorty. It's obvious he's a baby. I couldn't believe he was old enough to vote.
Right.
And he was by himself. So I turned around, started the conversation with him.
Good for you.
Hey, man, this your first time voting?
Good for you.
Yeah, man. I said, who you voting for? I said, you just, not to ask,
Right.
but you just voting for president? I said, do you know anybody else on the ballot? He's like, no, I'm just voting for president. I don't know nobody else on the ballot. Now, it's admirable that he's standing in line and he's about to cast a vote.
Right.
But it's bigger than this.
That level of ignorance, the rest of the ballot is going to impact him more immediately than who occupies 1,600 of East Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. So then I started to spark a dialogue and having a conversation. Hey, man, you should think about this. Then I gave him one of the voting guides, and I said, I'm not saying you got to use this, but it's a guide. Give you some information.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Next time you come in here, engage a little bit deeper. You got to, because this is that serious.
Yeah. It matters.
You know what I mean? But no one else is going to take the time out to even have a conversation with the shorty.
I'm glad you did that, brother. I commend you for doing that, for real, for real.
But it's part of it. You know what I mean? And
It
that also creates that generational bridge. You know what I mean? Now, little man, I'm proud of you. You know what I mean? I'm proud of you for having the gumption and the gall to get your little ass up and walk up here for whatever pushed you to do something. You know what I mean? Now let's do this shit the right way. You know, that has to be. It's a communal kind of thing.
He'll remember that. If no other time, he'll remember that once every 2 or 4 years. Like he'll remember that particular interaction, and my guess is he'll pass it along.
God willing.
Yeah, like I would bet that he's gonna he'll remember it and he'll pass it along as time goes. I was also in the polling place with a first time voter. She was young sister, and she was with her father, and it was super dope to kind of watch them interact too. And they happened to be in the very next booth for me, so he like, make sure you fill the oval in completely, and this, that, and the third, and well, why this or why that, and just kind of letting her go through the process. And then she got done. And the judges, the staff who were, working, they were all, they recognized. She was like, "This was your first time voting?" And she's like, "Yeah." And she was like beaming with this like sense of pride and joy. And they all kind of like gave her a round of applause and all that. It was just super, super dope to see people kind of get activated and initiated into this particular process. It matters. It don't matter like we talk about who's gonna be in the Oval, like that. How much that's going to change the circumstance for black people on the ground, I don't know, right? But all the rest of that shit matters a lot.
So Reddy Rock just said something, and I think this is important. She says it's easy to post and criticize, but say donate, show up, read this legislation to provide feedback, etc., and nothing, right? And the reason why I say we political puppets, because just shit in the last 12 hours per se, if you look at any of these feeds, already they're placing the blame on whatever happens on the backs of black folks. Right, but when you do the numbers that already came in, I think they said the black women went out and voted something like 96% or some shit. It's some outrageous ass number that no other community can reconvene. It don't happen nowhere else, right? And then black men voted at like an 87% clip. Nobody does that shit but us, right? We find our opportunity to move beyond this level of oppression through the concept of voting. Yet we don't invest in the concept of voting, which is why we're being puppeted, which is why within the last 8 hours or so, every motherfucker who don't know shit in the first place can get online and say, "Oh, you stupid motherfuckers didn't do X, Y, Z." Or you black men chose Trump over. I don't give a shit what percentage comes back to say black people voted for Trump. None of that. Whatever that percentage is, based on the culture of our communities, it didn't move the needle like that.
You got 200 million white people. 30 million black people, 30 million Hispanic people, and some other people. Like, nobody put him there but them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not even a real fucking thing. We say all the time that as black people, in mass, we are only in a few fucking places. None of those places.
5 of them.
You know what I'm saying? None of those places are ever going to be, or historically have not been won by the Republican candidates for the presidential race. Chicago ain't finna go red. Illinois ain't going red because Chicago won't allow it to. Now, South I-80, red as fuck.
Man, that shit was broken down like 2 million.
Oh, yeah, because you get South I-80, it's red. What you say, Ron?
You got a microphone, Ron. You know that.
Are you trying to ask me something? Nah. Like south of I-80, Illinois, that's the country starts south of I-80.
Hey,
like
man,
you get a little bit past, like past Kankakee, like
without Cook County, this shit is a wrap.
Yeah. So
this Klan country.
So Chicago, Cook County keeps Illinois a blue state. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. And the same thing you talk about, you know, Detroit or Atlanta, like if Biden wins those states, it's because of those counties, right? Those places. And outside of that, we ain't really there. So that's everybody else putting that motherfucker there.
Even if Biden wins, though, right? How do we hold him accountable? How do we put his feet to the fire? I don't believe shit Kamala says.
No, and they wouldn't even.
That's our access point.
They wouldn't even talk to us prior to the election because we got it in the bag already. I'm black. I went to Howard. I'm an AKA. I wear Tim's. I was Barack's VP. I'm Uncle Joe.
The Indian
and I'm not
Klansman.
Trump.
The Indian and the Klansman.
You know what I'm saying? And so, and black people eat that shit up. For 6 months, I've been asking somebody to tell me why you're voting for the Biden ticket.
Fear of Trump.
That's the only response I've ever gotten. And I've begged people to give me another reason. He ain't Trump. Trump gonna put his people there. Trump gonna put his people here. I ain't asked you shit about that man. Can you tell me why you like that man? I haven't gotten a single answer from a single person yet.
Daphne Frederick says, I think this is important. She says, I think wisdom is found in the voice of your enemy. We possess the power that's attributed to us. However, we actualize it as a reaction instead of an action. Man, I agree. And now this gets back to the universal law in a lot of ways. Like this gets back to that man shit I talk about, right? Like you can't fully be realized as a man until you've mastered the society in which you've inherited. You know what I mean? And in mastering the society in which you've inherited, right? That is that masculine energy, right? The actor, right? You got to go over the hill first. You got to take the arrows first.
Right.
And what the fuck does that look like, right? It looks like war. And again, we always take that war shit to this physical construct. Nah. But some of it is the young sister who was in City Hall in Kansas last week, like, fuck all y'all.
Bringing it to your front step.
Fuck all y'all, because I feel like saying fuck all y'all.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
We got to have that level of gumption. We got to start seeing that in our black leadership. It was a mayor in Detroit. I cannot think of this man's name to save my life. But I used to love to listen to this man talk.
Okay.
Right? Because anytime a reporter, somebody came to his ass with a question, he felt there was demeaning. He was on ABC, NBC, them channels.
Get your ass out my
Get your punk ass out my motherfucking face.
You know that video? I don't know if this dude was an elected official. I don't know if he was a preacher or whatever, but it's a video that just went viral. This dude, he looks like whatever you would imagine the country old black man look like. And he's coming out and these dudes, they run up in his camera with these faces and said, did you do such and such with the funds or whatever the scandal was about? He said, back up on about my face. And did you do such? I told you to get your ass out my face. Just took his two fingers and just
get your punk ass out of here.
Back up.
And I'm standing on it.
Period.
I'm standing on it. I think I watched a documentary on Marion Barry the other day, right?
Yeah, man.
And I think Marion Barry is a fucking con man. That's my personal opinion. Not only is he a dope fiend and a womanizer and all the other shit that go with him,
he's a
master con man, right? But it worked. It worked.
Brilliantly.
And it worked because he stood his ground on that ego shit. It was ego that drove him.
Brilliantly.
You know what I mean? It was ego that drove him over the hill. And he was like, yeah, I do crack. Well, fuck it. I'm here now. You know what I mean? I got to deal with that now. You still going to love me because I'm Marion Barry. That shit is amazing. They re-elected this motherfucker after crack cocaine.
Because it's Baltimore. He became more popular after that shit. Like, oh yeah. This now yeah. Now you one of us.
Yeah, Ready Rock Again says, I miss Khalid Muhammad. Khalid Muhammad was another one of them, like, kill these motherfuckers, man. Right? And he was too fucking radical for the nation. Right? But it's some of that energy, that gumption that kind of grows masculinity. Like, think about this. Like, there was a moment in time when Khalid Muhammad, the minister, was on, like, daytime talk shows. Right? Saying what the white world deemed as some radical shit.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
But just like that white world was being exposed to that conversation on daytime television, so was black families. So was black you. And it was inspiring certain kind of energies, right? I'm a little bit older than you.
Yeah.
I came up in an era where my man every Saturday had me at Operation Push, right? Had me at the mosque. Had me meeting with the minister at Salams on Saturday night when it was their office. You know what I mean? Being in the midst of that energy had to help shape my perspective on the world.
Impossible for it not to.
Right? Now you go to the mosque, it ain't 10 people in that motherfucker. If the minister ain't speaking, it ain't 10 people in there.
On a Sunday.
I can't remember the last time I've been in Push. Right? Where is that energy at now? Right? How do we keep that spirit alive?
It's necessary, man. I don't know when the last time I've been, I guess the last time I was at Push was for the memorial service for Philip Jackson. And actually today is the anniversary of his passing.
Man, rest in peace.
Continue to rest in peace, Uncle Phil, man. He was dope. But yeah, we have to find ways to continue that energy of people who like, I will bring this shit to your front door, right? And so whether you're talking about the sister in Kansas City, whether you're talking about a Philip Jackson taking these things to, all these foundations or whatever, and like I will bring this problem to your front door. It's not going to just be at my front door. I'm going to bring it to your front door too. And then then you have people say, well, that's radical, right? Sister Del Marie Cobb again, she was talking about how she was called radical for some of her ways of thinking and ideas, and it was like, and she was like, I didn't think it was, I didn't think it was being radical at all. And it was crazy because we both kind of responded back at the same time on the chat, like first of all, good, I'm glad that you're radical. Like radical, there's nothing wrong with me. I was like, it is a radical act that you were doing, right? You were calling out some shit that nobody else was calling out, and yeah, that's radical. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is the negative connotation that's associated with the word radical. Like, all it really means is everybody else over here doing some other shit. I think differently, so I'm doing this shit. There's nothing in and of itself wrong with that. But people say, oh, that's radical. Oh, okay, fine.
Hey, shout out to Shaka Strong. You are absolutely right. Coleman Young was the man of Detroit. Hey, listen, this is true shit. If y'all not hip to Coleman Young, YouTube Coleman Young. Them speeches is the greatest shit on YouTube.
What's up, Maze?
What up, though?
Look, looking on the 2:30 break. See if you can find one of your favorite things.
We're going to try to run to find Coleman Young.
And we'll run some Coleman Young, man.
You awake, G? You woke up? You finally woke up? Man. He looked half drunk back there.
Hey, man, Maze had a long day yesterday, man. He sat here for 5 straight hours holding it down, man. Shout out to you, man. We gave you your roses earlier. I don't know if you was listening, man, but you and the whole squad held it down. So shout out to you. That will be the first and only time you will hear such a thing come from me, sir.
I want to find that Coleman Young clip, and we might do that too. But another conversation Salim and them was having that I thought was very interesting and intriguing was about hip hop, right? And about how the connectivity to our culture is linked to our music, right? And in this last 2 weeks, I've had this kind of different experience with hip hop. It's been a plethora of hip hop that's been released in the last 2 weeks, and they are amazing projects, right? Sure. And I'm thinking about why they so amazing, because that's abnormal to get this amount of projects out, and they be this
like
dope.
Like 3 or 4 albums get released and they all
like super dope.
Right.
And I thought about it and I said, damn, man, is this a response to the pandemic where motherfuckers can actually sit down
and create
where
from a real space,
from a creative space, instead of just chasing the bag,
right?
And again, goes back to that anchoring in spirituality and value assets, right?
That's real.
I don't even put out good product no more. One, because maybe I don't have to, because my name represents XYZ, and I can pull a bag in just by saying, hey, I'm here.
Right.
And what is the value of the creative really getting an opportunity to anchor himself into that creation?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And just you find yourself in a circumstance that hip hop was born out of. And it's like, okay, well, if this is the energy that it was born out of, then this is probably the energy that we can get back to making that type of music through. And so when you hear, the new Locks album or the new Benny the Butcher, like that's like, ooh, it feels familiar. It sounds like, ooh, this feels right. It feels good. And so I'm happy that, hip hop is going that way. And listen, man, that ain't a shot at none of the newer rappers. Like, do your thing. I understand it. Get your bread and all that. Like J. Cole say, man, everything changed. I love you little niggas. I'm glad that you came. You know what I'm saying? I hope you know money won't erase the pain. Like that's all cool. Like I fuck with Lil Baby. Like I like a lot of his shit. But to hear, Jada Kiss spit it, to hear Styles spit it, to hear Benny the Butcher spit it is a different thing. It's a different thing.
Because it's anchored into a different understanding of the art form, right? When we start thinking about the younger guys, their goals are different. And I mean that in a sense, like, and I'm just, because I'm a child of this generation. The real goal is to be, it's just like basketball, right? It's the goal to get, like today, because youth sports is so popular, like at 15, these shorties is thinking about a contract. Yeah,
it's different.
Right?
It's different.
Whereas at 15, I just wanted to be the coldest dude in this conference.
Yeah.
I wanted to be the coldest dude at this playground.
Yeah.
Right? So my challenge was to be better than myself every day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I'm going to be better than Jamal Gill. I'm going to be
Yeah.
better than Pookaboo.
Yeah.
I'm going to be
Yeah.
better than Sconey.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to be better than these
Yeah.
dudes. And that was my driver. But now today, it's like my drive is I want a Bentley. So you don't put the focus, you put the focus on the Bentley. Going back to the conversation we had last week about
not on the quality of
the journey over the destination over the journey. It got to be the journey over the destination.
Got to be the journey. Listen, we've reached the point in our journey where we need to take a break. When we come back, we may be playing some clips for, what's his name again?
Coleman Young.
We may be playing some clips from Coleman Young. We're certainly going to get into another conversation that we were talking about earlier. Thank y'all so much for being here. This is I Said What I Said, Herb and 2. We will be right back.
WIFTVPN.
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today. Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
WIFTVPN.
Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that.
I know you just said that.
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Toussaint Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Cool, I'm not coming to you right now. I do need that sound. And we are back live from the What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. This is I Said What I Said. Toussaint Werner, Herb Howard here with you every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. Thank y'all so very much for choosing to be a part of the conversation. I was just telling Maze that somebody said that. Beulah said, did y'all ever find Todd? I told y'all Todd is fine, man. Todd is perfectly fine. It was 1 a.m. when we left here last night. Nobody expected Todd to be here 4 hours later. I certainly didn't. So shout out to Maze and Ruthie and Sonia for being back here. But I did not expect Todd to be back here. So shout out to Uncle Todd. He's perfectly fine. He'll be back in his rightful spot tomorrow. That is what it is. 2, if the thought is starting to permeate through the minds of the black community in terms of the black liberation movement and what that thing could look like, and starting to view things through this lens of, how white supremacy has impacted us in totality. If that's the first step, what then becomes the next step?
What'd you say? Run that by me again?
Sure. If the first step is the revolution happening in the mind, and that's starting to take place where people are starting to think about it that way, see things that way, and at least have these types of conversations, what then would be the next step?
I don't know, right? Mm-hmm. I think in a lot of ways, identity is attached to land. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's attached to land. Mm-hmm. That Salim talks about it all the time when he's like, in order to build an identity, you have to have something undergirding it, or you have to have some level of sustainability, and that usually looks like land. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So in a lot of ways, even to the ADOS conversation, like, we're something different than the world is acknowledged as of yet. So in a lot of ways, our homeland, we own it. This is our soil. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But we could look at it in a more in-depth way too, because we are still a small populace. But that homeland might be considered the Mississippi of the world, the very southern borders of this country, right? And when you start thinking about the South, there's like enormous poverty in the South, but there's also enormous resource in the South.
Sure. A lot of land,
it's about how you cultivate the shit.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, maybe that anchoring is everybody go buy Mississippi shit. I don't know.
What do you say when people be like, yo, because somebody mentioned this, I think this was a comment that came through on the Mace Jackson show this morning, that we need to have our own space. Africa is waiting for us. What do you say when you hear that? Because my response is always, that's fine, nothing against Africa, but I'm from the South Side of Chicago. I'm from America. I am American. See, what you say all the time is we are more American than anybody else on this motherfucker. Mm-hmm. We built this country. Go somewhere else is that doesn't really seem appealing to me. That's not really how I don't really rock like that. Like that, to me, that's, again, running from your shit. And I ain't running, fam. It's not really in me.
I think it's some nuance there too, though, right?
Of course it is. Mm-hmm.
I think in a lot of ways I'm African in spirit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm black in behavior.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And experience,
mm-hmm. Right? But I'm African in spirit, right? And I think that Africanness in spirit is why I love us so goddamn much.
Mm-hmm.
Is why I want so much for us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I listened to Del Marie Cobb today too, and she was like, man, she had a neighbor that used to go to Africa all the time, and the neighbor told her, when you go to Africa, it's gonna change your life.
Okay.
And when she went to Africa, she was like, this shit changed my life.
Yeah.
I've never had that African experience to say this is that.
Sure.
Right? But as this American experience and from the inside looking out, I know the influence that black Americans, American descendants of slavery, seems to have on the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We have a prevailing energy that influences the rest of this fucking planet. A small 12% population in a small country essentially has the energy and the vitality to influence the very rest of this fucking planet. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I embrace that level of amazing. I think that shit is beautiful. What's more powerful than me if I can see our influence having this much reach?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
how do you think we'd be received on the continent?
I think it's different on the continent than it is in this country.
Okay.
Right? Because on the continent, they suffer from immense levels of poverty too. And that influence is shaping them from across the sea.
Uh-huh.
Right? It's like these motherfuckers is all rappers. Like there's a store, I think it's Nigeria.
Uh-huh.
It's a clothing store, and the shit is called nigga. Because they hear the word nigga in our language so much, they think it's some cool shit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So their response to us is one way. But then you got to think about those Africans on the continent or on this soil here. What class of people do those Africans represent? Right? What
you talking about back home?
Yeah, what do you have to be in Africa to get your ass over here? Because think about what you got to be here as a black person to get over there.
Africa. You got to cross a big ass ocean, fam.
Right, you got to have some wealth.
You ain't crossing oceans with no resources.
Right, I know people on 95th Street that ain't been to Michigan Avenue.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? So to imagine them people getting to Africa,
it's not even a real thing.
I don't know if that's a real thought.
So if you made it to South Side of Chicago from Nigeria, Kenya,
you coming from
Ghana,
something. You coming from something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You coming from something. So how does that classism shape your opinion, right? Let's think about how Africa really works, right? Most of them who move around in that way usually are moving around for two reasons: one, education, and economics.
Sure.
Right? And both of them education systems and how they move, like they usually move to Britain or England or America. Both of those curriculums and systems are set in white supremacy. So if you coming over here to get educated by this system and you are rooted in a different understanding than that of the ADOS understanding, what could you think of us? But we ain't shit.
Right. And they're taught that. I've seen a documentary about how they're indoctrinated into that shit. Like all the process that they go through to get over here. All through that process is a bunch of black defamation in that shit. Like, y'all don't get over there and start mingling with the blacks. Right? That ain't where y'all want to be. That ain't what y'all want to do. Y'all they this, they that, they this, they lazy, they don't do this, they don't, and they believe that, right? I know a brother he's from Saint Kitts, right? And he was like, yo, I got over here and I had been told all these things about y'all and this and that and the third. He was like, I'm just inquisitive enough that I want to know for myself. And so I started asking questions. I started finding out about people getting these, records early and not being able to get jobs and all those stuff. And I realized the problems with that. But most people ain't digging that deep. I'm coming over here for my purpose. And this is what I'm told, this is what I'm seeing. That's what it is. I don't fuck with them. They lazy, they this, they that. And I think by and large, that is accepted as fact by many people who come from wherever they come from and land here. I think that's just kind of how it is. Cherie says, a whiftable trip to the motherland when outside opens back up. Let's go. I think that'd be dope if we put that together.
Oh, that's a goal, man. I ain't never minimizing the shit. I want to see it.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I think if we do it in a bulk trip, maybe I don't know, even if it's 20, 30 of us, 40, 50 of us to go, whatever. I think that'd be cool.
I salute that. But if I just go by my goddamn self, I'm going to get there.
Yeah, for sure.
I got a goal of getting there. But again, that's beautiful, and I understand the anchoring into this African kind of spirituality concept, right?
Sure.
But if we're gonna rock with that, then everybody on the planet has this same African spirituality rooted in their understanding, because Africa is the birthplace of life, of origin, not just of our origin, of all origins, right? So in that vein, going back to your statement, nigga, this is my land. Period. Right? I can appreciate that, but this is my shit. Right? And because this is my shit, how do I stake claim to what is mine? Right? And as we stake claim to what is mine, then we have, once we anchor ourselves in, then we get to grow out.
You must.
We got to grow out, and that growing out has to be in the attempt to achieve and build power. And that's in the context of what the American paradigm is. And how do you build power in America? Government and economics. That's it. That's it.
That's really all it is. It's ultimately it's a race for resources.
Always.
Like it's a race for resources, and any idea that would lead you to believe that the person who is currently in control of those resources are going to somehow wake up and be like, you know what, you should have them. It's not real, right? You have to demand them. You have to force their hand to get them. For us as black people in America, as American descendants of slaves, we have to have our demand and force their hand on giving it to us. When you talk about reparations, that shit ain't just gonna come. And we've seen how easily it could come, right? Pandemic hit, we got checks for everybody, right? All we asking is for a small percentage of that entire population.
When you break down the numbers of what the experts say is owed to American descendants of slaves as a result of reparations or a result of the entire black experience.
Like 17 trillion?
I've seen it all the way up to like 30 trillion.
Okay.
Right? But if you do the math on the wealth that the 1% has obtained since Barack Obama's first term, it equals the amount of money that is owed to the black community for reparations. And how long have we been denied that opportunity? It's not that the money don't exist.
Y'all print it.
Even outside of that, right? The resources and the wealth is there. Outside
sure
just
it is.
Printing falsified fiat currency,
it's there.
The access is there.
Yeah.
We just don't want to give you shit. Hence, why we are now in this moment of raising the cultural capital of the Latino community, Hispanic community, right? That's why they talk about this state ID, the whatever they call it, ID.
Yeah.
Right? Because
real ID.
It offers a pathway to kind of this fake citizenship shit.
Right.
And it keeps us at the bottom. At the end of the day, man, this shit is a pyramid. And the pyramid needs the bottom. right? It needs a bottom. We've been settled at the bottom strictly because we have on a certain uniform. Our color represents a uniform. It's easy to identify your ass to say you deserve and you should be stay in this caste system at the bottom.
Absolutely.
And if we don't want to be at the bottom, the very nature of this design says we got to put our foot on somebody else's neck. That's the very nature of this design. You can have all that peace be unto you ass bullshit you want to.
The prevailing question is what?
You got to choke somebody the fuck out.
Can you whoop my ass though?
That's what it is.
That's
the game.
really it. And for a plethora of reasons, we found comfort in getting our ass whooped in this particular social construct, right? Now, we tough as hell, right? We're resilient as fuck. And so this idea of somebody coming up to you and whooping your ass, we say, no, hell no, hell no, hell no. Although we've seen video after video after video after video all year long of people coming up to you and putting you in your motherfucking place, and all you do is record it and cry, right? So I don't even know if that's true. Nobody gonna come up and check you. Yes, they are. I see it all the time. They are gonna come up and check you. You're gonna pull out your phone like that's some type of defense. You're gonna cry. You're gonna ask for 100,000 people to like it and let it go viral and share it and all that. That's fine. You still got your ass checked. Now you just got checked on national TV. Like stop getting checked. How about that? Like that's really what needs to be about. But like if we can understand how the thing works and how we've been getting our ass whooped at it for so long, we'll stop playing it or we'll take the fucking game over. That's it. That's it. Stop fucking playing the game. Or start.
And we ain't got to be disillusioned about what that taking the game over means either, right? We kind of romanticize this idea, but I always go back to, motherfucker, it was 17 Cubans. It started out with 80. I don't even want to say Cubans because they really wasn't even Cubans, but it was 83 people that came to Cuba to fight the Batistas.
Right.
Night one, the Batistas knew they punk ass was coming, shot the shit out of them. After that first night, it was 17 of them left. They regrouped and took that shit over. 17.
That's it.
17. Now, they didn't go in fighting with 17, but they built the army out of the core of 17. We ain't fucking playing. Che Guevara wasn't fucking playing, right? Toussaint Louverture wasn't fucking playing.
It's not a game.
Wasn't fucking playing, right? We don't want to be a part of your shit.
No.
Fuck your shit.
No.
We are denying your zero grade reliance. If you say don't spit on the ground, I got to come up with the biggest glob of spit I can and spit the shit out this ground.
It's my duty to do
fuck
so.
Everything you say. Fuck everything you say. When we start approaching this experience in that way, we'll move the needle.
But you know what's crazy about that is we admire and praise and lift up those characters all the time. The Nino Browns, right? Marlo off The Wire. Fuck, Avon off The Wire had the West Side locked down. Marlo could have been like, hey, let me just get on Avon's team and we can all eat. Marlo like, nigga, fuck your team. Okay? I want this. And at the time, Avon had a mob. The whole West Side was Avon shit. But Marlo said, me, Chris, and Snoop will put a bullet in anybody's head you know. And all it takes for that to happen 2 or 3 times. And motherfuckers be like, yo, Chris will kill everybody. Snoop will shoot everybody over here, and Marlo don't give a fuck. And then he take over. That's it. Like that's.
But there's another important scene in that whole dynamic too. Avon and Stringer's having a conversation. And Avon and Stringer's talking about, man, we can move outside of this lifestyle. We can get to this, that, and the third. And Avon responds and he says, well, I guess I'm just a gangster.
Just a gangster, I suppose.
A gangster, I suppose. Right? And what that means is, man, fuck that shit.
He said, I bleed red. You bleed green. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck that shit.
Fuck that shit.
That don't mean as much to me as being the king of this.
No.
This is what I value.
Hey, Mimi, please do not tempt me with a good time. She said, can we get a weekly wire segment on Is Wiz, please? Yo,
shit, we damn near give y'all a weekly wire segment anyway.
Listen, man.
It's The Wire and Chris Rock. That shit gets so much burn over here.
The Wire is the shit, but I'm with that. We got to find a way to work the Wire into the shit every single time. Listen, we got to take our last break. When we come back, we will wrap up the conversation for today and set the stage for Chicago famous Mike Love and Diz coming up next. They will be here from 3 to 6. This is I Said What I Said. His name is 2. My name is Herb. We'll be right back.
WIFTVPN
Whatever happened to you falling in that grocery store?
Your guess is as good as mine. My auntie said she knew someone. I gave her all the information, but that was 3 weeks ago and I still haven't heard anything.
You still got time to talk to the lawyers at the CLN.
The CLN? What's that?
It's the Chicago Legal Network, a group of fraternities that concentrate in many areas of law, especially the laws most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. Plus, all the lawyers at the CLN all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community.
Sounds like I definitely need to contact them.
Say less. I can text you everything you need to know. So if you're ever injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information, or call 773-912-3545. That's 773-912-3545. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation.
Maze Jackson.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them?
Be like May said. Remy said a Jukathon Day.
Man, we about 60 years old. I be done had a heart.
You gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, that not that far.
All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't.
You don't like that, yeah?
I don't like that.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool. I'm out.
How about National Join a Positive Black Organization Day? Because I don't want to be recruiting. I don't want to be recruiting and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
WIFTVPN. Live from What's in It for the Black Media Studio. You're listening to I Said What I Said.
Wait, what did you say?
I said you're listening to I Said What I Said.
I just said that.
I know you just said that.
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Exactly what he just said.
With Herb Howard and Toussaint Werner.
That's about one of the nicest things you've ever said.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And we are back. We are live from the newly minted What's in It for the Black People Media Studios. This is I Said What I Said. Herb Howard, Toussaint Werner here with y'all every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. Thank y'all so very, very much for choosing to be a part of the conversation, too. We were talking about people that, peace to the guys, man. Shout out to Eugene McIntosh, man. He is one half of the Bigs. The other half is the brother T-Tom Terrence Tomlin. They make up the Bigs every Tuesday and Thursday. They are here on What's in It for the Black People Media, 1 to 3 p.m. Two of the dopest brothers. Yo, that was one of the things I really enjoyed about yesterday. I was here all day yesterday, and so I was here for all the shows. So I got to watch On the Soil with the Bigs. I was here for Trigger with Mike. And watching On the Soil, bro, like, the level of respect and admiration for them brothers, like, it was, like, through the roof. Like, they so fucking dope. Like, they got, like, access and content that motherfuckers don't got. The 2016 World Series, when the Cubs made one of the biggest, like, historical moments ever in history of sports, breaking the 100-year curse, these two young black dudes from the South Side, and let's be clear about what Major League Baseball is, even today, it's still a good old boys league, right? So for two young black brothers, independent of any major network, to be in the fucking locker room with the Cubs, drinking champagne with the fucking owner of the Cubs, this billionaire white dude, right, is wild as hell. They are so fucking dope. Make sure y'all rocking with the Bigs, man. Peace to the guys.
I don't give a damn about no baseball, right?
Right.
Geno and T is family though. But I don't give a damn about no baseball. But at the end of the day, man, they got footage of D Rose that the world ain't seen.
Yeah, they do.
And I ain't gonna lie, I'd be like, you niggas is cold.
It's different. It's different. They so cold, man. I rock with them brothers, man. We were just talking about how it's like family up here, man. But like that's for real. I mean, I know that's family for you for real. You and Gene, but like I feel like them is fucking they family. Like that's for real, man. And I have the pleasure of working with them brothers every Sunday at 10 a.m. right here in West End for the Black People Media. We do the Sunday kickoff kickback. We get you set for the slate of games in the NFL on Sunday. So make sure y'all tune in to that. It is me and the Bigs, Eugene, McIntosh, and Terrence Tomlin. Check us out on that because it's pretty dope. We've done 2 so far, and that's pretty fucking dope. But we was talking about the characters that we, admire, that we hail. And, we talking about Marlo and The Wire. And I also mentioned Nino Brown. He walked up to the owner of the Carter and said, and it's broad daylight. You strip this man butt naked and walk him down the street outside his own building and say, you are going to sign this building over to the Carter. You are going to sign the Carter over to the brothers, ain't you? Like, because what you going to do about it? I'm walking you straight down the street with a shotgun to your face. Dude, like, hell yeah, I'm going to sign it over. Smack him on his ass like, go ahead. Go on about your business now.
Gangsta shit works, G. Shout out to, in that vein, the gangsta shit working. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Kane, man. He's giving us updated reports on what's happening with the election. He says Biden is leading Michigan and Nevada. He will win. Both Trump is done. So now we get to see.
Cool.
If Trump is going to hold true to his word, right? If he's going to be the gangster that he's been since he's been in office. Is he not going to leave? Is he going to leave? Is he going to put those 100,000 or those 50,000 lawyers to work because 50,000 is his, 50,000 is Biden? Yeah, how are they going to put those people to work?
Oh, they finna,
right?
they finna
is
go to work.
Is he going to give up power? And how does that look on the streets, right? If they announce that Biden wins this election tonight.
Yeah, it's going up.
What happens, Jim?
It's going up. That's what happens. It's going up. They got Trump rallies all over the country. Not just in motherfucking Mississippi. On the south side of Chicago. Told y'all Monday I drove right through one. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's going up. Now, how y'all gonna respond to that? I don't know. Y'all gonna be scared?
Well, I went and got some ammo yesterday. Shout out to Q for putting me on. I went and got some ammo yesterday.
Yeah, it's necessary. Make sure y'all tune in to Trigger Mike every Tuesday and Thursday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Listen to Trigger with Instructor Mike. He is a firearms expert, and he does not give a single solitary fuck. He going to care about your feelings. He going to tell you what you need to know and give it to you raw and uncut. It's necessary. If you don't know anything about firearms, you need to be in Instructor Mike's classes. Reach out to him. Take the class. It's a 2-day class. Get your concealed carry, but also get the training necessary to understand how to use that firearm. Because Mike says, you take my class without the other training, all you're doing is giving me a weapon I'm going to kill you with.
So Salim says, stand back and stand by.
That was his call.
Shit,
that was Trump's call to his people.
That's real, G.
Like, stand back. We're going to see how this thing play out. But if it don't go our way, send this shit up. And I don't think it's not happening because you see the energy. They ran a fucking Biden-Harris bus. Like they, you know what I'm saying? Like these people, they wild, G.
When they pulled the young white girl over and called her nigga, I said, wait a minute, man.
They're wild. You know what I'm saying? They wild. You with us or you not.
So Felicia Stovall says, yes, my office in the Loop is closing at 3 p.m. today. I want us to just be conscious of what's going on in America, right?
You got a judge telling you that they shutting shit down.
This is a goddamn election cycle, and we are boarding up buildings
in America, my G.
Because of the fear of who may be elected.
The home of democracy.
Think we have the option. If y'all think we have the option of not arming ourselves, y'all are disillusioned.
You're sitting ducks. You are a sitting duck. Prepare yourselves. Look inward for the solutions. Love yourself first. Love your neighbors. Love your community. And lock in. Period. All of this solo dolo, it's all about me and my individual pursuit of the bag. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. And if it doesn't get sent up, which I hope it doesn't, and Joe Biden is able to peacefully take over the Oval, understand what that does not mean for black people.
See, I'm of a different mindset, though.
Okay.
I hope it does get sent up. I ain't gonna lie. I know most people wouldn't agree with that. But I hope it does get sent up. And I hope it gets sent up because chaos is a ladder. And I don't think when it gets sent up, we are gonna be. I don't think it. I don't think it's going to play out like we think it's going to play out. I don't think it's a race-conscious kind of thing.
Sure.
I think when it gets sent up, it's going to be this kind of progressive white person against this, let me say, now I don't even want to use the word progressive. These two warring white ideologies, right?
Right.
Because the way America is set up is such a segregated place that you don't even have access to me. And in order to have access to me, you have to come into the lion's den. And you ain't coming into the goddamn lion's den.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Period.
51st and Evans, what my home is,
Right.
everybody around there got rocket launchers. Them shorties is armed the fuck up. And you afraid of that from the outskirts. So I know you ain't coming up in there unless you coming back by a military force.
That's
Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of Black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your Black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Why? Why? Because someone told a great guy no.
No! God, please, no! No!
And he told that no, and he said, fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and turn that no into next opportunity. That's the latest book I just released. What I tell myself about no, because children who do not understand the power of rejection and the propulsion that occurs inside it becomes adults who can't take rejection. And your next opportunity could be right around the corner if you just understand how to use that no. And that's why we exist at What's in It for the Black People Media Network, because someone took a no and said, I'm going to create next opportunity. You're not silencing the voice, because that's what's in it for the Black people is the truth. Not always that you want to hear. It's the shit that needs to be said, because our ancestors fought and died to give us the right of access. And who the fuck are you to tell me no? Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Mike Love and Diz.
It's another one.
Chicago famous. Mike Love and Diz.
Classic.
Chicago famous. Chicago famous. You're listening to Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz.
Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Don't let nobody stop you.
Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Change is the law of life. If you believe in yourself, you will always find a way.
Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. Afternoons on What's in It for the Black People Media.
W.
Chicago Famous Mike Love and Diz. You almost did it. He almost went into the Dizzy Gillespie plays the sax. He almost did it.
We just need the beats.
Chicago Famous is here. We are back post-election. Mike Love Diz in a world that has turned somewhat upside down. We're here to try to make it make sense.
If 2020 wasn't bad enough for everybody already, along comes the ultimate shit show last night, which happened to be the election. And I told you all last night I was going to detox, I was going to unplug, and the only election I was watching last night was Jimmy Pearson against Fred Davis, trying to win the war to projects and make the Evans family happy. And that's exactly what I did. Matter of fact, I watched the episode 3 times.
Oh, wow.
But after I got done doing all that and transferring Bad Boy Video, I decided, okay, let me turn on the TV and see what's going on. And
what time was this? What time was this?
This was probably about 11:30.
Okay.
So probably around 11:30, I turned on the television, and it was exactly what I thought it was. Well, first I checked out Herb and 2.
Okay.
They were kicking it with May, so I checked in and see what they were up to, and then I clicked on to CNN, then I hit over to Fox. But it was exactly what I thought it was going to be. I was like, yep, here we go. It's starting already. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to give myself maybe an hour of this. I'm going to return everybody's messages on our feed from yesterday, and then I'm going to bed. No need for me to stay up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning watching this madness. Talk to me in the morning when it's over. And as we see, it ain't over.
It ain't over.
It's not over.
It's not over.
It's not even close to being over. The fight has just started. So welcome to Chicago Famous. Welcome. We're here from 3 to 6. We're here for you all to vent. For us, you could hit your comments. Let us know what you think. We're here to take you away from some of that for a little while. Talk about some other things. Relax your mind a little bit. Enjoy it. If you're in Chicago, you know we got great weather today. So, hey, roll the windows down if you're checking us out in the car or whatever. Share the video. Tag your friends in it because we plan to have a good time regardless.
All right. So we'll get away from it a little bit with this. The LL Cool J album, the 14 shots of the dome of all albums,
of all
to
albums,
put there,
right?
Of all LL joints.
That's the one I decided to put on. Dude.
Of all LLs.
So yesterday we were talking about a story where Trump had invited some individuals, African American individuals, to the White House, and a lot of those happened to be rappers. So he was inviting Too Short, he was inviting Money B.
Yeah.
Who else was he inviting? Who am I forgetting? It was Too Short.
He invited Isaiah Washington. He's no rapper.
Eric B.
Eric B.
Of Eric B
and Rakim.
So then we started playing some classic Too Short on the show, and Mike referred to it as old man rap.
Yes.
And I was going to get off the show and stroll home and listen to some good R&B, maybe some Frankie Beverly, some Sly Stone, some Enchantment. But all of a sudden, I started feeling my old man rap vibe.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, let me start digging in my old man rap vibe crate and see what I can pull out. And dude, I started whipping out all type of classic hip hop from back in the day. Now, I can't exactly call this LL Cool J classic hip hop.
No.
Matter of fact, it was like, what the hell is this album? Because
except for Backseat of My Jeep, right?
Backseat of My Jeep, but they had this.
That's
was
the only hit.
This was the same album that gave us such classics as Pink Cookies in a Plastic Bag being crushed by buildings,
which made absolutely no sense.
It made absolutely no sense.
And the first, don't forget the first single. This is how I'm coming.
Yes,
with the fake dropout,
right? Exactly.
At 3/4 into the song. Remember, this is how I'm coming.
Do you remember radio stations actually taking that out?
Right.
Because it was throwing DJs off, and DJs were hitting commercials and
like,
shit.
Oh shit!
And then the record would come back
right.
in.
There's like a 4-second pause, like
for no reason
in the last 40 seconds of the song. It goes, this is how I'm coming, and it just stops. Like a cold ending, that's what we call it in radio.
Right, like the song is over.
But then it comes back 4 seconds later, and if you're on air, like you literally think that's the end of the song.
Right, you think something has went wrong, you're off the air. Oh, is it commercial time? What's going on?
Right,
So programmers all over the country were editing that record because of that unnecessary pause in it. But I just remember him actually bringing this album, the Rap Radio 950, back in the day.
Okay.
And it was funny because Pink Cookies in a Plastic Bag Getting Crushed by Buildings is like a song we actually played on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
And it was that song we're like, dude, what is this all about?
I mean, well, it was still the same loop as
Ain't No Half Stepping.
Yes.
And Jiggable Pie.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a very accessible musical loop. You know, but it's like what he was talking about made absolutely no sense.
He actually, not to cut you off, he actually explained that in a recent interview.
With,
Drink Champs.
All right, come through. Come through. He was saying, like, he finally made it make sense.
He said he was high. He admitted, like, man, we were smoking right before that, and it just came to my head. That was the title. I was high. He literally said that to Nori.
That makes sense, though, because I can just see him high getting the munchies. Like, I want some of them pink cookies. You know the kind? You get in the plastic bag.
Right.
Give me some of them joints. I'm going to crush some buildings coming up on this mic. And he probably was like, I'm going to make a song out of that shit.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is. So that's why it's up there.
Thank you so much, Ron.
Straight up.
And thanks to the Drink Champs for finally making that shit make sense after 25 fucking years.
Right. So, like, after all those classic hits that LL gave us, yeah, he definitely hit us with this one. And this one just kind of went over the top.
But Backseat of My Jeep ended up being also sampled in Just One of Them Days.
Yep.
By Monica. So that was like a hit twice. It wasn't a hit. It was just kind of like the saving grace. It's like, this is still LL coming off of Mama Said Knock You Out.
Right.
So we still were pulling for L because he had made this big comeback. So after the first two singles were complete trash, This Is How I'm Coming and Pink Cookies, then Backseat of My Jeep was like the saving grace. It was like, okay, we can vibe with that one. And if you listen to the song, if you're not familiar with Backseat by LL, if you go on,
go to YouTube.
You can listen to it on YouTube, and then you'll definitely hear like, oh, that's the music from Just One of Them Days, the Monica joint. that she eventually jacked maybe a year or two later.
That's so funny that you mentioned the pause and this is how I'm coming. I totally forgot about that. And I remember us at the radio station editing that out because it was throwing DJs off all the time because, like I said, it was just unnecessary. You know how LL raps. He's hard. He's animated. He's like, and this is how I'm coming. And this is how I'm coming. And everyone was like, what the hell was that? It just froze in time and threw everybody off. Hilarious. If you were playing that shit in the club, it just wrecked your dance floor. Like, everybody was like, okay, what's next? Right. But anyway.
The song's over.
No particular reason why it's there. I just saw it, and we were talking old man rap, and then LL is old man rap.
He is.
He's representing for the first hour of Chicago Famous.
And yet you had a whole Gangstar album that you pulled up, and you could have stuck that there. You could have. Essential old man rap, the Hard to Earn album, or whichever one that was, with the promo cut in it.
I start here and I work my way up.
I get it.
I put this up here and look at that. We got 10 minutes of conversation just talking about old man LL Cool J.
All right. So obviously, in the last few hours, Joe Biden they've called or projected him to be the winner of Wisconsin.
What's wrong with your state, man?
All of this is what they've been telling you the whole time.
Exactly. This should be no surprise to anybody.
Have you guys not been paying attention to the news? Other than, I know COVID, they beating you over the head with COVID. First of all, they've been telling you that Wisconsin, North Carolina, Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania were going to be swing states and they were going to be important. They even said, they meaning the media, said that Wisconsin is probably the most important state in this coming election. Well, now it's past election. So everybody's confused about that now? People are surprised?
And didn't we tell you to call your people in these states yesterday? Don't call your friends in Illinois and be like, hey, girl, I'm just seeing, did you vote today? Like, don't call us here. Call your girls and your boys in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and in Georgia, because those are the states that we knew this whole thing was going to come down to. And like we've been telling you this whole time, like I said, Trump knew this was going to happen.
He knew it.
And if you've been watching the moves this cat's been making the last 3 months, he has set himself up for this.
He's been playing chess whole time.
Exactly. He's been playing chess the whole time.
And the rest of the people playing checkers.
When somebody told him the hurricane was coming, he was like, all right, let me get everything that I need to get together so when the hurricane does arrive, I am prepared for it. That's what this dude has been up to. That's why he was rushing through for the Supreme Court to get his justice in there.
Get his justice.
That's why he was lining up his people. That's why he was watching particular states. That's why he was tracking algorithms in those areas.
He's traveling to those states.
He knew exactly what was going to happen. So,
and y'all sitting here, y'all meaning the people that are on social media, surprised by all of this. I don't get it. I don't understand, like, the outrage, the fear. What's going on? What is that? Is that my computer? Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
Okay, maybe it's my phone.
I didn't know if that was your phone or if that was
it's probably my phone. I don't know. All right, turn the volume
Maybe you bumped the algorithm and you just caught it.
Anyway, I don't understand the outrage. I don't understand the fear. I don't understand people being sick to their stomachs. I don't understand people not expecting it to be close. I don't understand people thinking that Joe Biden was going to run away with this thing. Have you not been paying attention?
Because when you live in this bubble that we call Chicago, it's hard to believe that there's people out there really that are
not
going
just
hard
Chicago,
for Trump.
just Chicago.
But I'm saying people get so comfortable in their own little
area, their bubble,
like, you
their
know what?
personal
I was
bubble.
looking at the map of Illinois. If you were to take out Cook County, Will County, and LaSalle County, this
Trump
state
would have won
be,
this fucking state.
He would have stormed this state. This state would be hardcore red. It just so happens that the biggest population happens to reside in those 3 counties.
Exactly.
So if you were to take those 3 counties out of the state of Illinois, we were just as red as Indiana. Hardcore
just as red. Just as red.
I mean, there was nothing past Will County going south.
Nothing
was blue.
past Kankakee.
Right.
Nothing
From
past
Kankakee down to Cairo, Illinois, it was red.
It was red. It was red all over.
Right.
It was red out
So,
west.
I mean,
it was red up north.
Exactly. So just think about that. Think about that, how close Illinois is when it comes to flipping a state. I mean, like, we can't imagine that people in Illinois would actually go over and bend over backwards for Trump. But when you look at that map and you get outside of the city of Chicago, outside of Cook County, outside of Will County, reality sets in real quick.
Absolutely. And the numbers in Cook County have definitely grown in the last 4 years. People really got to get out of their comfort zones and understand the popularity of this man. Like, it isn't like there are people, I was listening to one radio interview, and I don't agree with this because you and I both voted on Election Day. So there's this feeling that Democrats voted early and that they believe, those are the mask wearers and the people that not only voted early, but they voted by mail because of their fear of COVID. Mm-hmm. And then you have the Republicans, who are the people that voted on the day of the election. And that's not true. Like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, are they calling me a Republican? Are they saying that I'm red? Because that's just I'm just an old man that just likes the old feeling of voting on. And another thing that I knew, and we talked about this yesterday, is that we knew, because all of y'all voted early, that it was going to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy, breezy walking up and voting on Election Day.
Walk right up with no problem.
And it was. It absolutely was. We didn't, unless we voted it at the United Center,
right,
which was the only really cracking spot.
Other than like you said, a lot of people I felt just wanted to vote at the United Center.
Yeah.
Are you ever at the United Center?
Excitement.
No. Let's go vote at the United Center.
Yeah.
Let's do that this year.
We'll stand in line. We're ready.
Right.
Were not not everybody that's a Republican, so that's the thing. It's like, so people expect all of the votes that are coming in to be Biden votes because people feel like all of the Democrats are the ones that voted early, and that's not necessarily the case. So we're going to be watching and seeing what's happening with Wisconsin. Shout out to Kayla's mom, Nadia. She hit me right after I posted because because we go with the real
trusted
sources. Yes,
we were just taught like that from our beginnings of radio. Before we say anything, go to a trusted news source.
Right. So I posted. So I screenshot and posted on my Facebook page the official word that Biden had won the state of Wisconsin, and I was shocked that they called it. But they did call it. That doesn't mean that Trump isn't, like, Trump is still going to he's got his lawyers on the phone, man. Again, this is something that he's been saying from day one. He doesn't trust the mail-in ballot, which was more or less letting you know that mail-in ballots are going to be the things that he is going to and he and his lawyers, and if it goes up to the Supreme Court, that's what they're challenging. Mm-hmm. They're challenging the legitimacy of mail-in votes, because those are the votes, because they're heavy. They do tend to even though I said a few minutes ago, I know that some of those votes are probably for Trump and probably for Republicans. They did tend to skew Democratic. So because he knows that, and because his people told him that, they're like, we need to make sure that in these states, when these mail-in votes come, those are the ones that we're going to test, and we're going to try to get those thrown out for whatever reason. However, whatever they're going to do, and he's got the Supreme. He already had numbers in the Supreme Court. He already had the conservative leaning Supreme Court. He just added another one just for a bonus round.
Just for a bonus round.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me put another one of my peoples in here.
Just an extra.
He set this whole thing up. So, don't act surprised by this. Open your eyes to what's going on here. People went to sleep depressed last night, woke up this morning ready to throw a party. This shit is far from over.
Far from over.
And you know what? And if it turns out that Trump is actually the winner of this, then you know what? You just deal with it for 4 years and get ready for when he's out of here
Yeah.
in 4 years, because you're not going to sit around and try to make another witch hunt out of this whole thing. You did that the first time and he didn't go nowhere, and you're definitely not going to get him a second time. So,
Right.
I mean, like I said, there's just the thing that got me the most is when I was reading this morning that for the state of Wisconsin, somewhere around 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., they discovered 200,000 votes. Like that right there is mind blowing. Like,
Right.
oh, really? They just found 200,000 votes
Right. And
between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m.
And that's what the Trumpers are really hot about.
And let me tell you something. If this election was Barack Obama and Bush, and Barack had basically won this, and all of a sudden somebody told you that 200,000 votes just came out of nowhere for Bush, and that could possibly dethrone Barack Obama from being president, black people would be tearing shit up, going crazy.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that whole thing that, we're talking about, yes, you have to count the votes. Every vote should be counted. But when you hear weird shit like that, that's the type of shit that makes you go, okay, that's just out of left field for real. So what? There was like a Brinks truck of votes that just went off to the wrong road, took the wrong route, showed up like 6 hours later, like, my bad, dog. I went to Detroit.
Right.
I was supposed to come here to Wisconsin.
Here you
like,
go. Here y'all go.
That's crazy.
And it even and one of my guys sent me the actual video of that happening on CNN.
Wow.
Like they were talking about the states, and then it was like, oh, I mean, it was a whole thing. Like, this thing is set up for it to go to the Supreme Court or a higher court, because there's just everything from the Sharpies. We talked about the Sharpies yesterday. Everything from that all the way up to what Diz just said, like 200,000 votes falling out of the sky. And again, if this was your candidate, you would feel the same way. You would want justice.
You
just don't want justice because it's Donald Trump. And you're like, fuck Trump, get him out of here. But I gotta agree and piggyback on what Diz is saying. It's like, if Trump is the president for another 4 years, and they did a sketch on this on SNL, just about how all of the things that they tried to get him on, Russia and collusion and all of that shit, and how none of that shit stuck. It's like, fam, just let the 4 years will go by much quicker if you just deal with the shit in front of you in your life, as about worrying about the fucking president.
Right. What do we always say? Control what you can control.
Right.
It was like, take care of your state.
Right.
Take care of your laws and your regulations and your terms and what you're looking to get accomplished, and stop trying to chase behind this dude who was obviously showed that he can be bulletproof, because everything that they threw at this dude, he ducked. So it was like, don't go back there again.
Yeah, this dude is used to going to court.
Right.
Like,
He's a businessman. Court ain't no big deal to him.
Right.
He's been sued.
This is
He's
what
been going through
doing.
bankruptcy. Like, he's used to that shit. So he's like, all right, I'm down.
Right. And again, they showed you how all of this was going to play out. And I'm just so shocked at people's shock. I'm just like, damn, they told you Wisconsin. They told you, these states, they told you it was going to be some days before all of these states were counted. They told you. Trump showed you every step of the way. Remember when we were concerned about the United States postal system, when we felt that Trump and the person that he had put in place of the USPS, that they were purposely slowing the mail down. So we stepped in as citizens and made sure that the judges knew and that there weren't going to be any problems. Well, we did all of that, and there's still issues and there's still problems, and they still going to be finding ballots late. And I'm telling you, this shit is going to play out just like 2000. Just like, now, my kids were either born in, I have two daughters born in 98 and the year 2000. Okay. So when I explained to them what happened, like, they don't remember. So the 21-year-old doesn't remember 90. She was 2. And the daughter that was born in 2000 definitely doesn't remember. But I'm telling you, Trump is going to go all the way to the top, and he's going to be president again, because he's going to do exactly what Bush did. He's just going to go to the top, and his people are going to be like, yeah, throw all that shit out. Throw it out. Bush is not Bush. Trump is the winner. And y'all just going to have to deal. And then the anger comes out of that. So then there will be.
That's when you got to watch your storefronts.
That's when they're right.
That's when you
the
watch
anarchy,
your storefronts.
That's when the anarchy gonna hit.
That's when it goes up.
Right. So this now them putting the bridge. They can put the bridge down on Wabash. Put
They
the bridge
sure can.
down.
Put the bridge down
Put the
because ain't
bridge
nothing
down.
about to happen.
Ain't shit going down. Ain't shit going down till they say Donald Trump is your United States president for 4 more fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a break. On the other side, ask Diz and more banter about the election, man. It's the biggest story. It's the thing everybody's
Hey, you know what? I'm going to throw something out there to people that are checking us out on YouTube Live and on Facebook Live and everybody in the chat. What's up, y'all?
What up?
About something that I noticed at my polling place yesterday, and I want to know, did anybody else notice this besides me? So we'll talk about that after the break. Coming back at you right here on Chicago Famous.
Yeah.
WIFTBPM.
Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Why? Why? Because someone told a great guy no.
No! God, please, no! No!
And he told that no, and he said, fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and turn that no into next opportunity. That's the latest book I just released. What I tell myself about no, because children who do not understand the power of rejection and the propulsion that occurs inside it becomes adults who can't take rejection. And your next opportunity could be right around the corner if you just understand how to use that no. And that's why we exist at What's in It for the Black People Media Network, because someone took a no and said, I'm going to create next opportunity. You're not silencing the voice, because that's what's in it for the black people is the truth. Not always that you want to hear. It's the shit that needs to be said, because our ancestors fought and died to give us the right of access. And who the fuck are you to tell me no? Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
Jackson.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them?
Be like me said. Randy said a Jukathon Day.
Man, we're about 60 years old. I be done had a heart.
You gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, not that far.
All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't. You don't like that? Yeah. I don't like that.
Because I'm the boss of this thing.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right. Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool. I'm out.
About National Join a Positive Black Organization Day, because I don't want to be recruiting. I don't want to be recruiting and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
WIFTBPM.
In all my years of radio, I've never seen anything like this.
You're listening to Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. So hit it.
Chicago Famous Mike Love and Diz back. All right, breaking news. Thank you to Nia B for sending this via Twitter. Joe Biden is projected by CNN to have won another blue state, or he's turned another red state blue. Joe Biden has won Michigan. Michigan. So that has narrowed the path to 270 electoral votes. Joe Biden is now at 253 electoral votes. So he gets the 16 electoral votes from Michigan. He got 10 from Wisconsin earlier today. So a very productive day for the Biden campaign. And Trump is at like 216. So
but we still got Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Maine, Georgia, Arizona, Alaska.
Yeah.
So there's still a multitude of states out there. So, like I said, it ain't over yet. And even if they do count all these things up, it's going to court. We already know that.
Yeah, he already told us. Early in the day. He told us Michigan and Wisconsin. He's taking that to court. So all of this is going to court. Trump told you from the jump, man.
Yep.
Remember when they were asking Trump and they were saying, so if you lost the election, would you go quietly? Will there be a peaceful change of power?
Yeah.
And he was
like that drunk dude that you tell him he has to leave the club. Good luck with that shit.
And he was like,
excuse me, sir, you're going to have to leave the club. Wow, I ain't going nowhere. Uh-oh. Go get the security guards. Here we go.
Donald Trump told y'all who he was. He's been telling you for 4 years. It's not going to be quiet. And again, the outrage and anger is going to come when Joe Biden wins. This is my prediction. So Joe Biden is going to get to 270 first, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be projected as the next president of the United States. And this shit is going to go to court, and it's going to go up all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they're going to be like, nope, Donald Trump's the president, and that's when the shit is going to hit the fan. That's when the bridge is going to go up. That's when the buildings need to be covered, because that's when everyone that is angry now is going to get angrier.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when the looting starts, and that's when the purge. So I'm going to be chill. I'm going to be chill the whole time. And, I'm going to ask y'all to be chill if you need some insight on how to be chill and calm during this time. Just hit me.
We're here for it.
Yeah, we're here for you. All right.
Something that I noticed yesterday when I went to go vote. All right, so you all help me with this, all right? So from what I understand, when you walk into your polling place, you can't wear anybody's, like I couldn't walk in with a Joe Biden shirt.
Or a pin
or a pin or anything like that, right?
Right.
That's true.
That is true, as far as I know.
Now, I could take my What's in it for the Black People piece of paper in, or I could take the Chicago Tribune,
yes,
and that helps me vote, right?
I can do that, yes.
Okay, all right. So as I put my ballot down, I looked up, and there was a little example that they had up here, and they had 3 fictional names up there. And basically what it showed you is 3 names and then the little oval, and it showed one of the ovals that was drawn in with the Sharpie.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what your ballot should look like. So if you're voting for somebody, you see these 3 people, pick your person and fill in your little circle, and that's what it should look like.
Got it.
All right, so I'm looking at the 3 names up here, and, they're all fictional. It's not like they put, anybody that's running for office in there. This is just an example to follow.
Got it.
But did anybody notice that one of those example names was John Legend?
I didn't know. I didn't even notice. I
only know that because John Legend gets on my last nerve. If there was somebody that I would never have to hear from ever again musically, it's John Legend. Do I think he's a nice guy? I think he's a nice guy. And I think he means well. But his music, I don't ever have to hear a John Legend record ever. But then I got to thinking, this dude has been hardcore campaigning for the donkey. Like, he has been out there running the donkey flag all over the country.
Whole time.
And they used his name as an example. And I was like,
that had to piss off the Republicans.
Right. I was like, sooner or later, somebody's going to catch that, and it's going to go out. I don't know if that was just in my polling place.
It might have been. I didn't notice that.
Or if anybody else recognized that John Legend's name was put in the little example, because I was like, that dude is super pro-donkey, and all of a sudden they got his name up there. So, I mean,
incredible.
It didn't change my mind any, because celebrities don't make up my mind for me.
Right.
But just the fact that it was there and I saw it, and I was like, okay, that's peculiar.
Let me go for
that's interesting. I meant to bring that up yesterday, but
of
course today, John Legend's all over Twitter and he's saying what he's got to say, and I was like, okay, did I see that right? Was that his name on the example? So you all let me know in the chat if you saw that as well at your polling place, or if that just came off the top of my head. But I swear to God, his name was up there with 2 other people. Now, those 2 other people, one of them could have been a Trump supporter or a Green Party supporter. I don't know. If that's the case, then I guess it's even Steven.
Yeah.
But I can't remember who the other 2 people were in the example. I just know that one of them was John Legend.
I did not. In my little booth, all I noticed was I had my little cheat sheet, and I had my ballot, and I already knew what to do. So I don't even remember seeing an example. That's not to say that there wasn't one there.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't remember seeing it.
Right.
So John Legend of invading the ballot box.
Okay, I know this is going to sound really
He's going to be president
crazy.
One day now. You know,
right,
you know that's what that means, right?
Well, hell, if Kanye can run, he's going to run against Kanye. Can you imagine that?
They're going to be on the same ticket in 2024. This is going to be West Legend. The West Legend ticket. West Legend ticket.
Oh my God! Here we go.
Right?
Starting already for 2024. All right, you know people pay attention to what we do up here on Chicago Famous, and I'm looking at the chat, and people are already saying, dude, where's Benny?
Oh, yeah. I took Benny out of the bag. He's coming back. He'll be back next week.
Okay.
You know, we're moving things around up here in the What's in It for the Black People studios.
Yeah, yesterday was crazy.
Yeah, so it's just been a whole lot of moving shit around, and I'm just not laying Benny around. Y'all know how I feel about Benny. They're just
checking on you. That's why they do know how you feel about Benny, and that's why they're just doing a temperature check because they're like, he's not there.
Believe you me, if it was a problem and an issue with Benny, I would have been like, they got Benny again, and I would have went on.
He's gone to the Jets. He's no longer here.
Benny's with the Jets. I'm still saying that was a live record. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you tell me that whistle was live and it was on beat.
So we're talking about the live audience in the version of Elton John's Benny and the Jets.
Right.
So from what the record says, it says that is not a real audience. That was some fake audience noise they piped in over that record. But yeah, like Mike said, it was funny because it's actually on beat. I don't think how they can get a fake audience to be on beat. I don't know. So.
I mean, somebody in the studio whistle. But, I mean, it was the first time we all heard that song. So, you know, how could it have been live considering nobody in the audience would have heard it before?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So how are you responding in such a grand way to a song you've never heard? So I like to have fun and say that it was really live, but I'm sure it was fake live because, again, like, people don't respond like that to a song they've never heard before, ever. I don't care how cold the record sounds.
I don't know, maybe Lou Jackson or Ryan or Carla or Renee, maybe y'all know. We don't know. We're just telling you what we think.
All right, so let's keep it moving. Our Ask Diz question of the day. What will never be the same again once the pandemic is over?
The entertainment industry. That's an easy one. The entertainment industry is changed from now on. Like, I think eventually restaurants will come back. I think people will go back out to dining, but I can't see packed clubs and concerts like we were so used to attending and seeing them the same. And that is because this COVID thing is really never going to go away. It's probably going to morph somewhere down the road, a couple years, 3-4 years down the road. All of a sudden, after they think they got it under control, it changes again, and it pops its ugly head back up again. And I say that because what's really going on here, what's really has come to the forefront with all this COVID information and this COVID situation is insurance. Insurance is a big deal. Like, and when it comes to buying insurance to cover your business, to cover your events, if somebody claims they got COVID at your concert, at your event, that is going to be a major deal. And insurance companies right now are scrambling, trying to figure out how they're going to make this work. I was actually listening to the Freakonomics podcast, and they had a really interesting podcast up the other day. And they were talking about people, like 1 out of 3 businesses has personal interruption insurance. And what that means, let's say you have a business. Let's say you have, a restaurant.
Okay.
And like our girl was talking about yesterday with
like Krishan.
Like Krishan
Lampley.
Actually, that's a bad example because she said her insurance didn't cover that flood. What happened? It didn't cover the baby. But that's the whole thing with insurance. You think you're getting something to cover unexpected accidents like what she experienced.
But they'll be like, oh, you were covered for flooding, but not flooding if
exactly.
if wipes
you're
were
covered
involved.
for a storm flooding, but not a toilet flooding. Right, so with this whole COVID thing,
that's why insurance is the biggest.
Your business was interrupted. And if it was interrupted because a bomb went off on the block and tore up the block or something like that happened, then they would reimburse you for all the money that you're missing up that the days your business is closed. But it did not cover COVID. It did not have language in there for a pandemic. So now here's dude owns his bed and breakfast. Nobody can come because the governor says we're going to close these businesses down, and I don't want these people to go out and your business is closed until I say you can open it. And the insurance company is saying, well, if you check the language of your contract, it doesn't cover pandemic situations. So all these people who thought they bought that insurance to cover that situation are all now hung out there with their ass in the wind because they're like, yo, I can't open up my business and my insurance company is not going to cover me. So they're out hunting the Aflac duck right now because they're like, I'm going to shoot that motherfucker because I thought I was covered.
But see, that's why.
And now my business is about to fold.
That's why I say that insurance is the biggest scam in,
oh my God,
in the
it's
country.
such a scam.
It's so needed. but like you need life insurance, you need health insurance, but insurance is the biggest fucking scam in our nation. Other right under healthcare. Healthcare and insurance, I know that they can be interchangeable, but insurance, you always find out that you're not covered for some shit that you thought you were covered for after you have the big flood or the big pandemic hit. Oh, we're sorry that the language doesn't cover pandemics.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know I needed pandemic insurance.
Exactly. It's all in the language. It's all in the terms and conditions. And if you are not somebody that really knows how to read that stuff properly, yeah, you get hung out there with your ass in the wind because you're like, okay, I didn't realize that. Like, I didn't know. I bought flood insurance, but it covers if we have a cloud open up and flood my house, but it doesn't cover if the landlord decides, you know, to break a pipe or it freezes over the winter and my house gets flooded. So that doesn't count. A flood is a flood.
Or sewer.
Or sewer backup or something like that. So this whole COVID-19 is really wreaked havoc on insurance companies because now they're caught out there writing different language in and people are trying to cover it. So when it comes to the entertainment industry, you think about concerts and you think about nightclubs, you think about places where people are packed in. I mean, look at the videos we be playing on Fridays.
Right.
You know, when we do. I mean, you're talking like 500 people squeezed onto a boat. I mean, we are literally shoulder to shoulder, you know, and, you know, if that was to happen today and somebody was to claim that they caught COVID on our boat jam, they would probably sue the radio station or sue Clear Channel or whoever it was. And they got to be prepared for those things. And nobody wants to go to court and deal with lawsuits. So that type of stuff will be cut out when you think about what they're doing now with drive-ins now and Zoom calls and all this virtual type stuff. I mean, you know, like I said, if you want to see where the future of entertainment is going, keep your eye on the gamers. Any of you all out there that got teenagers, especially teenage boys who can't put their phone down, who are just hardcore gamers. They've been on Twitch for like the last 4 years.
Got the sticks in their hands at all times.
Watch them, because their technology and where they're going is where we will eventually end up. They're just ahead of us on this. This virtual reality thing that they got going on, this Call of Duty and all this type of shit, when you see the goggles and the things that they're creating so they could actually be in the game itself, I mean, this shit's like Tron for real. Like, it's some real shit. Eventually, that's what our concerts are going to be like. You will be able to put on a suit or a helmet or some shit, and you'd swear to God you are sitting in the front row of a Beyonce concert. I mean, you will feel like you can just reach out and actually touch her. I mean, it's a long way from virtual reality from the 80s and the 90s. Whether they're taking this shit now is mind-blowing. So, I mean, I think, that's just me personally, watching the gamers, watching the entertainment industry, that is an industry that is no longer going to be like we know it. And that stuff that we got on our videotapes from the 50-yard line and from the boat jams and from the United Center and all that shit, we're not going to see times like that coming up anytime soon.
So, when it comes to so that's concerts. So you think like, all right, so let's look at the what do they call the festivals? What about festivals? What about the house festivals downtown? What about the Chosen Few festivals?
Yeah, I think all this stuff is going to find its way into virtual reality eventually, because I don't think that, I mean, you know, if you're going to put on a festival like this, it's already costing you a lot of money. And you've already got to raise your price point to meet the demand of what you got to pay for, whether it's porta potties, whether it's fencing, whether it's ticket sales, whether it's security.
Insurance.
Now, all of a sudden, they're going to drop this insurance bill on your ass. And trust me, this insurance bill is going to be a monster once they're done with it. And you won't be able to throw an event unless you have that. It's kind of like you're not supposed to drive a car unless you got insurance.
Got it.
So you get caught out there throwing a festival and you don't have this, you don't have the proper COVID insurance for this or pandemic insurance, because we could go from COVID to something else.
COVID-24.
SARS can come back.
Shout
Ebola,
out to that new,
whatever. Some new shit will always
shout
pop
out to
up.
that new Michael Bay movie. I saw the trailer.
Right.
COVID-24 is coming.
Exactly.
Fuck
So,
that.
I mean, you know, while we sit around here getting our COVID-19 insurance, motherfuckers in the lab are like, don't worry about COVID-19. Wait till this other shit show up in a couple years. And you ain't got insurance for that. So then all of a sudden it's like, oh, no, what am I going to do? And you're out there in the wind again. So, yeah, I just think it's going to be a hard slaying for promoters.
Do you think it's going to continue like what Defected is doing and like what Chosen Few tried to do this year with the all right, we're in one specific location and everybody log on to YouTube and watch? You think that's going to be out and it's going to be more virtual reality?
Yeah, and I think, but again, what we were seeing this year was you log onto your computer and there's your DJ playing records and you're like, eh. And most of us looked at that and we were like, okay, but it's definitely not the same feel because, again, I personally believe that the Chosen Few DJ picnic now is definitely more of like a big ass Chicago class reunion.
It is.
Like, I don't think a lot of people give a damn about the music anymore. I don't think they give a damn about the DJ. As long as they hear a few records that they know, then it's okay. It's not like it was years ago when people went there to actually hear something new or walk away with that like, God, I want to be down with that. Now it's all about the Dunbar section and the Lane Tech section and the Taft section and the Marshall section because it's like a big ass school reunion and everybody's there having a good time. And the social atmosphere is what makes that event so great.
Right.
And the music basically becomes secondary.
Okay.
So going forward, you couldn't get that when you were watching it online over the summer. You were like, okay, I'm watching the DJ play, but, you know, at that time, every DJ was playing live.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there were DJs playing. I mean, it was a dime a dozen. Every time you went on Facebook, there was a million DJs playing.
Right.
So just because, you know, and everybody was basically playing the same music. This dude's playing that song, then the next DJ plays the same song, the next DJ played the same song. So it kind of took the whole specialty away from it. So I think going forward, once again, watch the gamers. When they figure out a way where you can actually be a real part of the virtual experience, not just somebody sitting back watching it like, okay, yeah, I'm watching this, but actually to be a
Immersed
part of
in
it,
it.
immersed in it, to be an actual part of it, that's when it will change.
So
and be a little more
old
interesting.
motherfuckers going to have the VR goggles. So
Like I said, it's a lot different. You think about the old days when they had the big old mask on your face, and what was the movie? Demolition Man.
Okay.
That was one of the movies where they had Sandra Bullock was talking to Sylvester Stallone, and they were having virtual sex with these big ass helmets on or these goggles.
Right.
The shit today, it's just gonna look like our regular glasses. Like,
Okay.
and they'll be able. They put the earbuds in, and they got the glasses that go around. You're looking like dude from Star Trek or whatever. But I mean, it's crazy how realistic it looks. There was a dude. I got a shout out to my little guy AJ, who's my helper at the farmer's market, and that's Chantel Little's son. You'll see her in the chat.
What up?
She's the one that runs Al Shani's. But he put me up on this. There was a guy who's involved in this who put himself in a virtual world in his house. So he got he made the earbuds, he had the goggles on, whatever he put on, and he basically made his house into his virtual world. And he lived in his house for a month with all his virtual shit on. So when he walked to the kitchen, he was actually walking to the kitchen in his house, but his kitchen was actually raggedy and blue. But if you looked at it through his eyes, shit, he had a big ass mansion kitchen.
Wow.
He would turn on the water. It was the actual faucet, like all of that shit. It was just fascinating.
Okay.
And he lived that way for an entire month. And then he took the goggles off and it just went back to some regular life shit. But I mean, talk about some Avatar crazy ass tech shit. But
Yeah,
that's
that's
where
wild.
the world is going.
Okay.
It's hard to wrap our brains around it because
is.
we're old dudes and we're just
It is.
I can't understand that shit. I'm still playing Pac-Man. I don't know what you all are talking about. But that shit is coming and it's real. And this little gamer world, it's an entirely different thing.
That's funny. And restaurants in a pandemic, restaurants will eventually morph. They'll morph. Will they stay kind of the same? You know, it seems like, you know, the halls that I was speaking of a couple of weeks ago, it seems like that is going to be a direction that restaurants are going in. You know, obviously, look, they just shut restaurants down again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, dining in.
I think fast food restaurants will all become double drive-through restaurants. Like, I mean, how many times have you actually went to McDonald's and actually sat in McDonald's and ate your meal? Like, back in the old days, people did that shit all the time. My mom always took me to McDonald's and we all sat around and we ate our meal.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, who the hell really goes into Burger King and sits there and eat? When was the last time you went to Wendy's and actually sat down and ate a Baconator in Wendy's? This shit doesn't happen. So you're going
Right.
to look at these restaurants and they're going to become double drive-throughs. They'll have a drive-through on the left, drive-through on the right. So you just pull up, get your food, and keep it moving because
Right.
nobody wants to be inside these little small restaurants anymore.
That's going to be interesting. And it'll be interesting to see how restaurants morph. I know that they've been trying to stay with all of the changes, and there have been companies that have spent thousands of dollars, and with the state of Illinois basically being shut down now, it basically is those people throwing all that money out of the window. So I think I don't know if going virtual for restaurants will be in the future, but I do see more takeout and less dining in. I think what I've been saying the most is that everything that we see affected right now is going to be the things that are changing forever. And that's, school, events, clubs, sports, there's still, those things will still exist, but they're showing us the world with it different. So you won't be going on a college campus. Most people will be working remotely. They're showing you how to work remotely as opposed to going in an office. So all of these things, restaurants, carry out and takeout will be bigger. I was just thinking about this. Like, it's so funny that people fought Netflix and chill for so long. Like, women wanted to go, you ain't finna Netflix and chill me. You ain't finna come to my house and watch no Netflix and shit. That's really finna be the future. Like, you can't take your girl to a restaurant anymore. So it's so funny to see people still talking about dates on how these guys don't take me out for dates. Nobody's really taken anybody out on a date since February, early March.
Yeah,
So,
and I think some of these big restaurants, I mean, we're talking like steakhouse joints. I think what eventually they're going to do, I think eventually they're going to just scale back their hours. Like some of these restaurants that are, big time steakhouses or something, instead of them being open 7 days a week, maybe they'll only open up 4 days a week. And then when they open up 4 days a week, they're going to charge those 3 days that you're missing. They're going to reflect that in the price of that steak that you pay for, because then it becomes an exclusive thing. Then all of a sudden, like, if you want to come here, you got to make sure you got a real reservation, and it makes it like a really hot shit go out type thing.
Right.
So, because a lot of those mom and pop restaurants, they don't want to close. They're not trying to put in extra drive-throughs. They're used to people coming in, relaxing, sitting down. I'm one of those people. I love a good restaurant. I love to sit down, get cozy, let it be nice and dark and chill and eat what I got to eat. I'm just that type of dude. But the climate is changing.
So what do you do now? So what do you and Felicia do now when it's like,
I'm a cook.
All right, but you've been cooking the whole time.
Yeah, but I've really cooked now. So again,
so you're saying to me that your cooking is like women,
dude, I'm
like
badass.
No, I'm not denying that. Understand, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that women are like, that's nice. I need to get the fuck out of the house. So how are you dealing with that?
So let me tell you something. If you take the time out to go out and get a real good steak, and you get real good sides, and you got the house smelling good, and you marinate it, you know what you do? Then you go in there to where you got your dining room with the table in there. You put a real tablecloth on there. You put some nice flowers on the table. You put some nice candles on there.
Mr. Romantic.
Don't necessarily have to be romantic, just setting up an atmosphere.
Got it.
Atmosphere is everything.
It is.
So it's like, it doesn't have to be gotcha draws all the time. Sometimes it just has to be nice. So you set up that table that's usually cluttered with your keys and with your phone and with magazines and junk mail and all that shit. You actually clear that shit off and set it up and serve the meal and take a break from the television, take a break from the radio, and actually sit there, eat, and have a conversation. Sometimes you'll feel like you're right back at a steakhouse. And if you can cook, that's even a plus, because now we're sitting there eating a really good meal, because I will put my cooking skills up against the best of them. I love to cook, and I love to make it fresh, so it works for us.
All right, let us know, ladies, in the comments. Let us know if you feel like that type of thing that Diz just described would be.
They gonna tell me, fuck your fort, little nigga. Take me out.
Let us know if you feel like that is a good replacement for a night out on the town. Let us know if there are no more night outs on town, or maybe 1 or 2 a year. Let's say technically, we're making a night on the town an event, like what Diz was saying. So now a night on the town is an event. You're only doing it once or twice a year. Are you okay with that being your night out? Your night out is now in the crib, and you got a real live chef throwing down.
Yeah, and I know it's hard for some of you all, because maybe you got kids at the house. So that makes it different because you can't exactly sit there and be all romantic or have a nice atmosphere when you got kids running around watching SpongeBob and shit. So that I understand. I'm just only speaking from how I set it up.
I like that. Let's take a break. On the other side, we got headlines. It is Chicago Famous. 1 hour down, 2 more to go. Still on the show.
Because it's Chicago Famous.
TVPN. Introducing your trusted source for high-quality black emojis, better known as Blackmoji. We believe black is beautiful, and that beauty should be reflected in the digital market. Now there is an app that does just that, starting with Black Greek letter organizations. Blackmoji D9 offers more than an emoji app. It is a cultural experience of black excellence. Download the app in the Apple or Google Play Store to access a specially curated catalog of emojis representing the Divine Nine. Use the emojis to celebrate Black Greek events, acknowledge current events, support social causes, and learn about esteemed Black Greek members who blaze the trail of Black history. A portion of every subscription goes toward a scholarship fund specifically for members of Black Greek letter organizations to help keep the legacy alive. Download the Blackmoji app today.
Maze Jackson.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them?
Be like me said. Remy said a Jukathon Day.
Man, we about 60 years old. Be done had a heart
You
attack.
gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, not that far.
All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't.
You don't like that, yeah.
I don't like that.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool.
I'm out. How about National Join a Positive Black Organization Day? Because I don't want to be recruited. I don't want to be recruited and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
All right, ready? I kick it now? All right, let's go. Can I kick it? Hey, it's Mr. Tell Me When the Beat Dropping. You know I'ma get it in hotter when the heat drop. All about my dividends, higher than a treetop. You niggas is cherry stems, I'm getting that long bread. Catch me eating every inch. My flow is intelligent, your flow is irrelevant. Style so elegant, they say I was heaven sent. Scared I ain't never been. Orally I represent. Pardon me, the heart in me is telling me to never been better than I ever been. Bars for the hell of it. Crunch time, punchlines heavy as an elephant. Dimes are my preference. Sick, I need medicine, lieutenant. When I'm spitting, bitch, you fucking with a veteran. Pause. Now I'm about to really go in. Cause my punchlines hotter than some buffalo shrimp.
What, you gonna cut it at the cuss words?
Right, you just right, exactly.
Come on,
Ron.
Come on.
Don't you got a break, or you just one of them rappers that just goes on and on?
I'm
You put the cuss word. You put the cuss word there, man. You put the word there. Don't.
We're gonna let you just go to the break, and then we were gonna just jump in. We're DJs. That's how we do. We don't talk over the vocals.
Exactly. Good shit, man. Good shit. That's our own
Ron
Ron.
said he's a veteran, so you old schooler, the gamer, huh?
OG with it.
Okay.
I mean, he came with lyrics. Like he was just a rapping ass rapper on that one.
Right. We're gonna put you in touch with Money B.
We appreciate that, man. Thank you for rapping. We come from rap. You know, obviously you come from rap because I can hear samples and you know it's just.
And speaking of rap, you see I flipped the album. Look what's up there now.
Shauna's
album.
Shauna.
There's somebody we need to get on Chicago
Worth
Famous.
the wait.
What is Shauna up to nowadays?
Let's see, which one is this? This is Worth the Wait, yeah.
We actually did the release party for that. You remember that?
Nope.
I still have the big ass thing that, when GCI used to make those great big foam boards. They were like as big as this damn TV back here. I still have it. It's actually on the wall in the garage. So yeah, I remember taking that. I took 2 of those. I took Shauna's, and when we did the Bow Wow listening party, I took his as well. Because he signed his, and it's up on the ceiling in the garage.
Other than RPM is the only song I remember on this.
Right, because Pussy Poppin' was on what? Was on
That
Ludacris
song,
or Disturbing the Peace?
That's the Disturbing the Peace album.
All right, yeah.
Yeah. But Getting Some Head was on the second album.
Right.
But RPM is the shit. Dun, 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 dun. That's my shit. That shit used to go super hard. All right. It is time for headlines. You see it in the back. Headlines. Obviously, the big story in the world right now is and we've been touching on it. We've been talking about it. 2 states down since I made my notes. Georgia and Wisconsin have officially gone by way of Joe Biden, and we're still waiting on Alaska. We're still waiting on Arizona.
So with Wisconsin being in this mess that's going on, and you being from Wisconsin, have you talked to your peoples? What are your people saying?
I wanted to reach out to somebody today. I was like, we got to get somebody from Wisconsin on.
Tony Neal or Wolf D. Like, yo, what's happening, fellas?
I could have got. I just.
Cuckoo Cal. You got the hook up.
Cuckoo Cal is in Atlanta now, from what I understand. He moved.
Okay.
I think a good person to get on would have been my daughter's mom, Nadia, because she actually worked for the Wisconsin version of the Biden campaign.
True.
Like, she really, and I talked to her today. Go figure. But, we ain't always on good terms. So,
She told you, fuck your fort, little nigga. I ain't coming on that
fuck
shit.
your show. I ain't Chicago famous.
Right. Did you log on for virtual learning today? Did she make it to school on time this morning, motherfucker? I just want to know.
So she did hit me. She did FaceTime me because she saw that I posted that Biden won Wisconsin, and AP announced it. So she had been getting texts during the day. So being a Wisconsinite born and raised, it's hard for me to get, first of all, because I've been saying fuck Biden the whole time anyway. So it's, I'm not like super happy for the state of Wisconsin. I know that people want Trump out so bad, but Trump ain't going nowhere. I still say Trump ain't going nowhere. That doesn't make me a Trump supporter. Again, I did not vote for the motherfucker, and I was not going to vote for him. That said, I'm just a realist. I'm a realist in my own mind. Like, so much of us as black, like, we hope this shit works out. We hope that this motherfucker decides, but look where hope has gotten us. Hope ain't gotten us very, very much over the last 400 years. So this motherfucker is not. So for me, just to answer the question, I'm happy for her because I know the hard work that she put in, and she shed tears today. She was a straight Bernie girl. Like, she worked on the Bernie Sanders campaign. Like, that's how far away from Joe Biden. As a matter of fact, she was working on the Biden campaign, still like fuck Biden. But they felt like, we need people like you on this campaign because you're going to keep it 100 with us. So we need some people that don't fuck with Joe to come on board. So she's been on board for months, and she's been working hard, and she FaceTimed me, and we talked for a few minutes. And like I said, she had shed a few tears, and, she's happy. But again, their work may or may not be done. I'm not sure, but Donald Trump's work sure the fuck ain't done.
It sure ain't done.
So
It's going to go on and on, trust me.
Yeah, I'm not trying to piss in anybody's Cheerios. We'll take the small victories, and again, when they declare him president of the United States, or a president-elect, or whatever they call it after you win, that's going to be short-lived, because that's when Don really goes into, that's when the real party
That's when it's
starts.
going to get real.
Yeah.
That's when you pull the bridges up, okay?
Exactly. And
that's when you pull the bridges up.
That. So we're still waiting on Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, Maine, and Michigan and Wisconsin have been called. So it's still wait and see for a lot of it, but there's still a lot of votes to be counted. And Trump's campaign again immediately requested for a recount in Wisconsin. Like, let me play that. Let me find that video. We were talking about that earlier. How you said they found like 100,000, 200,000.
Like 200,000 votes between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning.
Right.
Just fell out of the sky.
Out of the sky.
Oh, yeah, by the way, we forgot these 200,000 that we got sitting right here.
Right.
Like, what? Because trust me.
We're missing various parts of the equation.
All right, hold on. Let me mute that and make it bigger. That's what she said. All right. So let me play you guys this video. Somebody recorded this off of the TV. You know, people point to phone.
Like old school.
Right.
That's how we used to record songs off the radio.
Exactly.
Point the tape recorder at the radio.
Exactly.
Shh, everybody be quiet.
Right. People are doing that with the TV. Who knew that was one day
like
going to be a thing?
We was doing that shit back in the 70s. What are you talking about,
like,
dude?
son, like, we've been doing this. What is you on? What is you on? All right. So let's play you guys this video.
We're missing various parts of the equation to know definitively where things are going, and that, whoa. All right, hold on a second. No. Look.
This is live on CNN.
Right. We're getting new information. We'll go through it. Pull it all the way out. Votes are coming in right now. Let's pull all the way out to the state of play here, and let's see what's going on, because we're getting real. I know that's what Phil Manning, like, we're getting new information in right now, and one of the things you don't get to see is actually what's going on in my head with all the different voices. And that's before I'm on television. But tonight...
And he's basically talking about his directors and producers.
He just looked at that like, what the fuck just happened? Like, he couldn't believe that shit.
Right.
Like,
Right.
wait a minute, what? Wait, the number jumped that much in like 5 minutes? Like, that is so criminal when you think about it.
All right,
like,
so let's go back to the beginning. Let's take it back. This is live on CNN. And again, he has, I mean, you guys seen TV. You know, they got the inner ear, and his producer or director is telling them what's up. All right, let's take it back.
We're missing various parts of the equation to know definitively where things are going, and that, whoa.
Whoa.
All right, hold on a second. No. Look, Joe Biden just took the lead in Wisconsin. Right.
Joe Biden took the lead in Wisconsin.
We'll go through it.
So he's talking to him in his
Pull
ear.
it all the way out. Votes are coming in right now.
This
Let's
is
pull all the
Milwaukee
way out to the
County,
state of play here. Let's
where
see
I'm
what's going
from,
on, 'cause
born and
we're
raised.
We're getting real. I know that's what Phil Manning, like, we're getting new information in right now, and one of the things you don't get to see is actually what's going on in my head with all the different voices, and that's before I'm on television. But tonight we just got new information in on Wisconsin, and it has changed the state of play in the state for now. Okay, right now Joe Biden is 11,381 votes ahead, with 89% estimated reporting. Two questions. Where did it come from, and what is left? What can we answer? So let's start with this baseline. Before this information dump came in, Donald Trump was up by 109,000 votes. Now Joe Biden is up by 11,381.
All right, let's take that back right there. Right there.
Right.
Right there. All right.
9% estimated reporting. Two questions. Where did it come from, and what is left? What can we answer? So let's start with this baseline. Before this information dump came in, Donald Trump was up by 109,000 votes.
All right.
Now,
Donald
Joe
Trump
Biden
was
by
up
9,000 votes.
All right. They get this update.
11,381.
And now he's up 100,000. So 200,000 votes fell out of the sky.
Fell out of the sky.
You don't fucking think Trump and them ain't all over that?
Right.
This shit ain't over,
So
motherfuckers.
you mean to tell me that Ray was out like doing his mail routes and all of a sudden decided, oh damn, I was gonna go away this weekend and shit, but my car ain't starting. I tell you what, I'll just keep the post office truck for the next couple of days and go on vacation. And then he realized he had to get it back, and he didn't realize that there was all them votes in the back of the damn truck. And he showed up at the post office like, oh, I'm my bad, dog. I'm sorry, I took the truck, but I need to unload the mail back here. Like, it's just crazy how that just showed
that's
up.
what I thought. Now I thought I was like, oh, they just counted the mail-in ballots.
Mm-hmm.
But then my guy responded to me, the problem that everyone has is the batch number going to one person only, and no everyone else's numbers changing. Mathematically, that's just improbable.
Yeah.
So
that's the type of shit the lawyers are going to look at.
So
and they're going to eat.
Biden got all of the votes. Nobody in Milwaukee County voted for Trump.
Right.
Nobody mailed in a single yeah. Don't get I know we tend to tell stories and it's like, oh, these motherfuckers, pissing in our Cheerios.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just letting y'all know. It's a few people on the feed that understand where we coming from, and they like, yeah. But there's people that really are wishing that like that was on CNN.
And you could tell by their reaction they couldn't believe that shit. Dude was like, whoa, wait, what? Like, what?
All right, they're telling me some shit in my ear.
Because if that was your people, you'd be like, "Oh hell no!"
If that was
what
Biden,
they getting ready to do?
if it was the other way around, you'd be like, "What the fuck is that?" So
yeah, if Trump's vote just went up by 200,000 in like 5 minutes, people would be losing their shit right now.
So
like,
guess what? Trump. These are just Trump supporters that shared that video.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even Trump's people. Hey, Ice Cube told you this shit ain't over, motherfuckers.
Right.
It's only beginning, and you're going to see stuff like their lawyers are getting the actual footage from CNN. Ain't gonna be no somebody pointing a camera at the TV in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
But while we were sleeping, because I went to bed at 10:30 because
I was crashed.
Because I got to get up and do remote learning at 9:45. I need a full night's sleep. I was not like the remote learning teacher who was apologizing on the feed.
I saw you post that on Facebook.
We signed
are you
on.
serious? So the teacher was late?
No, she was on time for the feed, but she was like apologizing because she was up. She's probably a liberal teacher up all night, voting for Joe Biden, like refreshing her computer all night long.
Wow.
Man, it was serious. Like when I woke up this morning, because I woke up, rolled over, like, all right, let me see where we are. Because I knew it's not over. But I'm like, where do we stand? And, updated numbers. But, yeah, they were at it all night, bro.
That's crazy.
But shout out to the people who just know we are for the truth. I'm for the truth. I would like if I felt like Joe Biden was going to come in and make this shit better. I'd be for Biden. But I just don't feel it in my heart. I just feel like he's going to shut all this shit down, and it's really going to be fucked up.
Well, let's take it close to home here, okay? We've been talking about Trump and Biden for like the last hour. Let's get close to home here and talk about the state of Illinois.
Okay.
2 things that stood out yesterday. Our girl Kim Foxx came through and was reelected. I saw her giving her victory speech with her husband next to her, and I was like, I don't know that dude.
All right.
All I can think about, dude, the entire time she is talking and her husband is next to her, I'm looking at him like, I don't recall this cat. I'm like, he knows me. But again, if that dude was a class of 88, then, and again, I was DJing all the events back then. I was DJing all the high school shit.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, I'll go ahead and toot my horn. Everybody knew who the hell I was.
Everybody knew me.
I was vicious. I was doing my thing, people. But that didn't mean I knew them. Right. I may have saw them at the parties or they may have gave them a pound or whatever, but that didn't mean I personally knew them. But when dude came out and was like, oh, yeah, I know Victor. I went to school with him in Richie's. Like, okay.
So if you follow Chicago Famous, and if you don't, here's the backstory. So the backstory is Kim Foxx was our second guest on Chicago Famous, our very first week that we were on. And when I was given her number, I reached out to her and was like, hey, this is Mike Love of Mike Love and Diz, and we got a new show called Chicago Famous, and we'd love for you to be on the platform. And she's like, absolutely. I remember you guys. I love you guys, and my husband knows Victor very well,
And Mike was like, holy shit,
I was like,
Diz is plugged.
Right.
I'm
I
like,
screenshotted that shit,
about?
sent it to Diz. I was like, son, you had a Kim Foxx connect the whole time and we didn't know? And he's like, I don't know who that is.
I have no idea who this cat is.
And so Baines jumped in the conversation and told us the guy's name, and Diz still didn't know who he was.
Had to pull out the yearbook.
Right.
I was like, okay, let me go through the yearbook. Okay, class 88, I can scratch that because I know he's not there.
Nope.
So where is he in here? And he was either a sophomore or a freshman when that was going on. So, and again, he knew me because of what I did back in the day. I had a radio show. I was DJing all those parties and stuff like that. But I mean, props out to him. I'm glad he enjoyed my mixes and all that stuff.
And he used your name as part of the game.
Yeah, right. He used my name when he ran into Kim. So it was like, yeah, you know them guys on GCI? Yeah, that's Victor. I went to school with him. Like, wow, that worked.
Man.
Like, how does shit work for him and don't never work for me? I'm just saying. Like, fuck your Fort, little nigga. I don't know.
I wish saying I was Mike Love for Mike Love and the Diz would have got me some ass.
Like, that was crazy.
What?
So last night when Kim was giving her victory speech, he was standing on the podium right next to her. And the whole time I'm just looking at him just like trying to figure it out. Like, I just don't remember, dude. But props out to him and props out to Kim Fox for another term. They went out there and did their thing. And it was funny because when they had like 14% of the vote counted, like Kim was way out in front. And then that shit kept getting closer and closer and closer. And then finally it came to a stop. And it was like, ooh, wow. That was a lot closer than I think people expected it was going to be.
Yeah, with 95% of the precincts reporting. This was earlier today. Kim Fox with 53%. And O'Brien with 40%. She spanked him.
Yeah.
It's a good spanking.
She eventually ran off from him, and it was like, okay. But, yeah, it got close for
but
a minute.
It's still coming down to race and area. We know that she is the state's attorney for Cook County. So, it's going to be some white folks in the suburbs. It's a little mad. And in the city, the black folks and the liberal white folk, like the liberal, I vote for black. I'm riding with reform. So the white folks that are down with reform and all the black people are voting Kim Fox. But she struggles in the suburbs, but her numbers are still so high that, she still killed O'Brien, like absolutely slaughtered him.
And she gave a passionate speech, and she talked about what she did and what she could do better and how she plans on fixing things. So, hey, we'll just see. She's back on the seat again, so we'll keep that rolling.
I tried to get her on today. I reached out to her people. I should have reached out to her directly to see if, hopefully she ain't got big time on us.
No, I don't think so. Well, if nothing else, we can get her husband on the show. Talk about that rocket pride back in Park Forest.
Back when it was Park Forest.
Before it was Dark Forest. Before it became Dark Forest. Hey, remember that when we were on the radio talking about Evergreen Plaza that time, and we were calling it Everblack?
Yeah.
And the board from Evergreen called up there, and they were mad at GCI because we were calling it Everblack Plaza.
Like we invented it.
Right, exactly. Dude, they called
Evergreen Everblack.
They called up GCI, like the trustees and mayor or whatever, the sitting board of Evergreen Park called up GCI and was like, excuse me, we have a problem with your personalities referring to our town as Everblack. It's Evergreen. I don't know if they just not familiar with the name of our town or what that's about, but we would like them to correct that. We were just like, we gave it that name and shit.
Like, that's just the mall, fam, not the surrounding area.
Right.
The mall blacker than a motherfucker, man. Shout out to Evergreen Plaza. Just a great, man, I miss the malls.
We had fun there,
great
man.
malls. Yeah.
We had fun times there.
The Lark.
Oak Tree.
The
food
court.
All
the Foot Lockers. Downstairs, the whole downstairs area with set the tree up. Man.
Right, you had JR's Music World in there, and that's where Armando worked, and I don't know if Terry Hunter worked there or not, but I used to go there sometimes to get some of the house joints, and that's actually what helped me put my record store out in Lincoln Mall because I was sick of going to Evergreen Plaza, and I was like, yo, we could do the same thing out here. So when I got my record store out in Lincoln Mall out in Matson, I basically used the same connections they had and brought all that out there to Lincoln Mall. But yeah, Evergreen Plaza, that was fun times, man.
All right, more Illinois news.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
The graduated income tax amendment went.
This will tell you a lot.
This shit went. As of 1 a.m. this morning, 55% of the population who had voted no for the graduated income tax.
Because nobody trusts politicians, and everybody knows they'll raise your taxes regardless.
So they're going to raise them regardless. That's what the governor, the lieutenant governor, and a lot of citizens felt. It's like, all right, well, let's get a tax cut first before they stick it to us. Because Pritzker is talking about if y'all don't pass this graduated tax, we hitting everybody with a 20% tax increase. And we like, motherfucker, you going to hit us with a tax increase regardless.
Yep.
So, don't start out by, don't kiss us first. Like that's going to get it wet. No, just jab it right in. Just jump right in, bro. Just jump right in hardcore.
Right.
Just do what you do. So it had to pass with at least 60% of the people voting yes, and that didn't happen because 55% voted no. So I voted no because
I voted no,
and I did a lot of research on it. I watched a lot of video. I read a lot, and
it's a bunch.
It really just comes down to what you said. Like, when has an Illinois politician, and that's just distrust. That's just distrust of the system. That's distrust of Pritzker. Like,
this is a millionaire telling us
billion
telling us that he's going to go after his billionaire brethren and make them take care of poor people.
Right.
Good luck with that shit.
The same guy that took toilets out of his own house.
Exactly.
To keep from paying taxes. Like, this dude had toilets removed. Like, we not going to piss a shit in the whole crib for a minute. Just use the guest house.
Right.
So we going to take 5 fucking toilets out of this house. And you mean to tell me this motherfucker this dude is doing well for us? That he's looking out for us? No. And we know, and you read enough books, man. Come on. Read enough, like, you can't tax the rich.
Right.
The rich.
They know all the loopholes. They know the language. Hell, they write the language. Don't get it twisted. They're the ones that use the money to get these politicians to write these laws and put these loopholes in so the rich can stay rich. So, again, when you expect the whole Robin Hood scenario to pop up and all these billionaires are going to all of a sudden say, okay, forget it. I'll just bend over and take a super tax, super tax hike so I can help the poor kids in the poor schools on the west side and the south side. Yeah, good luck with that shit.
Right.
It's not going to happen.
Not only that, they'll leave.
They'll pack their shit up and go home.
They not
take their ball and go off the court.
They not like me and you. They're like, well,
rich people problems. They're not like our problems. Our problems are different. When the shit go wrong for us, we got to sit down and look at our bank statement. We got to figure out when payday is. Got to figure out, damn, when can I call the plumber? How can I get this right? Rich people, all they do is just pick up the phone and be like, boom, get it fixed.
Exactly.
That's different.
And I'll just move the company. Tesla moved from California, which is getting ridiculous in taxes, to a whole other state. I think they moved to Texas, where they were like companies just like that are like, fuck you and your taxes. So to think that these million and billionaires, and really also, if you're talking about, because they were saying anybody that makes over $400,000. So let's just say anybody that makes over $400,000 is a good business person, right? They're not rich. They're just a good business person.
Exactly.
So
They're
let's say somebody like Krishan, who we had on. So let's just say she's doing really well. She's making, $4 or $5 million a year. Let's, just throwing a number. Don't know her business like that. Just saying. So you're going to now tax her at, somebody that's still building a business. They always talk like we're gonna take care of those slimy billionaires and millionaires, when in reality, the people that you're talking about are just like me and you.
Right.
They're just the average guy that they hit a lick and is making a. Krishan hit a lick. Wine. She hit the lick right when black women are like, wine, abso-fucking-lutely. Wine, yes. I'm on that. Yes. A bottle of wine, a glass of wine. It's still classy. It's still an alcohol content. I can drink it. It's cute. I can get fucked up. I don't have to spend a lot of money. That's a lick. So now you're going to tax that person? No. No.
And the other side of that coin is why you're talking all of this about we're going to tax people making $400,000 and, this is how it's going to work. You got Amazon setting up shop all over the damn place. You got Walmart setting shop all over the place, and they ain't paying nan tax nowhere. That was like they get tax breaks like crazy. But then everybody will say, well, we got to have them here because they're going to provide jobs for these neighborhoods that need jobs, but they don't put no money back on the payroll. And then if you're a small business trying to open up a store, let's say in Chicago Heights or Richton Park or Matson or someplace like that, all of a sudden your tax rate is like through the roof when right down the street, that big ass company down there that's building that big ass monstrosity of a building ain't paying jack shit. So that's you want to talk there. That's where you start. Don't jump on the 400,000 person that is just out there getting their grind on, do what they got to do. Start there if you really want to impress me.
Come on. That's church right there.
Impress me, take the wheel, Stevie.
That's church. That's church. Let's take a break. On the other side, more headlines. Mike Love and Diz, Chicago Famous, on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
WIFTVPM.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of the law most needed in Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
All right, ready? I kick it now? All right, let's go. Can I kick it? Hey, it's Mr. Tell Me When the Beat Dropping. You know I'ma get it in hotter when the heat drop. All about my dividends, higher than a treetop. You niggas is cherry stems, I'm getting that long bread. Catch me eating every inch, my flow is intelligent. Your flow is irrelevant, style so elegant. They say I was heaven sent, scared I ain't never been. Orally I represent, pardon me, the heart in me is telling me to never been better than I ever been. Bars for the hell of it, crunch time, punchlines heavy as an elephant. Dimes are my preference, sick, I need medicine, lieutenant. When I'm spitting, bitch, you fucking with a veteran. Pause, now I'm about to really go in, cause my punchlines hotter than some buffalo shrimp. Chill, you lil niggas better double your mint, cause real niggas feel realer, fake niggas resent. I'm in this bitch with my bros, flows off the Richter. If rappers are robbery, then obviously it's a stick up. This that shit you feel in your chest, young hiccups. In the clip that your click, that they split like a swisher. I'm just trying to kick it, feet full of blisters, coldest flow around, speech like a blizzard. Bars, can I?
See, we let you roll to the break, bro. That's how we do it.
Run.
Respect the music. That's what we're about, man. As DJs, we always respect the music. We don't want to talk over nobody's lyrics. It's like, let it go to the break. We jump in.
What is your MC name again, man?
Ron Rilla.
Ron Rilla.
Ron Rilla.
Ron.
Respect.
I love it. Gotta give him a horn. We've been doing that since 05, 04, 05.
Right. Now that everybody does it,
Before,
we've been doing it forever.
Before anybody did the air horn, anybody used the air in Chicago on the radio.
True.
We were the first persons to do that, to give that. Like, I listen back to some of the old freestyles and you hear the horn and you be like, shit. Our show was a leader in so many ways.
Many ways.
I'm not saying that we invented it. I'm not saying we was the first to do it.
No, but in Chicago?
In Chicago,
yeah, we made it a staple.
The air horn as an exclamation point, we started that.
Mm-hmm.
We started that Better believe it.
Better believe
And
it.
everybody, I remember, what's her name? Beyonce Fox. I remember she called. She was like, why is there what did she say? She's like, why is there a boat horn? Why do you guys keep playing that boat horn?
Like she gets
like
it
there
now,
was a
though.
ship. Like there was a ship in the middle of the sea. Like, why are you guys doing that boat horn? I'm like, no, that is not a boat horn. All right.
All right, look, before we jump on, I switched the album up. So
Okay,
I
well, we got
normally
no-
don't do greatest hits. I don't do greatest hits, but I was looking at the Scarface greatest hits.
Oh, it's got some heat.
Dude, have you seen the heat that is on this Scarface greatest hits? Talk about classic old man rap. Like, wow, I'm not taking the needle off of any of those cuts.
It comes on with Mr. Scarface.
Exactly.
Money in the Power, Let Me Roll, Southside, Mary J. Oh, this
With fuck faces with Devin the Dude.
Oh, these are heat. This is
But
heat.
that is heat.
Smile with Pac and Johnny P. Guess who's back? They even threw that in there. Like, give you some later years shit. Yeah, man. I never seen a man die.
They got Now I Feel You on there, which by far is like one of my top 5 best story raps ever. Like, that is a phenomenal song when it comes to a story. If you're somebody that can appreciate a story rap, that story that Scarface tells on Now I Feel You is just up there with the best of them.
Yeah. Face in his prime. One of the greats. Love to see him on a versus with somebody. I don't know who, but you can put him in with Ghetto Boys. You could put him in, maybe put him against LL Cool J or somebody like that, or Busta. Nah, not Busta Rhymes. He's too animated.
Right.
But there goes the book again. But definite classics, man. Scarface, classic old man rap. Old man rap is a category created by us.
Right, old man rap.
Old man rap. Because we old men, and this is the shit we listen to. If I listen to some rap.
Do you know this is the anniversary of Ice-T's first album?
Power?
Yeah, no, that's his first album. The one with 6 in the morning
Ryan
on it.
Page.
Ryan Page,
Ryan Page.
This is the anniversary
With the
of
first one with the
Ice-T.
coochie, where it was like,
Right, which he's got they're sitting in the car.
Right.
Africa, Islam in the car.
Yeah.
And Darlene's on the side. Yeah.
And people was buying albums for
For the covers.
For Darlene, man. Ice-T was a genius.
I had the High Roller 12-inch because, on the High Roller 12-inch, it was just her.
That's right.
And
That's right.
posted it up in the store. Like, we wouldn't sell it. We just wanted it to stay in the store.
Right.
And I just kept it up on the wall in the record
need
store.
y'all to see this.
Just because.
Man. Shout out to Ice-T, who was promotion and marketing back then. Who knew?
Right.
Who knew putting your girlfriend on the album cover would sell copies, man?
Scotty Appleton just did his thing.
All right. Let's move on. In sports, looked like COVID-19 is obviously that has been a problem the entire NFL season.
And it looks like it's striking home for you, huh? And we're not talking about the Bears either.
No, he's striking my home team. Things are up in the air. I got to check the tweets
Well,
and see if
according
there's
to the
been...
last thing that I saw on Twitter, the NFL says game on.
Okay.
So
all right.
The NFL is currently saying game on for Thursday Night Football, and that will be the Green Bay Packers visiting the San Francisco 49ers. And the San Francisco 49ers this afternoon shut down their facility because of COVID concerns.
Yes.
So I don't know if there was a negative or a
player,
positive or a player or whatever was going on.
Player tested positive for COVID
So
today.
they shut down the facilities, but the game is supposedly on as planned for tomorrow night.
Yes. Well, the game earlier in the day was in jeopardy, but we know how it is with money. And, money talks, bullshit runs a marathon. COVID, just, again, continue to follow the money, man. These are the things that we talk about on this show regularly. Like how the rules change and bend.
You're moving the goalposts. Move the goalposts.
Speaking of the game of goalposts, like college football, NFL football, unaffected, unchanged, make rules as they go along. They don't stop and ask the states, except, can we play in our stadium? And then it's like, no, fuck no. Or can we have fans? We can play. You can play in the stadium. So that's the beef that the Chicago Bears have with Lori Lightfoot because she's like, no, ain't gonna be no fans in the seats this year.
That's the Bears' fault.
Because
they don't own their own damn stadium.
Right.
Like charter franchise, and they don't own their own stadium. Like, please don't get me started on that shit. That is just, amidst all the other ridiculousness that it comes when it talks about Chicago sports, when you talk about what the White Sox have done, or the Blackhawks, or the Cubs, or the Bulls, you go back to the Bears, and the fact that this franchise does not own their stadium. They are basically renting their stadium from the Park District from the city of Chicago. To me, it's just asinine. I have no idea why they haven't figured out how to just move the stadium somewhere and just build it and control it themselves instead of trying to share it with soccer leagues and concerts and high schools and everything else that's going on, because those are Park District contracts that the Park District has to uphold. And, Bears just have to pivot around that stuff sometimes. And it's, at the end of the day, it's just pathetic. I mean, I've been to Cleveland Stadium. I've went down to see the Rams play. I've went up to Detroit. I mean, I've been to all these stadiums, and I'm like, wow, I wish our shit looked like this. I wish I could just go to the concession stand when I want to and just get something to eat, and like with Soldiers Field, it's just ridiculous.
Okay, we know that the state of Indiana is 100% open, and shout out to Evers, the governor of Indiana, who won a second term yesterday. Congratulations to him. Our neighboring state. What are the rules, or do we know the rules for the Colt Stadium in Indianapolis? Are they allowing fans into the stadium?
That's interesting because the Bears played the Colts, but they played them here.
Right. So I haven't really been paying attention to the stands.
We actually had a Colt game last Sunday. They actually gave us Colts Detroit Lions. But, of course, I was like, I'm not watching the Detroit Lions. I'm trying to watch this Pittsburgh Ravens game. I'm trying to watch a real football game. So I really didn't pay that close of attention to it, so I don't know. But, yeah, they got a dome stadium down there in Indianapolis. So whether they had fans in the stands or not, I don't know.
So the thing is...
you know what? I'm sorry. I gotta back up. That game was actually in Detroit.
Okay.
So the Colts were playing in Detroit. So Detroit was just letting in fans, letting in like family members and guests of coaches or players.
Okay.
So those were the only people that were allowed in Detroit. In Indianapolis, I don't know what they're doing.
Okay. So that ties into what I'm about to say about the Bears. If they move to Gary, Indiana, then now they're going by their own rules and the rules of the state of Indiana, which are, you can let fans in, 20,000 because
at least a limited amount.
You
still got to play by some rules, but like you've seen with Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City and some of the other stadiums, they're like, okay, we're going to let a certain amount, like Cowboys, they let a certain amount of fans in because they work that out. But currently, right now, Lori's like, ain't nobody coming in this motherfucker.
Right.
Nobody, and that's because the city of Chicago controls Soldiers Field, so they call the shots.
All right, another team that is kind of speaking up during COVID.
DePaul.
Bill Belichick, although he didn't say this directly, he is quoted by a former player. Bill Belichick, of course, who is the coach of the New England Patriots, Tom Terrific's former coach, says the 2020 NFL season is a joke.
Yeah. Well, it's easy to say that when you get your ass whooped all over the place. Like for the first time in forever, the New England Patriots probably will not make the playoffs. And that's with an extended playoffs. That's with extended teams added to the playoffs. It doesn't look like they're going to make it in because it looks like the Buffalo Bills put the nail in the coffin last week as far as the first team in from the AFC. What is it? The AFC, that's East. And then you got the Miami Dolphins are in second place, and I think the Patriots are third. And, of course, the Jets, who ain't won a game, sit in last place. But, it's always interesting to make those comments when your team is sucking.
Well, it also has to do with COVID. So the ex-Pats lineman, Pats being, of course, the Patriots, this guy, Matt Light, basically said that he feels that that Coach Belichick says that this is not the game of football that we know. He says it's something other than that. Bill recognized it early on. I firmly believe that. 5 years from now, when we look back on the season, are we going to be talking about it? No one is going to look back on the 2020 season and compare it to anything. It was a joke. It's ridiculous. And that's because of all the game stoppage and practices that need to be stopped and changed and games rescheduled and moved.
Okay,
and
if
canceled.
You're a player or a coach or an owner, you may look back at the 2020 season and think that. But to the average football fan, it's playing out like a regular football season.
It is.
Unlike baseball that cut it down to just 60 games, or the NBA that had this big gap and didn't have any NBA playoffs, and then all of a sudden they showed back up, at the end of summer. That was different. That was unusual. That was something we weren't used to. The NHL, they did basically the same thing. They had this big old gap, and then they came back and played, and right now the NHL season would be on and popping, just like the NBA. But it's not, because it took them forever to get started again. The NFL has continued on. The only thing they cut out was their preseason games, and nobody gives a shit about preseason games anyway. But the season is rolled on like normal, and some games have been shifted. They had to move a game back here and there or reschedule a bye, but it's basically the same NFL that we all are used to. So I think the regular football fan that watches TV is not going to look back and think 2020 was hot garbage, because it's just basically the same thing.
It is.
With no fans in the stands, and some of the teams like pushed around, and the Patriots not going to the Super Bowl, at least not this year. But that's the difference.
Yeah, and that is a big difference. And I could see why people on the front lines of all of that. As fans, we're watching the games and they're piping. We're not in the stadium, so what we see on TV is like they're piping noise into the feed that we're watching. So it almost feels and sounds like a regular football game. But they are literally playing in an empty, quiet stadium, except for the games that have like 20,000 fans at them.
The Cowboys. And why 20,000 people would go see that team is a mystery to me. That team is hot garbage. I can't wait to see the Pittsburgh Steelers just stomp the shit out of them this week.
And watch this be the week.
Nope. This is not going to happen. This is not going to be that game where all of a sudden Dallas Cowboys wake up and Ezekiel Elliott runs for 200 yards and they all of a sudden take down the undefeated Pittsburgh Steelers. Nope. This will not be that week. It's going to train wreck just like we know it is.
This the week I'm going to put some money on a football game. Hey, because I love to bet the wild odds. You saw me pull for the Miami Heat, the underdog that nobody was calling outside of Miami. The only people that were saying Miami was winning was people on South Beach.
But at the end of the day, how did that work out for you, though?
That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is I'm not afraid to go long. I'm not afraid to throw the Hail Mary.
Okay.
I'm afraid to put money on it. Because remember Jason Goff was in here, was like, what you got? Put some money on it.
Right.
And J.R. Jordan on the feed was like, put some money on it.
Right. Everybody wants to put some money on it.
I was like, shit.
Like, not me, brother.
Not me. We can bet for fun.
Nope.
Take it back to the old school, betting for fun.
I am going to have a stressful weekend this weekend, though.
Stressful?
I'm going to have a stressful weekend.
Why is that?
That's why I'm going to make it a point to get away this weekend.
Okay.
Because if you've watched Chicago Famous, I love football and I love NFL. And yes, I am that fantasy football nerd. I'm that dude. When you see commercials, when they talk about fantasy football, I am that guy. I'm that guy that sits up all day and I'm going over tons and tons of stats or whatever. So anyway, in my league, I am currently 7-1. The dude that's number 2 behind me, he is 7-1. So we are going head up this week.
Okay.
So 2 7-1 teams going against each other. And I lost my tight end, which was George Kittle, because he had a broken bone in his foot or whatever. So I had to do a replacement there. He lost a player as well. But that means I'm going to be watching every game in the red zone, trying to make sure that I win this week. So I don't know. I'm going to try to disconnect from it because I will get myself wrapped up in football, because I'm going away Friday. And I'll be going Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evening. I think I'm back maybe Monday morning, but I know I can't help myself. I'm going to have to see what's going on.
All right. We were talking earlier, and we're still touching on headlines, something that is not football related. There is a viral post, and this is something that you guys will see continue to develop with this whole Wisconsin thing. So there's a post that said that there were more ballots cast in Wisconsin than there are registered voters.
Uh-oh. They counted the dead?
So in the tweet, it said that 3,129,000 registered voters voted in Wisconsin, but the number of votes cast was 3,200,000, 39,920, and that was a direct evidence of fraud. And as it turns out, the state of Wisconsin elections is right on top of it, And it says that the state of Wisconsin had 3,600,084,726 active registered voters on November 1st. So they kind of stepped in to say, hey, there are actually even more people registered to vote than you even saw or know about. So, they're going to try to play a lot of different lanes when it comes to this story and fake votes and which votes are going to get thrown out and which votes are going to get kept because, we said it earlier, this shit ain't over. So I'm going through the stories, just kind of seeing if anything popped up, if there are any, there's already like an uprising in Detroit right now of people showing up in Detroit of all places.
Right, in Detroit.
Right, which actually.
Have they fixed the water in Flint, Michigan yet? I'm just asking.
No, they have not, but
sweep that under the rug.
Protesters are chanting "Stop the count" in attempt to gain access to the TCF Center in Detroit, Michigan, where remaining ballots are being counted. So I'm guessing these are Trump supporters. So Trump supporters are saying "Stop the count" because that's what Trump supporters want. They don't want more numbers. Because more numbers shows that Trump is losing. So, and yeah, they're all white. Okay. So yeah, this may get ugly, but fortunately in our lovely state of Illinois, it's all calm. Joe Biden was a winner. He won going
hands
away.
down, no recount necessary.
Nothing necessary. Ain't no need to send no people. Ain't no need to send nothing here. But this is a state where people love to protest, and lo and behold, we got a fucking Trump Tower right downtown. So that's always but once they let the bridge up, I mean, you can still it's on this side of the bridge.
Right.
No, you gotta cross the bridge to get to it. So who knew when they designed Trump Tower? Who knew that putting it on the other side of the bridge was going to be convenient? Who knew? Maybe they knew. Yeah, other than that.
But again, that's why we said yesterday. It was like, why y'all was calling y'all friends in Chicago talking about, did you vote today? Diz, I'm just checking to see if you voted today. Like, don't call me, motherfucker. Call Pennsylvania, call your friends in Wisconsin, call Michigan, call down in Florida, because that's where the problem is, because we already knew how this here was going to turn out. We knew that. I mean, it got a little tight, but as long as you got Cook County, Will County, and LaSalle County, the blue wave is right, and so it is what it is. But call them folks, because it's these swing states that all of a sudden got this thing into a real shit show. So we'll see, because it ain't over. It ain't over by a long shot.
Yeah, and this is what's going to move the needle for at least the next week or so, if not longer. So you'll kind of see other stories kind of fall to the wayside, like things that might normally. Like, I brought this up.
Like, if you want to do some police brutality, crazy crime right now, like, do it right now, because that's just going to get swept underneath the rug, and ain't nobody going to be talking about this shit, because this whole presidential thing, this is the time. This is the time now. If you're going to do what you got to do, have it happen now, because don't try to put your news out right now, because it's just going to get swept under the rug.
I'm trying to show you guys this post. So this post that I made, I took a quick election poll, and it was my most responded to post of the day. The quick election poll was A, I expected Biden in a landslide. B, I expected Trump in a landslide. C, I knew it would be close. Or D, fuck Florida. Because people are mad because Florida, ended up going red. We got a lot of C's. A lot of people knew it would be close. C and D, fuck Florida. But a lot of people really felt like, again, in that bubble that you talk about, people felt like anybody that said A was they expected Biden in a landslide, really is not paying attention.
Really not paying attention.
Or is really in a wishful world. Like, let's shout out to Kevin Haywood. Kevin Haywood was like, hey, I came with A. I assumed, I didn't think that people love Trump like they say they love Trump. And I'm like, man, like you got to be paying attention.
So it's interesting. So when it comes to the state of Florida this year, it had a interesting twist to it, because you've been talking about it for the last couple of weeks here on Chicago Famous, Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m., talking about the Latino vote. right? And how Hispanics were going to vote. And it was interesting when they were talking about Florida, how all the Puerto Ricans in Florida were like, yo, we're riding with Biden because Trump don't give a shit about Puerto Rico. And look what happened to our country. And it took him forever to send AIDS. But the Cubans were hardcore Trump.
Hardcore.
That's interesting.
Hardcore.
Like, if you were part of the Cuban connection, you was part of the Montana brunch, did you put your vote down all of a sudden for Trump?
Yeah.
And I found that really interesting because, again, people want to say, you know, the Hispanic vote. Well, again, you have to clarify that sometimes because there you go. You're talking about brown people here, and Puerto Ricans were not on the same wave that the Cubans were on. And, you know,
and
that
then the Mexicans.
And then you throw the Mexicans in there as well. So, I mean, that made a big difference down there in Florida.
Yeah, and then you got to look southwest. When you go to Texas and when you go to Nevada, you got a different mindset of people that are in those states. You know, those might lean more Mexican than, like, the Cubans are anti-socialist. So, you know, I've seen specials where they were like specifically like, we don't fuck with Biden because we don't fuck with socialism. So whoever got in their head and told them that Joe Biden is a socialist, they believe that shit. And so Joe Biden is a socialist, and so was Bernie Sanders. So we not with that shit. So we riding with Trump. Trump reminds them of the brash kind of leaders in the countries that they come from.
Yep.
Like a guy that gets up there and says what the fuck he feels. A lot of Americans and a lot of people from other countries are tired of the rhetoric of, like, a lot of black people want things to go back to Joe Biden is a normal politician. Like, they are used to being lied to by politicians, and they want that politician, that sweet talk. So just like Barack Obama gave you 8 years of sweet talk, here comes Joe Biden with the normal, you know, this is the way it's going to be, and I'm here for Americans, and I'm trying to bring us all together. The empty promises that all Democratic presidential nominees give you. The empty shit that they give you to get in there, and then they like, fuck everybody. All right, let's do gay marriage, and let's do this thing over here that ain't got shit to do with black folks. Well, gay black folks. So if you're gay, if you LGBTQ, congratulations, you can get married now. Other than that, regular black folks, just be happy, be proud that you have a black woman. Hey, you got an AKA that's, you know, one step from being the president. All I got to do is croak.
There you go.
And you got a black female president. So you got that to lean on. So there's a segment of our population that's tired of that. That's tired of that bullshit. That's tired of what I call a bullshit. But everybody else just feels like it's like, I just want a president that just doesn't tweet and isn't a liar and doesn't bullshit me, you know. And I get it. Yeah, good luck.
Good luck with that. Yeah, and how about Kanye getting 60,000 votes?
Did he?
Yes. 60,000 votes.
Write-ins?
Well, you know, he was on the ballot in a few states. He was on the ballot in Kentucky and in California. But, yeah, bruh came out with 60,000 votes.
Look at that.
And, you know, you can say this about Kanye because you know how he is. He always brags about what he does and all this, and he's the greatest of all time. Later on down the road, I just think he wanted to be able to stand there in front of you and go, how many rappers do you know actually ran for president and were on the ballot? Like, he's the only one that can say that, you know, as crazy as it was and as you know, as a long shot as it was and as ridiculous as it was, just for him now to be able to say, yeah, but I ran for president is crazy when you think about it.
It is, and I never thought about that.
And he's on the ballot, and he can actually put that on a frame and put it on his wall.
He had rallies.
Yeah.
He had rallies and everything. He'd be able to tell his kids, I ran for president of the United States.
There is not another rapper in this. He can call himself the greatest. He can put himself, and there are people in his cult that feel like he is one of the greatest rappers of all time. And, you know, I think he has done a great job of promoting himself. He has never been the greatest rapper. But, you know, again, we come from the old man rap generation where cats was bodying beats. You know, Kanye just finessed shit. So shout out to him. again, he can say that, and no rapper before him or probably after will be able to say that.
Exactly.
All right, let's take a break. It's 5 o'clock. We got the Bad Boy Hour on the way.
All right, so everybody's been on the feed, and we've been talking politics heavy for the last couple hours because, hey, it is what it is. It's the day after the election, and I know you all are probably you're tired of hearing about it. Everywhere you go, you see it, and you turn on the Chicago Famous, you're like, oh, I love these guys. When they going to stop talking about Trump? When they going to start talking about this and all that? We understand, but we got to do our due diligence. We have to do our part and tell you all how we feel about the situation and get your feedback as well. With that being said, somebody in the comments was like, Diz, it's time for a story that has nothing to do with politics. And you know what? I thought about it and I was like, okay, I was just having a discussion the other day, so I got something to share.
And that's fine.
I got a story that I'll share after 5 o'clock that ain't got a damn thing to do with Donald Trump or Joe Biden. And one of them stories you're going to be like, damn, Diz, for real? It was like that. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to own it. And it was like that. So we're going to have some fun in this flashback hour right here on.
Wait, let me say this real quick. It's one thing that I learned from if everybody's talking about it, then we gonna talk about it.
Right. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
So I'm not gonna make any apologies for talking about the thing that every fucking person on my timeline and in the world.
That's true.
And I understand. I understand that people get tired of shit. I understand, but I'm not gonna not talk about what the fuck if I ain't learned anything in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, is that you talk about what the people are talking about.
Yeah.
So
Since it's the last hour.
Yeah. So let's tell some stories.
We always need to have some fun in the last hour anyway. So
that's fine.
So this is the time to share the video.
Share it.
Share the video. Tell your people to log on. Tag you folks in. Run the little number up on the side for us real quick because we're going to talk about some shit that will probably have you all on the floor. But that's just how we do right here on Chicago Famous.
WIIFTBPM.
Shop at Black-owned and operated Solo Beauty, where you are appreciated and respected. Located at 8158 South Cottage Grove, Solo Beauty can supply all of your black hair care needs. Solo Beauty is open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday.
Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz.
The destined legend himself, Leon Rogers.
Yeah.
What's going on, Playboy?
Man, listen, honored to be here with radio legends, man. Two brothers I looked up for and patted my success.
You walked away from your day job and you went straight in the
Man, brother, first time somebody called me to do the gig, they was like, hey, I got my grandmama's 85-year-old birthday party. She's turning 85. She has a brain tumor. I mean, now she's not going to be able to hear because she's in a coma, but she'll be laying in the room, and we just want the good vibes. Well, what is it? $75. We need you to do an hour. I'm there because of the passion. I wanted to do the comedy. So I quit. But when you quit that job, and the job I had was decent. My father, every young black man should have a dad or a father figure in his life.
Yes.
When I say he went off on me.
My son works.
When I told him I quit to do comedy, my mom, mamas is always like, well, that's good, baby. You spread your wings. Realizing what God wants you to do.
Right.
My father like, you got to be the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. I can't believe you came from my ball sack. $65,000 a year. Me and your mama combined only make 80. You dumb mother. I mean, going off. Like me and my pops actually kind of fell out.
Old school black fathers, old school mindset. They came up working. They know how hard it is.
Hands, knuckles, black. Hands look like he worked at the steel mill, like he was dipping them in the lava. So, he pissed. My hands manicured.
He's super cool and he know kung fu.
I'm clean. I work on computers.
Drives a $5,000 car and wears a $100 suit.
Right. He like, I'm out here getting lung poisoning from inhaling all these steel mill fumes and touching people's mail. Look at my hands. I can't even pick up a fork and knife. Your mama got to cut my food for me. And you want to quit to do some damn comedy. He hell.
Chicago Famous, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on What's in It for the Black People Media.
Trigger with instructor Mike on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Why?
Why? Because someone told a great guy, no.
No! God, please, no! No!
And he told that no, and he said, fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and turn that no into next opportunity. That's the latest book I just released, What I Tell Myself About No, because children who do not understand the power of rejection and the propulsion that occurs inside it becomes adults who can't take rejection, and your next opportunity could be right around the corner if you just understand how to use that no. And that's why we exist at What's in It for the Black People Media Network, because someone took a no and said, I'm gonna create next opportunity. You're not silencing the voice, because that's what's in it for the black people is the truth. Not always that you want to hear, it's the shit that needs to be said, because our ancestors fought and died to give us the right of access, and who the fuck are you to tell me no? Only on What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
WIFTVPN.
In all my years of radio, I've never seen anything like this.
You're listening to Chicago Famous with Mike Love and Diz. So hit it.
Hey, Chicago Famous, Mike Love, Diz. We're back on the What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
All right, don't forget, share the video. We'll shout you out as always. We hold you down. Don't forget, on Friday, we're always digging into crates with you all's pictures for the crates.
Yes.
So if you got something in your house that you want to take a picture of and send it to us so we can feature it during the 5 o'clock hour on Friday, make sure you do that. And all you got to do is send that picture to MikeLoveandDiz@gmail. The last couple of weeks, we've had some really, really good items come in, from classic mugs from back in the day to pictures from comic books to high school jackets. A lot of you all have definitely been filling up the crates with some really good stuff, so keep that stuff coming.
Yes, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Send that to MikeLoveandDiz@gmail.com. MikeLoveandDiz@gmail.com. That's Diz with 2 Z's.
And that's how we'll hold you down. And once again, shout out to everybody checking us out on YouTube as well, because we don't get the YouTube feed in the studio.
Hey.
We only get the Facebook feed, but oftentimes at night I'm sitting there watching the show back on YouTube, and I see people leaving comments in there, and it's a lot of times because people are checking us out on the train on their way home on the Metro.
What up?
So we want to shout out to everybody checking us out on YouTube as well. We appreciate the love.
All right, so what we got in the back? Team Fluffy.
Oh, I was just repping Team Fluffy. Somebody mentioned it in the comments. I was like, oh, yeah. So shout out to Team Fluffy as always. We're down with y'all. We get it.
Big
We're
girls.
old guys. We've been talking old man rap all the time. So,
Yeah.
we up there got to send a shout out to the big girls as well. So we're just giving love.
All right, so you said you got a story. Do I need to set this up, or are you just going to jump right into it?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I can. You want to set it up? Go
I
ahead and set
don't
it
know what the setup is because I don't know the story.
All right. How about this? Diz in the stolen car.
Oh, you had a what's a Coolie High moment?
Oh my goodness. So all right, so here it is, the story. Diz in a stolen car. All right, so follow this because this gets really interesting.
Okay.
So my cousins used to stay over in Tarrytown on 79th and Kingston.
All right.
And my cousin had a friend who was told somebody asked the friend to steal this Audi for him because they wanted to collect on the insurance. They couldn't pay on it, and so he said, okay, I'll do that. So he stole the Audi, but he didn't have anywhere to put it. So he asked my cousin, look, can you take this stolen car for me and take it to the chop shop or do whatever you got to do, and then let me know when the car is gone, and then I'll split what dude is going to give us for the stolen car. So
this is like already down to like a third person. Right. So you got the person.
You got the
whose
person
car
who
is
needs to get rid of the car.
Right.
Who hires the friend to steal the car. The friend steals the car, but he's in the city.
Then comes to
and
your
he doesn't
cousin.
have anywhere to hide it. There's no garage. He can't
Got
leave
it.
it on the street because people are looking for it because it's
Right.
an Audi. It's a hot ride. So he has to get my cousin because my cousin's out in the suburbs. So he'll take it back out to the Heights where they can slice and dice and chop it up and we don't have to worry about it.
Got it.
Okay? So
Following so far.
So my cousin agrees to this and decides to take the stolen car out to the suburbs.
Okay.
Or somewhere in that conversation, I had another cousin who was listening, and he was like, wow, he just asked him to take that car. I could have took that car for half that money. So my cousin takes the car. He takes it to Chicago Heights, and he ditches it in a garage out there. Okay? So then he's going to call the chop man. He's going to come chop up the car, and everything's going to be fine, and he's going to get paid. My cousin, who overheard the conversation, decided to go steal that stolen car out of the garage.
Okay.
Because he was like, forget that. I know the car's stolen. What are they going to do? Call the police? I know where he put it. So my cousin then turns around and steals the car out the garage.
Wow.
So my cousin is stealing from my cousin.
Got it. So no
thieves
stealing from thieves.
Thieves stealing from thieves. So it's like a Saturday morning, and we're all over the house, and my cousin is beyond pissed off because he can't believe that somebody stole the stolen car. Right? I mean, his job was to get rid of it in the first place, but if it gets tracked by the police and it gets impounded, then they'll just send it back to him, and he won't get the money he was promised from dude. So he's real upset because he wants this money. So we happen to be sitting on my cousin's the steps, kind of like how imagine Boys in the Hood.
Got it.
Sitting on the stoop. So
got it.
It's me, my cousin that stole a car, and two of my other cousins. We're just all hanging out. So it's four of us there. So he's mad as hell. And he's about 4 years older than us. So he's like 20. We're like 17.
Okay.
And we're all sitting out there. And, he's just, man, I can't believe this shit. Who would take my car? Who would take my, who knew it was in there? And he got to thinking about it. And he was like, I think that so-and-so took it, meaning my other cousin. And he was like, I haven't asked him, but I bet he's the one that took it. No sooner than he said that, we looked up, and here comes my other cousin who had stolen the car out the garage, driving it down the street. He's got the top off, and he's just cruising down the street.
Wow.
And we stand up on the porch, and my cousin looks, and he goes, wait a minute, does that look like an Audi to you? And me and my other cousin were like, dude, that's your car. Not really, but that's the stolen car.
The car.
Right. And my cousin was like, well, he's like, oh, hell no. Nope. So I had no idea that why my cousin decided to drive past the house. It was his being a dumbass. He should have took it somewhere else.
Right.
But then my cousin is sitting out there and he's drinking a fifth of vodka. He snatches his bandana off of his head. He shoves it into the vodka, lights it up, and as soon as my cousin gets in front of the house, he runs out and hits the car with a cocktail. And the whole car goes up in a blaze.
Wow.
My then cousin jumps out the car, rolls on the ground because he's on fire, and the stolen car, which is now on fire, crashes into King Park. And here comes the fire department. The shit is on fire. My cousin is burned up, rolling on the ground, and my other cousin is like, good for him. Needless to say, the car was impounded. Nobody got any money. Nobody figured out who stole the stolen car from the stolen person or where it was supposed to be, and everything got wrapped up. But it was the fact that the car was stolen like 3 times, and at the end of the day, my cousin had the wherewithal to light the car on fire and burn it up for everybody to see why my cousin was still driving the car.
Wow. So, all right, so let's go back. So why doesn't the original guy get the insurance money because the car was stolen from him in the first place?
I don't know. Like I said, that's where the story ended for us. We don't know because the car was burnt to a crisp. So it was completely burned up because, again, my cousin came cruising down the street with the top off. So when he lit up the vodka and he threw it in the car, it just lit the whole interior on fire.
That's crazy.
And the whole car was ablaze. And my cousin's on fire, and he jumps out rolling on the ground and shit. And it crashes into the park, and then the police come and the fire department come, and we're all sitting there because nobody can say anything because this shit is stolen anyway.
Right.
So it's not like we can be like, oh, officer, that was my friend's car, or we know what happened. Like, we can't say shit because we're all going to go to jail if we say something.
Wow.
So needless to say, that came up in conversation the other day. We were talking about, we were like, remember that time when such and such took the stolen car and then we lit it on fire and then the whole thing blew up in the heights and everybody was talking about the shit. So yeah, that was something that just happened in my life that was just crazy, that was brought up in conversation a couple of days ago that I was like, I'm going to have to tell that story one of these days.
So no honor among thieves or cousins.
No. And there was a lot. There's actually more of that in my family than there needs to be. Like,
right.
There have been some serious, like I said, everything got settled by a wrestling match in my family. Right. Like, we have had some real problems happen in our family. But at the end of the day, we're still all family. And somehow, when the family reunion comes around or Thanksgiving comes around, we all get together and we have a conversation and everything is good. I mean, I literally had a cousin shoot another cousin in the mouth over a card game. And then like a year later, they're all sitting around playing cards again. Like, really?
Right.
Like, for real?
It's all good.
Like, he had a notch like right above his jaw where the bullet entered his face.
Wow.
And it was like the whole thing transpired because somebody was cheating. And then a year later, they're all sitting around playing cards again.
And it's so
But
funny.
Family.
It's so funny, right? That I see people make posts like that, and they're like, sometimes family ain't family, sometimes family ain't this, and sometimes family ain't that. And I could never relate to that because my family is always tight like how you saying your family is tight, but without the drama.
Mm-hmm.
So it was never any family members that I can remember growing up that did something that I'd be like, I don't fuck with that family member anymore. Like all of the criminals in the family went to jail, and they kind of hung out on one end of the family, and then because for the most part, the family is like split in two places. Obviously, your mother's side and your father's side. So my mother's side is pretty much some do-gooders, except for Aunt Barbara's kids,
right?
And everybody that comes off of her pole. Shout out if anybody in the family. Oh, you gonna knock Aunt Barbara? No, I love Aunt Barbara. It's just she has some criminal kids and criminal kids, and the growler grandbabies has been to jail or part of them. But we still got love for that, and we still got love for that side of the family. But there never was so much intermingling that I'm big on, and I learned this from my own father and my own family, and this is why nobody ever comes by my house. And the first time you ever came by my house is during Chicago Famous.
Yep.
It's like I learned as a kid that the motherfuckers you let in your house will be the motherfuckers that steal your shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, my father always said that, and my brother was always letting his friends in the house. And it was the motherfuckers directly across the street from us that was like our just little bullshit trinket shit was like coming up missing.
Right.
Like, shit that just be sitting out, not even shit that's worth anything, just like trinkets. And so you go over your friend's house and you be like, damn, that looked like our trinket. Like, that looked like the shit that was sitting on
you robbed me.
Right. You stole this. So we would go, my brother would go in their house and see our shit that they took when they came to visit. And so it was like, we need you to bring us our shit back. The little bullshit that y'all just grabbing off the shelves.
Right.
Like, I'm just trying to look for something just little bullshit. But they would take the shit. So I learned at a young age that you didn't let your friends. And then if I did happen to let a friend over my house, it'd be the one guy that I trusted that was like sliding CDs out of my CD book when my back was turned.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'd be making him a mix. He'd be over at the crib and he'd be like, I need some CDs. He's not going to miss these.
Exactly.
He plays records. He plays. So it's all on top of my dad's story. So my dad's story is, don't let them niggas in your house. And then I finally let some niggas in my house, and the one nigga I let in my house steals like half of my CD collection. So then it's like, oh, you just don't let people in your house. So that's how I just developed as a person. And in my house, it's the family, and we all we got, and we ride for each other. Me, my wife, and my daughters, we ride, we tight. But if you see somebody come in the house, you be like, you kind of give them the side eye, like, who is this motherfucker?
So back in my parents' house, my sister was the klepto. She was the klepto. Because I had a sister, well, I still do, technically. Okay, we just don't talk. But
Right,
I had that type
Y'all
of
got
sister who
beef.
just always wanted to be like me. And like, she always fucked up everything that I did.
Is this the girl that became the radio DJ?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. She always I don't give a damn. I'm like, look, there's only one Eddie Kane Jr. How does it feel to be me, goddammit? You always want to be me. Like, she ended up going to California doing night radio exactly like I was doing here in Chicago. And I know what you all can say, oh, she admired you, Diz, that she just wanted to be
It's
like
your
you.
little sister.
No, get your own damn life and stop chasing up behind me. And my sister was always that type of person where if I was out getting into some mischief out with the boys, she always thought she could tag along and she would be okay. And I knew in the back of my head that something would happen and it would get fucked up because she came along. For instance, I got into a big-ass apple fight one day. All right, there was some kids down the street, and we took it out to a field, and it was like a big-ass orchard, and we all had buckets and shit and garbage can lids, and we were like, yo, we're going to have this big-ass apple fight. And it was the shit. And my sister was like, oh, I want to go with Victor to the apple fight. And I was like, oh, hell no. Nope, you're not going, because if you go and you get hurt, it's going to shut the whole thing down. You can't go. Keep complaining, whatever. Sure enough, she snuck her ass out the house and came down the street and got involved in an apple fight. And you know what happened? She got hit in the eye with an apple. And as soon as that happened, she broke out in that blood-curdling scream, ran home. My dad came down the street. Like, you kids are messing up everything. Stop throwing them apples. Broke up the entire apple fight. Why? Because she wanted to hang out with me, and I didn't want her to hang out with me. So when I started mixing and I started doing all the parties, she was trying to get involved in that as well. But she's younger than me, and I don't need you going to no club where you ain't old enough and you get this shit shut down and you mess up my money.
Got it.
So stay your ass away from my events. Stay your ass with your friends and do what you got to do and get out of my life. So with that being said, that's how my mixes started turning up missing. Like, I'd go in my room like, I just did this remix of Sergio Mendes' Real Thing. Where the hell is this shit at? No idea where it is. Then all of a sudden, like 20 years later, when I'm talking to DJs, when I'm having a conversation with Terry Hunter or Jamie326 was the one, actually, he was like, yeah, dude, I remember the remix you did of Why back in the day. And I was like, dude, how in the world would you have heard the remix of Why? Well, it turns out that my sister was G-ing my tapes and taking them to her friends in the city, and she was selling off my mixes to people. And DJs got hold of shit and was like, oh, man, that's a hot-ass remix. I don't know who did it because, again, I was way out in the south suburbs.
Right.
She was going back and forth to the city, trading stuff off with city folks, and they was getting hold of my shit, not knowing that was my shit from way back in the day. But that made her the klepto of the family. So anytime I had some shit missing in my house, she was the first person I turned to because I always knew she had her hand in my stuff.
Sounds like she was trying to just make a little money on the side, you know,
Get
brothers.
Out of my
You
business.
guys could have, if your relationship was better, she could have been your liaison to the city, selling your CD, your tapes, making a little finder's fee. I'm gonna kick you with a little something, and you come back. I mean, had the relationship been better, it could have been a little better.
I remember when Elroy Smith, the GCI, found out that my sister was on KMEL out of San Francisco.
that.
And he was like, really? Hey, Diz, you think she would like to come to Chicago and be here on GCI? Pfft. I cop blocked the shit out that. I was like, hell no, she sucks. Let her stay out there in California. There's no need for her to come back here. I don't need that headache in my life. So, yeah, family, my immediate family was always very interesting, but my cousins and my, the big portion of my family, for as much drama as we had in our family, we were always extremely close. And we're all still close to this day. I mean, we would beat up each other all the time and shoot each other and carry on and all that madness, but if somebody stepped to one of us wrong, man, we came out of everywhere. Like from Chicago Heights to Markham to Harvey to Ford Heights, we were deep all the time. So that's just how we roll, man, and I love my family for that.
Yeah, I had issues with my brother, and me being the Eckhart Tolle, get your life together, New Earth guy. This was even before New Earth, because I always had friends that be like, you can't carry that shit for life. It's just gonna end up hurting you. So I felt like my brother, who's my older brother, like my story was I grew up in a headlock. So that's what I like to tell. Like, I grew up in a headlock.
All right.
So, there you go. There's a perfect mental picture of it. Like, we used to fight every day. Well, we used to wrestle every day, and it was on him. Like, I was in a headlock and I had to find my way out of it. It was either him trying to make me tough or just him punking me because he was my older brother and he was stronger than me. So in my head, my story was I grew up in a headlock and I had a problem with my brother because of that. And I remember years later still carrying those issues against my brother and my mother and my father. And my guy was like, hey, you just need to have a conversation with your brother. You need to find out how he truly feels about you. And I did. I cornered my brother at some event. It was something. And I was like, man, I just wanted to let you know that, I always had I had a hard time growing up with you because, you had me in a headlock every day. And, you know, whatever, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And he just was like, I don't remember any of that. And here's the thing about life. Here's the thing about life. Here's the lesson. The lesson is all the shit that you carrying that fucks with you, they don't even remember it. That's all shit that we carry personally. And when I said that to my brother, he was like, man, I'm so proud of you. Like, we were in the middle, in the heart of, by this time it's like 03, 04. So we still in the heart of the bad boy radio shit. He's super fucking proud of me. He's like, man, I couldn't be prouder of a person, of a brother. Like, you made it. You did it. Look at you. You know, and that, of course, touched my heart, because here I am holding this grudge against my brother, and the whole time he's been super proud of me because he saw me go from his little brother. I used to be Glenn's brother. I didn't even have a name.
Okay.
And my brother was a skater, so we talk about the skating rink, how you was a DJ.
So my sister was always referred to as, oh, you're Victor's sister.
Oh yeah. I didn't have a name. I did not have a name.
I was like, hey, I'm Gucci and you're not. So
as a matter of fact, he was that part. We went to the same high school. He was a couple of years ahead of me in high school. I was Glenn's brother at school. I was Glenn's brother at the skating rink. I didn't have a name. Again, I was Glenn's brother. And, you know, when cute girls come up to you and say that, you be like, yeah, I'm Glenn's brother, of course. So for me to go from being Glenn's brother to like being Mike Love of Mike Love and the Diz and all of that big shit, like that meant something to him. So he was proud to see me grow out of that shit. So my story with my brother is similar to being like your little sister, carrying that weight of, you know, going through all of the shit of being a little brother and wanting to tag. I don't think I wanted to tag along my brother, though, because that motherfucker stayed. He was like a petty criminal.
Oh, okay.
You know, back in the day, like before niggas like pulled out a gun on everything, like now everything is just
everything is a stick up now.
Yeah. You see, you know, back in the day, I'm 54, so my brother's at least 56. Like, it was strong arm crime. Like, they strong arm niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just ran up on you and took your shit. They beat you, beat your ass and took your shit. You know, they ran up in McDonald's or Burger King and reached over the counter.
It was the original looters.
Yeah, they would stick up kids with no sticks. Like they just didn't have guns. They just, everything they did, and that's just the era. And had they grown up in Chicago, it might have been a little different. People in Chicago look back and they say, oh, I remember an era without no guns. And I'd be like, no, nigga, 1974 had more homicides than any year in the history of Chicago. Guns have been around this bitch forever. So you might remember it one way. But anyway, he was just, so I didn't want to be like him. He was popular and he was big at the skating rinks. But again, he was a petty criminal. He just stuck niggas up. We rolled up to the Weed Man. I never forget. So my story is the Weed Man story.
The Weed Man story.
So for whatever reason, everybody in my house smoked weed except me. Like, mama smoked weed, daddy smoked weed, brother and sister smoked weed.
Aunt smoked weed?
Hell yeah. She did more than weed. Everybody in the house smoked weed but me. So one day we at the crib and it's like, my dad tells my brother, man, here's $10. Go get some weed. Go to the Weed Man. Go get some weed. Bring it back. And $10, you know, you rolled up a few nice little joints for $10.
Joints.
Yeah, this was in the joints era.
Joint era.
So I ride shotgun. I don't know why I decided to go with my brother on a weed run.
Is great.
But I did. He took my father's car, and we drove. We on like 10th and Burleigh in Milwaukee. Shout out to the crib. So we roll up on the Weed Man. And again, this is the era when they had the little baggies.
Right.
So
did they put it in a little manila envelope?
Yeah,
and shit?
the little mini.
Your lunchroom money used to come in and shit. You know.
So the weed came. So you get your dime and your nickel bags or your 20s. You get them in them little mini bags. So the Weed Man comes up to the car, and my brother's like, he wants to feel the bags to see how much weed is in it.
Right.
You know, because he wants the one with the more weed. This nigga hits the gas. The dude actually put the manila envelopes in his hand. Like, here, hold these, squeeze them.
Wait a
feel
minute,
them for yourself.
this was the whole Chris Rock, Scotty Appleton thing from New Jack City going on here?
Yes.
Like, he just slugged him and drove off with the shit?
He didn't slug him.
He just took the shit?
He just hit the gas. He has them in his hand.
Oh, no.
And he's like, why would I pay for these? Okay. And hits the gas. I duck down because I'm like, oh, this nigga got a gun. He getting ready to start unloading on the car. Nothing like that happened. Absolutely nothing.
That's crazy.
That is my brother in a nutshell.
Oh, my God,
Just
that's crazy.
for no reason. So he gets to keep my father's weed money.
Right. He's got the money and the weed. He's got the money and the yayo.
He's got extra weed.
I'll take this shit to Sosa.
We got to take a break after that.
That's crazy.
We take a break. That's a perfect break. Dude's got 2 weeds, the money. So now all he's got to do is give 1 weed to Pops.
Right.
He's got the weed and the money. That's my brother.
That is so crazy.
All right.
Somebody call Lifetime.
WIIFTBPN. Are you ready for some authentic, delicious street tacos on the south side of Chicago? Stop by for the launch of Sissy's Taco Bar pop-up at 312 East 75th Street on Thursdays and Fridays, starting November 5th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience their jerk chicken, sriracha shrimp, and blackened salmon tacos. And don't forget to ask about their Rome walking taco, Sissy street corn, and children's meal that comes with a special price. Visit sissytacobar.com for more information.
The Chicago Legal Network is the collaboration of attorneys that concentrate in many areas of Chicago neighborhoods. The CLN lawyers focus on personal injury, criminal defense, and other issues. The CLN lawyers all average over 20 years of legal experience and are dedicated to helping the Chicago community. The Chicago Legal Network is committed to developing black lawyers through mentorship and co-representation. So if you were injured in a car accident, slip and fall, or injured on the job, or you need assistance with criminal defense, including driving violations and DUI, check out ChicagoLegalNetwork.com for more information or call 773-912-3545. 773-912-3545.
All right, ready? I kick it now? All right, let's go. Can I kick it? Hey, it's Mr. Tell Me When the Beat Dropping. You know I'ma get it in hotter when the heat drop. All about my dividends, higher than a treetop. You niggas is cherry stems, I'm getting that long bread. Catch me eating every inch, my flow is intelligent. Your flow is irrelevant, style so elegant. They say I was heaven sent, scared I ain't never been. Orally I represent, pardon me, the heart in me is telling me to never been better than I ever been. Bars for the hell of it, crunch time, punchlines heavy as an elephant. Dimes are my preference, sick, I need medicine, lieutenant. When I'm spitting, bitch, you fucking with a veteran. Pause, now I'm about to really go in, cause my punchline's hotter than some buffalo shrimp. Chill, you lil niggas better double your mint, cause real niggas feel realer, fake niggas resent. I'm in this bitch with my bros, flows off the Richter. If rappers are robbery, then obviously it's a stick up. This that shit you feel in your chest, young hiccups. In the clip that your click, that they split like a swisher. I'm just trying to kick it, feet full of blisters, coldest flow around, speech like a blizzard. Bars, can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Chicago famous Mike Love and Diz on the What's in It for the Black People Media Network.
All right, one of my cousins just showed up in the feed. He's like, I can't believe you told that story. Like, you know, nigga, you was there. What are you talking about?
Punjab Holder.
No, yes, exactly. Punjab Holder in the chat. Like, dude, you was there.
He was there.
You saw when the car went up in flames. That was crazy.
Man,
but you know what? It was funny because somebody mentioned in the chat about what I was saying about my sister as well, and how you pretty much have always been the person to have to sit down and talk things out. And you know what? I've kind of not been that person, but I thought as time went on, I could do what we call like a nice gesture, as in like, okay, you know what? We're going to let bygones be bygones, and, you know, we're going to go ahead and work through it and try to have a better relationship, mend the fences. And you know when that was? That was when we were telling that story a few weeks ago when we had New Edition on our show. Because my sister
Right.
was crazy about New Edition. She loved her some Ralph Tresvant. There was nobody better in the world than Ralph Tresvant. And me and Mike got New Edition in the studio. We're kicking it. And I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to call my sister in California, and I'm going to put her on the phone with Ralph Tresvant because I know she's never met him, and I think it would be a nice thing to do.
Right.
So I called my mom. I said, give me your number. My mom gave me her number. I called her. She was like, what up? And I was like, hey, I got somebody I want you to talk to. She was like, who? So I gave the phone to Ralph Tresvant, and Ralph Tresvant from New Edition is talking to my sister, and my sister's like, oh, Ralph, hey, how you doing? And they're talking, and then my sister says, I'm surprised he even let you talk to me. My brother said you was gay back in the day and just completely fronted me. And Ralph, you should have saw Ralph's face. Ralph just turned and gave me the side eye, and I'm looking like, wow, she just straight wrecked me. I was like, and you all wonder why I keep that tape of my dad whipping her ass from back in the day. That's why, because this was me trying to mend some fences and do a nice thing, and she bust-tossed my ass right in front of the guest in the studio. I'm like,
that was still 15 years ago.
I know, yeah, right. It was 15 years ago, and I don't give a shit because that was my way of deciding to do something nice, and she bust-tossed my ass, so I was like, I don't give a damn. So moving forward, it is what it is.
I'm gonna find a chapter.
You
in the
find
New
a
Earth.
chapter.
I'm gonna
Find a chapter and send it to me. But I will say, I think the best thing that ever happened to my sister was her to move out to California.
Okay.
Because she met a wonderful guy. She's been married since 1996. She's got 2 incredible boys. One is a drummer. One of them is a bass player.
Okay.
I mean, and he plays bass like Bootsy. Like this kid, he's like 16 years old and is killing it.
Okay.
And then the other one is a drummer. So she's got 2 musicians in the family.
Nice.
She's got a stepdaughter that's great. She out there. She doesn't do radio anymore, but she does like Zumba classes and all that type of shit. So she's made well for herself out there. Good. And she only comes to Chicago like once every 6 years. And that's good because that's about all I can take of her when she comes and stays with my mom. So that's good. So no problem. So that's just kind of how our relationship is going to stand.
Right.
There it is.
So until we get, full of New Earth,
Right. I don't even know if that book can help me with this shit.
It takes some time. Like the thing with the New Earth and any of that mindset is it's just like Chicago famous.
Mm-hmm.
Like how you had to be open to doing it. Like you could be like,
I was open, and then
exactly,
I did her a solid, and she bust-tossed my ass.
No. I'm talking about so using this as an example, right? When I approached you, you could have been like, "Fuck that dude, fuck that dude." I heard he been talking shit about me the whole time. I don't like him. I don't want to deal with him. I don't want there were people that literally would say to me, I know Diz, and he don't want to have shit to do with you.
Right, and they ain't said shit to me. So that's why when you called me, I was like, all right, let's see what's up, because there were people out there that were telling our stories for us.
Right.
There were people out there that saying, Mike Love would never fuck with you. And I'm like, fuck, what are you, first of all, did I ask you to tell me that? Why are you telling me that anyway? Like, right. Are you a plant or something? It's like, I didn't know what that shit was
always
about.
Plants.
I'm not going to believe anything until I hear it from the source. So,
exactly.
I took all of that shit with just a grain of salt. So when you asked to sit down and talk about Chicago famous, I'm like, bruh, I'm in, because as far as I know, everything is rumors, and we know where rumors can get you. So, I'm open. But in my sister's case, that shit wasn't rumors. That was some real shit.
Sometimes family shit goes
alone.
You
can sit me on a couch across from Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I don't think that motherfucker with his greatest Jedi mind trick can fix this shit, because I'm just like, okay, look, it is what it is. But I'll be open. I'll leave that door open a crack. If you can find me a chapter that will touch my soul somewhere, and cause me to pick up the phone and be like, hello, can pick up here. I grab my phone here, be like, dial it up. She's out there in San Francisco or wherever she is out there, living next to Money B someplace.
Or
I'll be like, hey, I just wanted to say, hey, I'm calling from Chicago. Happy holidays. Hope the coronavirus hasn't got you, or whatever that shit is. And then she'll probably bust toss me again, and I'll be like, man, fuck you, Mike Love. See, that's what you got me. Now you got my blood pressure up.
No.
Got me calling her ass, and I knew she was going to do that shit.
The thing is, it's like people are in different places in different points of their life. So I believe you have to check, like it's like a heat check, right? So like I had to ask my brother, like, do you have, like, what is your problem with me? So you don't necessarily start out with, Although I started out with an apology. So I was like, I would like to apologize for everything that I did in the past because my ego will allow me to do that. But let's just say, like, you call a person and be like, you got a problem with me?
Right.
Just start out there. You got a problem with me? Like, what is your long-standing issue with me? And if they're like, you know, as a brother or sister, they're going to keep it real with you. Or they're going to be like, I ain't got no problem with you.
No, because my sister
you.
will definitely, she will speak her mind. And she will say, well, when I was a kid, I wanted to hang out with you. You were DJing all the parties. You made all the good mixes. And you had all the fun friends. And I just wanted to hang out with you.
Okay.
And you know what? And I said, you know, I get that. I understand. I'm Gucci.
You're the shit.
You're not. I get it. And I know you want to roll with me.
Such a ego.
But I also know that you being with me is going to cause problems.
It was like
you're not old enough to get in the club with me, and if you come to the club and the club gets busted, it's because you're in the club that my money's going to go down. If we got a karate match among my cousins here, we already know we all wrestle, we all play football. When we do karate, we are kicking the shit out of each other. All right. If you catch a size 10.5 to the face, your shit is going to be wrecked.
So you were looking out for it.
Crying. So I'm doing you a solid by telling you to stay in your lane. You got friends. You got things you can do. Do your thing, you know, but you trying to get into this mix is just not going to work.
She's proud of you. It was like
fine.
It was
so
like,
listen to me.
It was like Beat Street. It was like Lee and
right. It was like Lee
and Kenny.
Lee and Kenny. Exactly.
Lee and Kenny. It's like I might come across a girl.
Right. I might meet a female.
right.
Like, and Kenny was like, no, you're not coming to this damn party. You know, shit, I might want to get busy after the party, and I got to take your ass home.
And then he showed up to the party, and who was there? Lee.
Right.
Lee was there.
And lucky enough, it turned out right for him. But, you know, most of the time, it didn't turn out right. Some shit happened, and then, of course, Pops would find out about it and then blame my ass for that shit. Leroy would kick my door open and be like, what's this I hear about your sister being in an underage club? I'm like, look, I told her, Dash, don't come to the club. That's not my fault. Yeah, but wasn't that your party? How come you let her in? I didn't let her in. I was DJing, and she came to the door, dropped my name. They let her in the party. The shit got shut down, and she got busted. Now, that's supposed to be my fault? Stay your ass in your own damn lane.
We getting to the heart of it. We get to the heart. We digging deep.
Right.
You see what I'm doing here? You
see
what I'm doing? It's a
Mike
deep
is
dive.
getting all psychology
Come
on me.
baby.
Shit.
These are
You know, Jedi mind
I
tricks
read.
here. Shit, you keep that Mandalorian little Yoda shit because it ain't working on me. I done traveled this road way too long. It is what it is.
And sometimes we're good with where we are. And I'm good. It makes for good. It makes for a great show. It makes for a great show. Sometimes you just can't give a fuck. You know, sometimes where you are is where you are, and that's where you need to be. You know, we've come a long way, and we keep saying that. You know, we've come a long way from the Bad Boy Radio days, Mike Love and The Diz. You know, we've come a long way. We've grown, and we're meeting each other where we are now. You know, but we talk every day. Not only do we talk on the show, we talk before the show. We talk after the show. So that is something that, again, it comes around to 97 again, because that's the 97 space. When I listen to the 97 shows, I hear fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
You know,
lots of fun.
And that's the way I want this show to be. You know, we can still jump into that space and love what we do and appreciate each other and be able to make all of this make sense.
And go see the Weed Man. That was great, dude.
Yeah.
Your brother and the Weed Man.
My brother,
that is classic.
My brother was.
So, did your brother ever try to grow his own weed?
No. He he just was a criminal, man.
My cousin Rodney had an entire greenhouse on top of a 4-flat on 79th and Kingston. That dude,
Shout
man.
out to Cousin Rodney.
Cousin Rodney had the whole layout going up there, man.
Dang.
He had all the plants and the little cups and the little styrofoam cups and shit.
That's real shit.
Like, he was growing it. He was like, fuck that. I'm not trying to import this shit. I just do it myself.
Yeah, a lot of black folks was do-it-yourselfers. That's why, you know, even with the growing cannabis and, you know, them like they showing us, like, nigga, just keep selling your weed. Like they make weed legal, and then, you know, now we can't get in the door, right?
Right, now we can't even get
in the door.
We're not invited to the party now.
Right. But there's supposed to be all of these things set up for us to be able to get in the party, but they still got us blocked out,
And I got to give a shout out to my cousin Rodney, who is no longer with us, by the way.
Okay.
So they be like, ooh, Diz just name names. Rodney's not with us, by the way. So
Okay.
that was my cousin. I love him to death, and he was a lot of fun, but I just remember him up there growing his weed plants. And I'm like, wow, look at this, man. He got the whole greenhouse shit going on. That's back in the like late 70s and early 80s when everybody had a fish tank in their house and everybody had an aquarium and shit.
Right.
So my cousin was like, I'm going to take that translucent bulb, that purple-ass light that used to be on everybody's fish tank and shit.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, I'm just going to remove that and put that over these plants. There you go. Instant sun when it goes down. We're going to make it happen. So, yeah, creativity runs in my family, to say the least.
I remember you would tell stories about him back in the day, and you'd be
all
like,
the time.
You'd be like, watch out for any nigga named Rodney.
Right.
because any nigga named Rodney is like not to be fucked with.
That's
and
funny.
it's funny because I literally had a friend named Rodney that like ratted me out on this girl. So when you said that, I was like, nigga, you're absolutely right. Rodneys are terrible, terrible people. Sorry if there's anybody on the feed named Rodney or you got a family member named Rodney, but my experience and Diz's experience has not been good experiences with Rodney. So
yeah, that's so funny because I've been talking about my cousin Rodney for years.
Yeah.
All the way back to the GCI days. Like, yep, because he was always into some shit. I mean, a lot of my cousins were into some shit, but Rodney was, of course, around my age, so we all kind of hung out together, and it was always something jumping off, but that just made it interesting.
Just wanted to drop a little something. One of our intros.
I know this one.
Right. Crucial Conflict. We're still working on them.
It's the bad boys once again. It's the bad boys from 6 to 10. It's the bad boys with the fleas. It's the bad boys, my love and the deals.
Tell me for the live this evening, the beats got the speakers breathing. Crucial Conflict, my love and the diss. 6 to 10 got the party stupid. Flick light the stuff some Cubans, let me know you grooving that baby. 107.5 been keeping it live ever since it was the age.
Skip all the talking, let's get off into it. Mike Love and the D, stay keeping it popping. You know them bad boys the busiest. Giving y'all the business and to get crucial. Tune in, we in the mix. From Chi-Town Airways, number 107.5 dropping me.
Oh, this is the long version.
Hey.
They would go to the hook and then come back. They made a whole song about us.
Right.
Thanks, guys.
I love Kilo. Who you is?
I ain't gotta tell you who run the city, cause you already know.
It's the Flick, man.
The bad boys, they play them hits. Number 1 in the streets, now don't forget it. Top 9 and 9 might win them tickets on 107.5. WGCI up in the streets of shot Midwest, taking over with the Flick on 6, that's right.
You know what the weird thing is? Like, I always could never tell the difference between Wild Style and Never.
Yep.
Like, I couldn't tell if that last person was Wild Style or Never. I think it was Wild.
It was Wild Style.
Okay.
Wild Style finished.
Okay.
Yep.
So Never was. No, that's Cold Hard.
Yeah, that's Cold Hard.
Okay. But the second one.
That's Never.
That's Never. I swear to God, I'd be like, they sound the same. They always sound super the same to me. But shout out to them, man. Shout out to them cats, man. They made us a whole, and we talk about that all the time on the show, how we would, we wanted our show to sound like Chicago. And people to this day want to duplicate that, and you can't.
No.
Because people aren't into the radio like when people hit me and they say they want to do a birthday line or they want to bring back that feeling. They want to bring a feeling that doesn't exist anymore.
Right, it really doesn't. Times have changed, things have moved on. I mean, it's like with everything. People have learned to adapt, and it's different now.
Right. I mean, how did you you couldn't even really do a call and response segment on a show nowadays?
Not today? Hell no.
Like, how do you do it? Like, how do you even have we were doing the birthday line on the switcher with what's my man? with Domity.
Domity, yep.
Domity, and he was doing it for his sister. Super lag, super delay. It just like whether they're on the phone or via switcher or via whatever, there's a disconnect in the level now. Like there's no way it could be on beat unless they're right there in front of you. So if y'all want to do the birthday line, you're gonna have to come down here. You're gonna have to hang with us. Somebody said, don't blame that on cousin Rodney all by himself. I may have passed by cousin's roof.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, he had his homies, to say the least.
Yeah.
I remember one time, okay, so most people, if you're familiar with the South Side, you know that was Terror Town. So we're talking like a hop, skip, and a jump from the lake. So 79th and Kingston. I remember one day it was in the summer and it was hot as hell outside. It was like 100 degrees. And for some reason, we were walking up to Jeffrey. So we jumped off of Kingston, 1 block off of Jeffrey. We come on over to Jeffrey, and we're walking up 79th to Jeffrey. And we're walking past Food Basket. That's when Food Basket was on 79th.
Okay.
So, man, I swear to God, and to this day, I have no idea how he did it. Because, growing up in the suburbs, we weren't used to seeing security in our grocery stores. I mean, I could go to Dominic's or Jewel or Cub Foods, and there wasn't like bars on the window and security checks and a guard there. That was a city thing. You came in the city, they were prepared. I swear to God, I watched my cousin Rodney go in the Food Basket with a pair of shorts on and a tank top. This motherfucker stole 4 candy bars and 2 liters of pop. Got right past security and all the checkpoints with no problem. To this day, I have no idea. He went there on some phantom shit. I mean, he was just like, you thirsty? I was like, I'm a little thirsty. He asked my other cousin, you hungry? He was like, yeah, I'm hungry. He's like, all right, hold me down. I'll be back in a minute. And he just went in there. It was like he had no money, no wallet, nothing. And I swear to God, he had on a tank top and a pair of gym shorts. Went in there and took 2 liters. He took a, what do you call it? The red pop, because whatever that flavor is, red, and it was an orange. And then he took like 4 Snicker bars. And how he got past the cash registers, past the checkout guy, past the security guard at the front, and all that other fucking shit that they had in Food Basket, and outside to the parking lot to hook us up. To this day, I don't know how he did it, but he was clever.
He's magic.
Like, he was like your brother. He just made it happen.
Yeah. Some people just did it because they just did it.
79th and Yates. The Food Basket.
Shout out to them. Shout out to them, man.
Man, that's crazy.
Shout out to the
Michael Franklin, look, he's on the chat. He called it too. Like,
Food Basket,
that's where it was.
And Yates. We see you, Big Mike.
Yep.
All right, man. Tomorrow, speaking of flashbacks, we got a Throwback Thursday. Our girl LaTanya Westside, a.k.a. I forgot her last name.
Hughes, I believe.
LaTanya Hughes.
Yep.
Is stopping by. And the name might not be that familiar to you guys, but we played a video a couple of weeks ago when we flashed back on Friday. LaTanya, she did a remake of If You Play Your Cards Right back in the day.
She was singing that at Douglas Park. We were out there for the big back-to-school jam.
Yep, and she had a song with Twista called What You Want. And let me see if I got some LaTanya. Let's see if I got, no, that's house. All right, T-A-N-Y. Let's see if it's a space. And
somebody said some protesters starting downtown. So
hey,
heads up on that.
All right. We'll be getting the fuck up out of here then. Thank you for the heads up.
Raymond, what's up?
Yeah, I don't have any LaTanya in the collection. But yeah, she had a dope little song with Twista. I used to love that What You On song that she did with Twista back in the day. And the If You Play Your Cards Right remake. So she's gonna stop up, hang out with us, and just kick it. And I'm looking forward to that, man. Just flashing back because she was singing and had the whole record deals and she
was one of our original guests when we first came on as Bad Boy Radio. I mean, we go back a long way with her. And again, she's part of that whole West Side connection that we seem to have through our show when it came to Bad Boy Radio because we love the West Side. And we weren't afraid to go to the West Side. The West Side gave us super love, and we just always had fun times. So it wasn't just about going to see George over at George's Music Room. We went to K-Town. We went to Madison Pulaski. We came down Central. I mean, we went over there and kicked it. So a lot of fun times over on the West Side, a lot of great people, and we look forward to having her on our show tomorrow because she's definitely still out there doing her thing. So we'll catch up with her and see exactly what's been going on.
Yep. And Friday we got who we got talking about?
And Teresa Griffith is stopping by here on Friday. Yeah. So
that's gonna be
2 Chicago divas coming down here back to back.
That's gonna be fun.
Natural Thickness. That's great.
Yeah,
Hashtag
that's
that.
old school.
Old school.
Old
All
school
natural. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah. So yeah, I did find it. Here it is.
Something on your mind, I feel it every time I'm with you.
This is LaTanya's version, the remake.
If what you like to do, what you like, something I like to, let's give it time.
Got the record crackles in it.
If you play your cards right, everything will be alright. Everything will be alright. Leaving it all up to you, baby. If you play your cards, and if you play your cards right, yeah. Everything will be alright with me.
All right. So,
Man, still
and
sounds good.
The dope thing about it is like that's a classic, but it's like an underground classic.
Yep.
So it's not like remaking Love Ballad where it was like, you know, a national like
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Like
it was a song
For the Love of You by the Isley Brothers.
Right.
Like,
That's even better. Like it was a song that when you know it and you love it, but it's still like that in that One Way family. You know, Alicia Myers, One Way, they all, you know, kind of come from Detroit in that same musical family. But it was like one of those songs, it was a big black hit, you know, but it wasn't a big national hit. So, you know, she touched it and she respectfully remade it. And it was such a good remake. Like, you know, it was like a song like you could touch it, but you know, don't fuck it up.
Right. Don't fuck it up.
Right. And it
Like,
wasn't.
do it justice.
Yeah. And it wasn't, and we talked about that a couple of weeks ago, songs that somebody remade that made you want to pull out the original.
Mhm.
Like it wasn't one of those. It was good enough. It stood on its own and it was such a respectful cover. So shout out to LaTanya Westside for that. LaTanya Hughes.
You know what's interesting? We're going to ask her tomorrow who was responsible for the instruments and the music behind that, the production. Like, was it a house band or was it some people that she knew? Because the band did a really good job as well. I mean, they definitely stuck to the essence of the song.
Right.
You know, they didn't destroy the integrity of the record. Sometimes when people remake a classic cut, they add a different verse to it or a different riff, or they kind of change up the keys a little bit to kind of give it their own flavor. That band pretty much stayed true to the original song.
Yeah. And, you know, again, I think that helped to give it that flavor. LaTanya, she's like an unsung singer, but a great singer and a great person. And I can't wait to get her up here. Teresa Griffin is as well. You know, she's a fireball. I don't know if we're having her on Switcher or if she's coming in.
I don't know that yet. Carla, let us know.
Yeah, we'll check. We'll check the email. I think I sent her an email. But yeah. Shout out to Carla for hooking everything up. Shout out to Ron for holding everything down.
Ron,
Ron with the lyrics. You know, does that song have anything to do with what's in it for the black people? Bars, Ron bars.
Nah, it's
just
it's just
I had in the chamber.
Okay.
You know, Escobar was like, "Yo, if you got some original music, play it."
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm with it.
Chamber.
I just, you know, the more I hear, I'm like, I ain't hear no what's in it, you know, at all.
That
but
was coming though.
No. I mean, that's all good. It's all good. You did your thing on that. So, you know, I don't feel like you have to, like, you know, make, you know. Like, don't make nothing corny, like, just to be like, all right, let's put it in the what's in it for the black people.
Yo, it's gonna be something dope though. I got it.
All right, this guy says he's got it. So if he says he's got it, then it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's wrap things up here, man. Any last words? Any last shout outs, people?
I had fun in this last hour. Just
great stories.
Taking a political time out and
Yeah,
talking about
look at
family
that.
drama, and we learned about the Weed Man.
Yes.
And shout out to my cousin
Shout out.
Rodney
Mhm.
and all the rest of my cousins and the stolen car and everything else, and
My brother
Sherrod
Glenn.
and
What
your
up,
brother
Rod?
Glenn. And it's just, I love when we just don't plan for something. It just kind of goes off in a direction.
yeah.
You just like always get the true, authentic us.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that you don't know about us when you were listening to us on GCI or the other stations back in the day. Like you really get it, like full full front when
You
we do
didn't know
Chicago
my brother
fans,
was a
so.
criminal. Like, I have criminals in my family.
No, my
like,
sister was whacked, and she tried to be like me all the time. So now you know that, and now you know that that's a bridge that's just burned down. Like,
right.
it is what it is.
We're going to repair it somehow, some way. We're going to find a chapter in a new earth to send this. And I know a lot of y'all feel that. They're like, yeah, I feel the same way about my family member or whatever. Right. I get it.
Forgive and forget. Use your mind.
Yeah, man.
Whatever.
Yoda.
Yoda, get your ass out of here.
You said,
I don't
baby
want to hear
Yoda.
that shit.
I get it.
You worry about getting that plane out the swamp. I don't want to hear about that shit.
That's a Star Wars reference,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen, in case you're not aware. We'll be back tomorrow, Thursday, throwing it back 3 to 6. Mike Love and Diz on Chicago Famous. Thank y'all for joining us. Thank y'all for sharing the video. We appreciate it. We'll talk to y'all.
WIFTBPM.
Fire, and they said rolled and hit the fence in King Park. Everybody came out their house like, what the hell is going on? Nobody could say shit. It was stolen.
Right.
You throw these balloons away?